back in jail. This guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time or whatever. I also grew up like in the city, right? So, I tell people this all the time. Like, I don't do scary stories. I talk to kids about like not going to jail, because to me it's not about being on the hood. You probably had a few, what I'm saying. And I get in there and, we get into our dust ups and, eventually it's kind of like a hierarchy of like, who's going to stand up for themselves, and typically guys kind of back down. But early on, I'm like, I don't want to be in jail, I don't want to be in prison. So I ended up trying to escape from county jail. And what happened was there was a guy on the cell block with me. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a lot of time. And one day he went to recreation and came back and like one pole he had smuggled from time jail. And his idea was that he would lunge the officer, take the officer's uniform, and then let us out the cell and take us out. And I'm like, dude, this got to be the dumbest fucking idea. When I made it out the cell block, right? And I was like, well, what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and then the beam? And so we plot over the next couple of weeks. We like to take people's like sheets, like we will bully people out of their sheets, like we only have one sheet, we would take them. So we took all these sheets, and we probably ended up with probably about 60 or 70 sheets. And we could get out of our cells, so we would basically tie the sheet up into a man, slide it out of the door, put up into the door jam. And if you shake it and keep rocking it while you pull it up, so we would just pop out and get out of like really in the day room, some things you can smoke cigarette, we can get a light as somebody was going to do that all the time anyway. So it was time for us to game plan. It was about 5 of us. We all had agreed we're going to go for it. And basically, pop the doors. We're like busting out the glass and the window. And we're starting to bend the beam. What we didn't anticipate is that they actually do perimeter checks like around the jail. Kids were not like thinking about this. And so as we're bending it, next thing you know, there's a light flashing up to the window. And you can hear it like the lady on the radio, like, we're trying to get out. So now we're like, we're busted. So we just throw everything on our chair. Everybody goes back, in their cells. And so it took them probably about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on. They was trying to escape. They came up there like gangbusters, like Liddy's. It was 20, 30 deaths. They just came and snapped. And where they really did that, now everybody has glass in their shoes. And so they couldn't even differentiate between who had been out and who wasn't. And so they put us in solitary for that, charged us with attempted escape. And during that time, we were actually getting sentenced. And none of us were snitching and talking about, like, none of us would tell who it was. They really was just kind of going on what they thought. So we served a little time there, but I was getting sentenced. And, when I went in front of that judge, I just remember standing there and listening to them walk through that night. The prosecutors telling me what happened that night. And it was a one-dimensional, that's how they know that story. It was the very factual, like, hey, this guy, shot, killed this man. There was no context to none of my life. And when the judge sentenced me, he said 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for the felony firearm. At 19, I thought my life was over. Like, I thought that was it. Like, at 19, I couldn't even imagine 17 years down the line. That age, I couldn't even imagine, like, 2 weeks down the line. It felt like a lifetime. So when he sentenced me, I was like, this is it, man. Like, my life is over. And so I started my prison sentence with the mindset that I was never getting out of prison. How much time do you want to do? I did a total of 19 years. And out of that 19 years, I did 7 of those years in solitary confinement.
Like a pillar of fire. Other versions have pillar of thick cloud so that no one can get across the river even on Shabbat. But on Shabbat, there's a period of complete rest. There are no weapons among the Bnei Moshe except for the knives they use to slaughter their animals, according to kosher laws, which we'll get to in a second. And the people there are so fortunate that, as he says in a beautiful, how does it go? No child dies before its parent. And that every generation sees at least grandchildren. Amazing, beautiful description of it. And the Jews are familiar with the Bnei Moshe, and they can communicate with them only from the other side of the river Sambatyon, as it were, yelling across the rumble of rocks. Fantastic, amazing kinds of stories that he tells. So, in the context of this, I mentioned the shechita knives, and this becomes where it really enters mainstream Jewish tradition, is that Eldad quotes certain halachot, certain Jewish laws that pertain to the laws of slaughtering animals, are not entirely in keeping with Talmudic sources. So this caused a huge hue and cry among the commentaries of the day, because essentially what Eldad was claiming is that these Jews living, the 10 lost tribes living in these far-off regions, were representing the true Judaism, uncreated by any other forms of belief or practice. Again, like they spoke a pure Hebrew, so too were their teachings pure, and never mixed with other things. Like, for example, if we take the Talmud, which is really, as some historians have called it, the constitution of Judaism. You can't understand the way we practice Judaism unless you have some familiarity with how the Talmud works and its contents. But the Talmud is a tremendous amalgamation of phenomenal amounts of information from outside Jewish sources. It's constantly quoting folk tales from the Sasanian period, non-Jewish sayings, Aramaic sayings of all kinds of types, teachings from the world of business, weights and measures from Greek and Roman norms, mathematics, you name it. It's got a tremendous amount of non-Jewish material that goes into it simply because it's about daily life, and Jews live among non-Jews. So it stands to reason that the Talmud would have things beyond mere, narrow commentary of the text. It's really an applied document. How do you live as a Jew in a multicultural society? So when Eldad was saying he's coming from this place where there are only Jews living in it with a pure Talmudic approach, with no references whatsoever to other religious practices, beliefs, and so on, then that's already asserting that his is purer than everyone else's. It's very difficult. Like, for example, the Talmud was written, the form we have it, in the 5th century, basically. And the 10 lost tribes had disappeared from the Jewish scene between 11 and 1500 years beforehand. So if they were practicing Talmudic Judaism, using the Talmud, well, get the Talmud, because it wasn't written for another 1,000-odd years till they went. So the answer is, as Eldad says it, we have the Talmud. It has no references to any particular speakers, no references to rabbis who lived, like Rabbi Akiva, for example. He's not in their Talmud. They just have the pure teachings from God, as it were, without an intervention. So it's a very bold statement. I'll pause for a question in a second, but let me just give you the example with Shechita. So if Eldad came with a number of traditions, but how crazy, seems like a really legitimate Jew with an amazing story, then how should rabbinic Jews appreciate and approach his traditions? Are they more legitimate than the ones that were practiced in the 9th century? Or less so because he was a charlatan? That was the question that was put to the rabbis of that day, and they had to say on it. But let me pause for a question or so. Judith, you're giving me all kinds of body language that you're thinking about this, so you must have some reaction. Excellent question. There's no discussion of Devarim, because in traditional Orthodox theology, the first 5 books of Moses, really have the ultimate authority of being absolutely correct as they stand and given to Moses, right? It's one of the 13 principles of faith as articulated by Maimonides and so on. But what they do discuss are the book of Esther and the book of Lamentations, because the book of Esther describes actually both books are later. Lamentations, Echa, refers to the destruction of the first temple in the 6th century, and the 10 tribes were already lost 100 years before, 150 odd years before. So why would they have the book of Echa? The book of Esther, Megillas Esther, that happened even later than that, so they didn't have that. According to one version of the story, they have those books. Don't worry, we have them, but we don't read them. First of all, with Esther, we weren't included in the miracle, and Lamentations, because it's so depressing. We just don't want to read it, so they actually omit it. Again, it's logically implausible, but a lot of this story is logically implausible. Nevertheless, as I like to say to my undergraduate students, history is not so much about, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, which is the way Van Ranke said, the way it actually happened. That's useful and important, but it's not nearly as important as what people believed happened. Because people can build entire civilizations out of what they think happened, even if it's not necessarily reality. Okay, well, specific question. So let's go back to the story. Now, so he brings these halachos, and the rabbis are saying, oh my gosh, if what he's saying is true, fantastic as it is, it means that we have to accept these halachos because they are more authoritative than our own. And if he's a charlatan, then what are we wasting time with him? So the question went to Sura. Sura is one of the two major cities in would be Persia at the time, where the Gaonim existed. If you remember some of the lectures we gave a couple of years ago on the various Gaonim, these are the Talmudic centers in Babylon, which is no Babylon, but they're on the river Tigris and Euphrates, where you had the major yeshivas of the day. And the question was posed to Rabbi Tzemach ben Chaim, who is the Gaon of Sura, and they said, we got this guy here, Eldad, claims to be a member of the tribe of Dan. He tells us all this stuff about Shechita. Is it kosher, so to speak? And Tzemach wrote back and said, the truth is, you can rely on him, because I don't know him personally, but I know some people who know him. In other words, they played kind of Jewish geography with each other, and they knew friends of a friend, and he said, you know what, he's for real. Now, just because his story is for real doesn't mean that we accept the halachos right away, but at least he's part of the debate. And so the fact that he had kind of an imprimatur from no less a figure than the chief rabbi of the city of Sura, the yeshiva there, then his opinions went into debate, and that's how we see the writings of Rashi, Maimonides, and so on. Now, we don't agree with them, we don't accept them wholeheartedly, but nevertheless, they do enter into the Talmudic debate over exactly how the Shechita is done, which indicates kind of an interesting, ambiguity in Jewish thought that is quite pervasive. I'm sure you're familiar with the famous story in the Gemara and Bava Metzia, where the rabbis were having a disagreement with one named Rabbi Eliezer, I think it was. I think it was Eliezer. And Eliezer insists on his interpretation. He says, look, if I'm right, then, let this river flow backwards. The way the river flows backwards. The rabbis say to him, so what? We don't rely on miracles. And he says, if I'm right, then let the walls of the study hall collapse. And they start to lean in, and the rabbis say, that's not right. You're destroying public property, right? So they stop them halfway leaning. And then he says, okay, if I'm right, let heaven proclaim them. And a booming voice comes out and says, Rabbi Eliezer is right. And nevertheless, the rabbis say, sorry, we don't rely on heavenly voice. We have a system of how we decide things, majority rules, and you. And so the Talmudic passage ends by saying, Elijah the prophet asked God what he thought about that, and God said, he laughed, and he said, Nitzchuni banayim. They have defeated defeated me, my children, they have defeated me. So in other words, even though he brings this amazing story, and if he's right, then he's really right, nevertheless, he has to go through the regular rules of debate, the parliamentary rules, and don't agree with them, we're not going to accept them. Anyway, another question that comes up at this point is, and I should mention, by the way, that even though Rashi, the Rambam, and others do quote Eldad, there are a few important thinkers, most notably Abraham ibn Ezra, who we'll talk about, God willing, later this semester, who disagreed and said, oh, he's a charlatan. Why are you listening to these people? It's not useful whatsoever. The 10 tribes are, in fact, lost. And the Naharam that we spoke about last. So there were many rabbis who simply refused to give him evidence whatsoever. Last detail that's relevant is the question of whether he was a Karaite Jew. The Karaites are a sort of major breakaway minion of Jews who, in the 9th century, really contemporaneous with disagreed with the use of the oral Torah as an interpreter for the written Torah. In other words, they broke away from the entire, rejected the Talmud, rejected the Mishnah, and tried to create an alternative interpretation of Judaism. They had quite a lot of success. They're very prominent as a minority among the Jewish people throughout, sometimes a very powerful minority, throughout the Middle Ages, right up until the 20th century. And in fact, there are some pockets of Karaites active today. But in the intense and quite vocal debate between Rabbinites and Karaites, the whole story of Eldad was very prominent. Okay, so the story just gets weirder then. The research on Eldad Hadani was very intense in the 19th century. Again, it's related to the engines that drove a lot of Jewish thought at that time. If we jump ahead, think about what it was like for Jews in the 19th century, in Europe in particular, recall that the spirit of the age was towards national awakenings. Eastern Europe in particular was dominated by massive multinational empires, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, the German Empire, with many different ethnicities and nationalities in them. And throughout the course of the 19th century, influenced heavily by the French Revolution, the success of that experiment, many nationalities who had seen themselves subject, non-nationalities, suddenly said, was ist schlecht mit uns? Why can't we have our own country? Why can't we have our own, self-determination, things like that? So a lot of peoples, the Poles, for example, who successfully resurrected their country after 2 years of having lost their sovereignty, the Ukrainians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Balts, all kinds of peoples began to have our own national identity, our own language, our own borders, our own flag, and so on. So Jews were caught up in that, and they were trying to articulate for themselves, what does it mean to have a Jewish existence? Up until the 19th century, Jews basically gone along with the traditional theological model that Jews were members of a people that belonged in Israel as one national unit, and they were, as a result of their sins, punished with exile. And so Jews were, second-class citizens theologically in all of the countries, a status quo that Jews as much as the nations in which they lived. Because Jews, the reason we are here in Germany or in France or whatever is because thousands of years ago we were punished and we're waiting for our eventual return to Israel. But in the 19th century, with the decline of a lot of religious attitudes and the rise of national thinking, Jews began to question this and say, well, maybe we should reevaluate our national, and we should reestablish some form of national government, whether it was expressed in Zionistic terms, meaning a return to the land of Israel and the establishment of a sovereign nation there, or whether expressed in terms of creating reservations of Jews. There were some around Buffalo, for example. There was a settlement of Jews who wanted a new Zion in this country that was designed just for Jews to live in peace and harmony with Judaism as their defining religion. So in this context, people began to look back a lot of the old stories, look at Eldad Hadani in particular, what it meant. And what they found was a lot of these researchers of the 19th century that, there are a lot of forgotten Jewish kingdoms that had existed throughout the entire period of the diaspora. They have received very little attention from serious scholars. And so there's just the beginning of a burgeoning research trend towards understanding these brief and sometimes long-lived national experiments. I'm going to tell you about a couple of them right now. To a certain degree, the historical research that was generated about 150 years ago by modern Jewish scholars, modern in the sense of like in the 1800s, was definitely motivated by Eldad, because they looked to Eldad's story as a model of a possible Jewish national existence after the exile from Israel. And they wanted to know as much as they could about this, because they said, what does this mean for us if we're trying to create this? And there were many examples of Jewish sovereign nations. It's really not appropriate to use the term nation, before the 19th century, but, political entities that actually existed. For example, the Beta Israel, which is the proper name for the so-called Falashas, or the Ethiopian Jews. Falasha as a derogatory term, that has historical records going back to the 4th century and existing in some form or another throughout the Middle Ages. Again, a lot of these data that we have for the and the effect of their national expression is difficult. We certainly have reliable sources say they existed as an independent unit with some political power all the way back in the 4th century. A similar example, in Yemen, you have Joseph Nuwas, who in the 6th century created a small Jewish enclave, and some, I've seen him described as a warlord, so maybe the term indicates that it's more of like a regional power than a state power, but nevertheless, we have a couple of examples of Jews in charge of particular regions. And the most famous, the most controversial, which so I'll spend a little bit more time talking about them, is the great and well-documented state of Khazar. Was Jewish as of the year 740. You can see from this map here, the range of Khazaria was actually quite extensive, going all the way out to Kiev, which a great Ukrainianist, Omelian Pritsakov, founded by Khazar Jews. That's a rather amazing state. All the way across the eastern part of Ukraine, you see like Donetsk and Kharkiv, going all the way out to the Caspian Sea into one region. And this was actually a massive Jewish country at the time. And what is the time? We're talking about 500 years. Imagine a Jewish country existing for 500 years. And it just flies under the radar for most of our consciousnesses. Now, it's a complicated story with Khazaria. Well, let me tell you a story, and then I'm going to ask you all to do me a favor, and I'm especially going to ask all of you out there on the internet to do me a favor as well, because I have a problem with the whole Khazarian story. That it's a personal problem, and I'm not sure what to do about it. But I'll get to that in a second. Anyways, what is the story with Khazaria? We do have, if you recall, a couple of lectures on this topic specifically, so I won't go into great detail. But Khazaria was a pagan land. They're essentially worshipping trees, rocks, wind, spirits, things like that. And they were concerned about their religious identity and their independence. So you have the Islamic movement moving up from the south. We're talking about the year 740, so that means that Islam had an existence for about 120 years, and it was sweeping across North Africa. And to the to the west, you have the Christian world. Christianity is expanding throughout the European continent, and slowly slowly but surely converting the various pagan groups to Christianity. And so the Khazars, who were based in their capital in Atil, said, if we don't join one of these powerful monotheistic faiths, we are more likely we're going to be swallowed up by one of them. So they were debating, as we have a whole story about this in Jewish literature. They were debating which one of them should they consider choosing, and they decided to have a three-way debate, and they invited a Jewish representative. And so the rabbi, the priest, and the minister, a rabbi, a priest, and an imam. It sounds like a bad joke, right? The rabbi, the priest, and the imam, they decide to they debate, and King Bulan of the Khazars decides that he will accept Judaism over the other two. It's a wonderful story, but on a political level, choosing Judaism meant that it could retain some level of political independence, because both Christianity and Islam had a degree of deference for Judaism because it was monotheistic faith. It was a mother faith to the two daughter religions. And as a result, by choosing to convert to Judaism, Khazaria remained politically independent for the next 500 years. Now, there are a lot of questions about the Khazarian story. For example, there's a lot of doubt that the decision taken at the very Khazarian government penetrated into the population. Maybe this was just a political move that was, affected by the ruling elites, and that's it. Although we do have some interesting evidence of Khazarian Jews who traveled, for example, to Cairo and left behind documents, so we know that there were average Khazarian Jews as well. But nevertheless, they did retain some kind of identity as Jews, and they are known as Jews by their non-Jewish neighbors in many, many documents. Arabic historians, Slavic historians, all are aware of the Khazars being Jewish, but in the 12th century, eventually they were overrun by the princes of Kiev and Rus, and they disappeared from the stage. Now, this is where I have to tell you my personal request, and that is I need you, those of you who are here, I certainly appreciate your presence, and if you go online, this is where you can help me on the internet. We must fill the internet with goodness. Why do I say that? Because there is a tremendous amount of hateful anti-Semitic thoughts surrounding the Khazar story, more than almost anything else I talk about. If you look, for example, at these lectures on the web, so most of my lectures, people watch, I've got maybe now 500 hits, 700 hits, people watching this. But really popular ones, like maybe a lecture on the Lubavitcher Rebbe, has gotten about, 7,000 hits. But my lecture on Khazaria has like about 20,000. It's so crazy popular. And the reason is because the whole story of the Khazars speaks to the identity of modern Jews. There's a theory that has been advanced by Arthur Kessler and others that modern Ashkenazi Jews are not actually the descendants of Isaac and Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah. They are in fact the descendants of Khazar, Turkic tribe living over the Caspian Sea that had nothing whatsoever to do with ancient biblical history. Modern anti-Semites, in their attempt to delegitimize modern Jews as being either the descendants of the Jews and at the same time delegitimizing their ancestral claims to Israel, they say that the people who claim to be Jews now, specifically the Ashkenazi Jews, they're not even real Jews. And this theory is incredibly popular. So here's my request. When you have time, go visit some of my lectures on Khazaria, especially not so much on my own website, on YouTube, and just glance down briefly at the comments and then write something nice. Write something as this is a really informative lecture or something. because I get so much of people saying you're not a real Jew, you don't know what you're talking. You're a Chazar, and it's just awful. So help fill the in with goodness and write something useful. You can disagree with me, but just politely instead of like nasty anti-Semitic comments. I try, as a matter of course, to leave the comments unedited because I think that's just healthy debate. But I do delete comments that are use profanity or are simply hate speech. I will delete those. But otherwise, you'll see lots of nasty stuff that gets through and the internet with goodness. And it was a real story that actually happened. A whole country of Jews. We're not exactly sure how deep that connection reached and exactly what kind of Judaism they practiced, whether it was multiple points of data that reinforced the fact that it existed, and then it simply disappeared in the 12th century, and we have nothing else to say about it. So Eldad's story is not so far-fetched. He could easily have borrowed from a lot of things, and who knows, there may have been some kernels of truth in his otherwise amazing story. So the next stage of this story, however, is once again we're going away from the what actually happened to what people believed happened. Is that Eldad's story gained a lot of popularity among Jews living sometimes in an oppressed situation as a minority in these countries, thinking the Messianic era, it could happen anytime. The 10 lost tribes are just waiting for the signal, and the Messianic era will unfold, and the exile will end, we'll return to Israel, and so on, because we know that they're just over the mountains. They're just on the other side of the river Kush, and they have this amazing river Sambatyon and the Bnei Moshe, and everything there, just waiting for it to happen. So a tremendous amount of hope spread among Jewish populations as a result. However, it was not relegated to Jewish ears. There were many non-Jews who were hearing this story as well, and of course it struck to the core of Christian eschatology. What would the end of days be like for the Christians? If it's true that the 10 lost tribes are out there just waiting to rejoin the pitiful Jews we have living in our ghettos here in Europe, what does that mean about the whole Christian story? And so by the 12th century, Christian version of this story began to circulate. It's clearly taken a lot of material straight from Eldad Adani, but it has one major difference, and that is that there is a Christian priest living out in the far somewhere, whose name is Prester John, and he is in charge of the 10 Jewish tribes living out there, and he rules them and dominates them, and that when Jesus comes for the second time, then Prester John will bring those 10 tribes out, and the Jews will have the final denouement, which will be in accordance with the Christian teachings of the end of days. So in other words, the whole Eldad story was actually hijacked and just slightly altered in the 12th century to be able to fit within a Christian viewpoint. And at that juncture, the whole story of Eldad Adani became even more popular because of the association.
Can you hear me? Loud and clearly. Loudly and clearly. Remember that time I asked you how you live in Pimp? Yep, you asked me again. How you live in Pimp? Every day is not exactly the same, but that's some amount of similarities. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? No, what happened to your microphone? I know you said you're using your headset. What happened to your original? What happened to your original? What happened to your original device? The phone.
Your earphones are busted.
Yeah, I'm using my headphones.
Okay. It's to hear you with your headphones. I'm not saying I don't like talking to you. I'm just making you aware.
Alright, cool. Yeah, okay.
What's on your agenda for today, son?
If the name of the microphone is on my work phone with headphones or connected to the laptop,
That you need.
yeah, probably that.
Sounds like a plan, baby. That's Frosty, everybody.
Association with Christian eschatology. At the same time, the fear factor grew as well, and a lot of strange myths about Jews begin to circulate from the 12th century onward in particular that feed off Eldad's story, that are a lot less, let's say, healthy perhaps in thinking. There was this fear that there were all these massive hordes of warrior Jews who were living under mountains in Caucasus regions. They were called the Roy Jews, and they were waiting for their signal to be unleashed and to rampage across Europe and to attack all of the peaceful Christians living in various countries. And this was more of a paranoid fear. Again, it's riffing off Eldad's story and riffing off the Prester John story at the same time. This fear that the Jews, especially those who emerged from Hungary, were going to descend on every living room, covering all the couches with plastic. And that was a joke. I thought I could get away with that. Maybe I should do. But anyway, the idea is the red Jews were going to come out of these 10 lost tribes, and they were going to actually, destroy Christian civilization as a result. And one final sort of twist that especially becomes prominent from the 13th century onward is the development of the ideology of the so-called Antichrist. One of the significant developments in right after the High Middle Ages is this concept that the devil, who becomes very prominent in Christian thought, is going to actively mount a campaign to try and stop the second coming by creating a doppelganger, the reverse image, as it were, of Jesus in the so-called Antichrist. And how would this Antichrist be born? Well, just as Jesus was, according to Christian thought, the product of the union of God and a human woman, a Jewish woman, so the Antichrist would be the product of a union between Satan and a Jewish woman, get this, from the tribe of Dan, right? Eldad Hadani, the warrior Danites. This child would then grow up and would go through a whole of miracles that were designed to be the mirror image of Jesus' own life, and then would go back to the Caucasus region, unlock the mountain, and he would directly lead hordes of Jews out to Europe to destroy the world as they know it then. So the whole Eldad story has some rather negative repercussions later as it is translated into a kind of paranoia of what it must be like for these 10 tribes to exist. So when we take it all together, it's really a complex and bizarre story. We don't know to what degree Eldad's story has some points of contact with valid historicity that we can affirm some elements of his story. If not the fantastic elements, at least the idea of Jewish nationhood is not totally unknown before the century. The fantastic elements, therefore, contain elements of truth. And Eldad, by the way, became the sort of role model for many levels of the Middle Ages. Jews were especially known for their wide-ranging commercial activity, and as a result, you have a whole series of Jewish travelers who later published their travel logs, like Pataki of Regensburg and so on, Ben Tudela, and they're like a primary genre created for the audience of the time. The story of Eldad provided a lot of hope to the Jews living in exile for an eventual redemption, and at the same time stoked some paranoia on Jewish nations among whom lived that perhaps the Jews would make a second coming that would decimate Christian civilization. Just one last little footnote here. Eldad has an interesting expression in the person of very important early Zionist who is associated some of the wing expressions of Zionism in the state period, and he abandoned his traditional Yiddish surname and Schweib, if I remember correctly, adopted the last name Eldad, specifically to evoke the whole story of Eldad Hadani and the independent 10 tribes living beyond the river Kush. So the story is bizarre. It is ephemeral and very difficult to understand the basics of it, but nevertheless, it grips the imagination even to the present day. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance, as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
So it took really another 2 years before I finally got out. But once I got out, I took those handwritten books and I typed them all up, and I mentored those guys and I began to tutor the guys who they said couldn't read or wouldn't read. And I found that if I gave them books that were similar to their life, they would put in more effort. And so that's what I focused on, and then I typed those books up, and I was like, I started to send stuff out. I still got like copies of my query letters, man. I was just sending stuff out in the dark. Like, I said, like, Jay-Z was like the president of like Def Jam at one point. I was like, oh, you should publish this book because you rap about this shit. I really live here. I said, man, I was just like,
All right, welcome everyone. Why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the Great Eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, there's no one really like Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who are at Shalashudis. You heard this. I think Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and as she gets on, the bus driver is very friendly to her. So she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you. I think I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down, and then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, some more peanuts? And he says, that are those peanuts. So she gives him some more peanuts. And this goes on several times, and so finally he says to her, listen, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only eat chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate and I'll hang on to the peanuts. But the truth is, there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time. But we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Shul of Bal Harbour Surfside. We're very grateful for the Shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact contact the shul office. The shul $100 to offset the cost, and of course go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a bit. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many students today, known in Latin as Maimonides. The IDES suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of a physician, a popular leader, tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews, but at the same time, he maintained steadfast his point of view, and it can be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from his point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk about his life, and then I talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two big categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt. That title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus, or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he had dayanim, and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, originally a merchant, and then later became a famous physician, and they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis, and for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. Here you can see in Cordoba, in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for various opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status, or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogue, and so on. The Almohads removed leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al Khayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco. Beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific reference as to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel, short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. This is where he made his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. It was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century, and one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups, the Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish kings of Egypt, and was able to release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration, called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader, and ultimately he chose to invest funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to which he then would bring back, and of course they would live on. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and found that the merchandise was not up to par, and to go on a much longer voyage to India, where there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he was his student as well. He left behind a wife, a young daughter, and Maimonides was crushed by it, and he described still mourning him even 9 years. But at any rate, the reversal in fortunes meant that he had to fire, and so he had been taking quite a bit in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. The consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There are a lot of there's a lot of texts in Rambam's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
You mentioned Saladin. So was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? Because he also he knew that the Lionheart. I mean, Jews were peripheral to the Crusades, but they weren't.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland in Germany. The Jews who are not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything Rambam wrote on the topic. Certainly it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day. And it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart, but as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came out. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said there's an interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides, I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the bile and good humor and various things like that. but he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature multilingual guide pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used, and listed them quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which will service to the medical community, because it meant that, you know, the term could be standardized, and that what people said in Latin text could then be written in Arabic text, and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. A lot on marital issues. Sexuality was something that people wanted to know about, and they would often ask him how to deal with their various sexual problems. Even a treatise on hemorrhoids. I mean, so all things, right? So Rambam. You know, I looked all the year in Miami. No one could find it. Maimonides' treatise on hemorrhoids. I was looking for it. No luck. I'd have to try Wikipedia or something like that to find it. But nevertheless, you know, for the context of the 12th century, tremendous amount of medical writings, really at the top of his field. It's especially amazing when you think about the intensity of his day, which I believe is the next slide here, right? His day, which he writes about in many of his letters, was an incredibly busy day. First of all, Fostat was a bedroom community, and he would have a daily commute of about an hour by donkey, which is probably about 15 minutes by car, maybe less than that, but nevertheless an hour ride on a donkey to get to Cairo, where he would then spend the entire day taking care of the Sultan and his extended family, the whole harem. These were all his patients, and his whole day would be taken up with this kind of thing. Then he would return home, once again stuck on the freeway on his donkey for another hour. There's no daf yomi on the donkeys at all, and he makes it all the way back, and then he returns home, and his home is filled with local individuals, both Jews and Gentiles, come to him for medical advice. He would spend his evening writing out prescriptions and diagnoses and so on, and then only late at night would he have a little bit of time to study Torah. Now, with that small amount of time at night, he wrote these phenomenal works in Jewish thought and philosophy and halakha, really mind-boggling their complexity, that it's really hard to imagine how one person could have accomplished all of this in a single lifetime of only 69 years. On Shabbos, entire day giving people halakhic instruction in Jewish law. So he lived an incredibly busy life, and his work was phenomenally at the same time. Okay, pause for questions or arguments, discussions, debates. Did he ever sleep? Good question. Wrote a lot about how to sleep. So perhaps he wrote when he was insomniac, but no, yeah, the Rambam's that concept of Jewish was so all-encompassing that sleep was included in it. I'll get to that when we talk about very significant. So, oh, look, it is right here. This is what, oh, Ms. Abramson, please ask a good question. Yes, he had one surviving son named Avraham, who left a certain amount as well. I do not believe he had other, I think he had daughters that did not survive infancy, if I remember correctly, but I'm not positive about that. And of course, he was raising the widow and orphan daughter of his brother as well. So he had, several people in his household responsible for it. Okay, so what's perhaps most significant for us in trying to understand Maimonides is his Jewish written works. This is, by the way, a manuscript copy found in the it is Hebrew and Arabic letters, or Arabic and Hebrew letters, so it's Judeo-Arabic that he's written with. And the Ben Sira, I think it is the one in Fostat. Yes. Okay. So he wrote basic kinds of. He wrote halakhic works. And he wrote advanced philosophic works, and this gives you a real sense of the dichotomy of his personality and the sort of trajectory of his thought. So let's deal with the first category. His popular halakhic works were written in very simple Hebrew. I mean, remarkably easy Hebrew, intermediate, really like middle school level Hebrew, and they were designed to give a large swath of the Jewish population access, sophisticated and thorough and comprehensive access to the entire corpus of Jewish law. We should remember that one of the huge lacunae in Jewish thought at this time, there were very few codes in existence. What do I mean by that? The way that Jewish law is organized is that basically all found within the Talmud and in successive responsa literature, which we spoke about a few weeks ago when we were talking about the Geonim. The Talmud is not at all organized in a format that we would recognize in the modern world. Basically, the Talmud is like this long stream of consciousness document that has a logical flow to it, but the only way that you can look anything up in the Talmud is if you know the entire Talmud. There is no way to index it appropriately because it's even strange to talk about tangents in the Talmud because all Talmud is one long tangent. I'm not exaggerating because you may be studying, for example, the tractate Shabbat, which deals with the laws of Sabbath, but it's very likely some crucial laws will be found in entirely different tractates that are not titled Tractate Shabbat. It's just the nature of the way that the Talmud organizes it itself. So one of the things that was really missing was a code that essentially took all of this information and organized it in a fashion that people could easily look up the halakha that they were supposed to find. Essentially, like modern books would have chapters and would have sections and would have, paragraphs that are all organized in a logical format. We spoke a little bit about Saadia's influence with the Mutazilite philosophy and methodology a few weeks ago. And the Rambam, although he disagreed with Saadia in many areas, he definitely liked that style of argumentation. So basically, what he did was he wrote this amazing document called the Chazakah, the strong hand. The word hand, yad in Hebrew means 14 because it has 14 books in it. And this was basically a massive code of Jewish law. It was not the first code to be written, but it was clearly the most comprehensive, the easiest to access, and a runaway popular best century, New York Times bestseller list. It was such a phenomenal work because it took the entire Talmud, all of the responsa literature written to that day, and put it together in such a way that anyone with very, very basic Hebrew suddenly had access to information that a rabbi of 80 years of study would have. It's a tremendous device. It was not unlike the kind of information revolution that we have today with, for example, smartphones, with access to Wikipedia. That's the kind of colossal achievement that Maimonides did in his Mishnah Torah. Naturally controversial, because if you'll recall, people were already upset with him because he said rabbis shouldn't take money for their services. He essentially put them out of business. He needed a rabbi for it. I have the Mishnah Torah. Is this going to come back on? Sure. Oh, good. Thank you very much. So that means I'm talking too much. If saber turns on, it means I'm talking too much. I have to definitely screen. Mishnah Torah was a very, very controversial as we shall see shortly. He also wrote Sefer HaMitzvot, which basically addressing the question of what are the mitzvot. I mean, a kind of a very basic question, right? Everybody's about, we have 613 mitzvot in the Torah, Taryag mitzvot, but no one ever counts them. No one ever says, well, what are they exactly? So set out and through the entire Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, and he wrote down exactly what 613 mitzvot were. Single-handedly created yet another rabbinic scholarship as 47, saying, no, that's not a mitzvah, that's just a minhag, or number 362. That definitely includes 2 mitzvot, put it together. There's a whole discussion there. But still, these kinds of, I should mention also his first work, the commentary on the Mishnah, they represent an entire trend thought saying that the Torah should not belong to us. The Torah should not belong only to those people who have advanced training in the highly arcane Aramaic idiom of the Talmud. It should be something that everyone with just the very basic literary skills should be able to access. Literacy skills, excuse me. So that was a phenomenal achievement in itself, and really he could have rested having made this contribution to the Jewish people. That was only when he was sitting out. The second major body of his written works, and I am excluding here his letters, of which there are hundreds and say a lot about his personality and his leadership style and so on, but now we're talking more about his formal treatises written for the Jewish world, were books that were written for an entirely different audience. Whereas the Mishnah Torah and the Sefer HaMitzvot were written for the books like Gaim were designed specifically for the highly educated, highly sophisticated, but ambivalent Arab-speaking Jew of his age. These are Jews who were, this is an era where Jews had tremendous access to all the corridors of learning. There was no real barrier set before them, numerous clauses to keep them out of college. So they were learning everything that they could. And they were learning greatest works of Arabic philosophy at the time. And they were thinking to themselves, wait a minute, why be Jewish? Think about how Islam is an advance over Judaism. Judaism has all kinds of strange things in it, like anthropomorphisms for God, and certain bizarre commandments that we have no idea why they're there, like the mixing of and linen, so on and so forth. So looking at that highly, specialized but at-risk population, Maimonides wrote this phenomenal philosophical work, the Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which was designed specifically to address their philosophical concerns. And unlike Mishnah Torah, which showed his skill as an encyclopedist, giving him the ability to span the entire breadth of Jewish thought and put it down in very simple layman's terms, the Guide for the Perplexed was like a mountain climber. He rose to the heights of Jewish thought, engaging in very abstruse and complex philosophical debate to bring across the most sophisticated aspects of Judaism. Guide for the Perplexed was published in Judeo-Arabic, which, among other things, was the vernacular of this segment of the population, but it also allowed him to use the sophisticated philosophical vocabulary of the time that was lacking in Hebrew. In fact, one of the more difficult aspects of the Guide for the Perplexed is that most of its students today do not read Arabic, they read Hebrew, and they have to rely on somewhat problematic Hebrew translations by the Ibn Tibbon family. They themselves were somewhat challenged by the abstruse Arabic philosophical terminology that's used in the book. Nevertheless, it's a huge classic. And since in this book, he really brought together a lot of Aristotelian thought with traditional Jewish theology, it had a huge influence on Christian scholastic thought. St. Thomas Aquinas in particular quotes Maimonides at length with tremendous respect, just as Maimonides would quote Aristotle before him, calling him, for example, ha-philosoph, the philosopher. So there's a chain of transmission of ideas from Aristotle through Maimonides through Thomas Aquinas that makes Maimonides one of the very, very few Jews in our history that ever achieved fame for his Jewish works outside of the Jewish world. There are only a handful of people who really reached that world fame for their Jewish works, not for something else that they may have done. Like, for example, Albert Einstein, tremendously famous for his, and so on, but he's not famous for his commentary on the Mishnah. Maimonides is one of those people who was able to take his Jewish learning and expand it far beyond the limitations of his ethnicity. Okay. Questions, arguments about these massive works? Clear as the sun at noonday, right? Oh, yes, Aaron. Right. So I think you're quite pressing in your question, and you're anticipating a little bit of lecture. The question that's asked for my friend in the Philippines is did Maimonides, really reference his mission to the Talmud? And in fact, that's one of the main reasons he was criticized, because he specifically omitted arts. There's no question that aware of all the debates, and his language is incredibly precise. Even though he uses very simple Hebrew, it's incredibly precise and demanding Hebrew. Like a single vav or a hey can change the entire meaning, and you can see why he chose certain phrases. He was criticized because no one could essentially verify his citations. Nobody could say, well, how do we know we should rely on you? The only way is we go and look in the Talmud and find the trust to it. His argument was that since it's a popular work, not want to overburden it massive numbers of. Later, of course, those footnotes researched and written by incredible authorities like none other than Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch, write a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Kesef Mishnah that proved the validity of Maimonides' opinions. Oops, I'm losing it again, right? There we go. Let's going back. Well, actually, let's go straight to the criticisms. Why not? Yeah, let's go to the criticisms. Because really, that's what I'm answering right now. And what's going on here? Mr. Rodriguez, this is anti-Semitism at work here. Okay, here we go. All right, so he was criticized heavily during his lifetime. So he criticized. I've already mentioned in response to Aaron's question that he was heavily criticized because he did not include footnotes. He just wrote it down simply in a straightforward manner because he just wanted halakha the way it was with great self-confidence. He asserted, yes, this is what you're supposed to do, not like those other opinions. This is what you're supposed to do. But, if you were a skeptical reader, there was no way for you to verify it unless you really did this kind of research he did. Some critics, and his critics were very, very sharp, argued that there was a certain amount of intellectual error doing so, and simply stating it, boldly without offering any kind of justification was, as they felt, was a character flaw, and that his books were unreliable as a result. Adding to that the fact that he clearly was heavily influenced by Aristotle, unashamedly so. He felt Aristotle was a tremendous philosopher, and he was open to the idea of learning from non-Jewish wisdom, which was not necessarily an attitude that was well respected, for example, in the south of France and the Jewish communities there. So his reliance on Aristotle was another element of criticism. Maybe I should just his reliance on Aristotle and a little bit of where he, for example, in the Ethics, one of Aristotle's greatest philosophical works, he articulates there a definition of virtue, which has come down to us as the golden mean, also known through Maimonides as the Shvi'ahav, the golden path. And Aristotle described mean as the midpoint between excess and deficiency. So, for example, if we take the, and you can look at this any character trait you want. Let's show courage. So what is the correct definition of courage? Courage is the midpoint between recklessness, which is having too much courage, your own good, doing stupid, taking risks for no reason. That's excess. And on the other hand, deficiency is cowardice. Not being willing to take reasonable risks for reasonable. That is cowardice. Courage is exactly the point between excess and deficiency. Maimonides says that's the way it is in Hilchot Deot, the 6th chapter in particular. He says, 3rd chapter in particular, he says this is the way it is with every single character trait we have. Love, fear, hate, you name it. There's like a midpoint between too much and too little. That's what we have to do. However, where Maimonides differs, he differs specifically in the a few midot. He says that humility does not admit of an excess. You can always have more humility. There's no midpoint when it comes to humility. And that's clearly differing from Aristotle. Similarly, he argues that anger does not have a minimum, that you have to learn to completely remove anger from your heart. He does say, of course, that you are allowed to feign anger. For your children, we do regularly at home. For your students, you have to appear displeased and stern in order to, appropriately teach them the correct way to behave. But he says always it should be just kas al hapanim, below kas al halev, right? It should be anger just on the face. It's an exterior anger, not anger in the heart. Now, you look puzzled, Ms. Abramson. You have some problems with that? I really was angry with you, by the way, on Sunday morning, so I'm not on Maimonides in that way.
No, it's just that if you think about it, because how can you completely get rid of anger? How can you not exist in your heart at all? That can't be healthy at all. I mean, it's supposed to be doctor. If you've got it's just going to happen. Some of it, you see, one of the big differences between Judaism and Christianity is that we don't try to abstain and completely from instead you recognize the truth and then you deal with it and you find that balance. And you say, you shouldn't be angry.
All right, well, that's very and I am somewhat proud of her. Yes, I'm like moderately proud, right? Somewhere between excess and deficiency proud. But he says, in fact, anger does not admit of a minimum. Anger is something that is so corrosive. It's like saying you're allowed to drink a little poison. It's something that you have. It's an avoda. It is a task of character development that you have to learn to detach yourself from anger. How to do it? Look, we can study Hilchos Deos together, and we're going to have a look at it and see how he says it. But it's clearly a huge task. Okay, follow-up question. It better be short.
Does he mean more that you should strive to act like you have anger? And deal with it, but it shouldn't be as if you actually recognize it.
No, it's the other way. What you're saying does fit with the author of the Sefer HaChinuch, the anonymous author. Some say is Rabbi David of Barcelona, that he says what you do on the outside affects your inside. But the Rambam says the opposite. Says you may, and in fact sometimes you must pretend to be angry, but don't let it into your heart because it'll just give you an ulcer. It's going to make you unhappy and it's just internally corrosive. Okay, more later. Okay, did I see another hand? I have to live with her in the same house, Yes, right. Okay, so God is allowed to do say, li hanakama, vengeance is mine, nobody else's, right? Hashem geilavesh. Hashem can dress in gava, in arrogance, but we can't. So just because certain attributes are given to Hashem ish milchama, that doesn't mean that we can do those things. Very, very astute observation. And in fact, it's quite apropos because one of the other reasons that he was criticized is because of his take on allegory and anthropomorphisms. We are, okay, I give up. You're right. I don't know how to answer that. We are B'Tselem Elokim, but yeah, that's a good. I'm not exactly sure how to deal with that one. That's a tough one. Sources to back my point of view, but I don't understand them now that you ask a question like that. No, come on, leave me alone, Lisa. Okay, give him the answer later. Let's get this is supposed to be an organized lecture where one person talks and everybody listens. Okay, right. So one of the arguments was that he dealt with power. Oh my gosh, it's a punishment. He dealt with allegory in a very difficult way because the Torah does speak extensively in allegorical terms. The hand of God, the finger of God. The Talmud says that God wakes in the middle of the night. God experiences emotions and things like that. But Maimonides was, he tended to discount these allegories as much as possible because he was an incredible rationalist. This is one of the areas where he stands apart from the bulk of the rabbis of his era, the Rishonim. He was very much opposed to mystical readings. This is frustrating me. Yeah, but no, it's not getting me angry though. But he was very angry. Okay, thing on hand. So he was opposed to any kind of supernatural interpretations of Judaism. A lot of problems. These Talmudic passages in the Talmud about demons and like bells and all kinds of sort of magical things. He felt that they were all complex rabbinic allegories, but they didn't actually mean straightforward meaning of reading the text. And in fact, it's a difficult position to hold, and he was going against the mainstream, to be sure. So, for example, in the Bible, there's a lot of these kind of supernatural stories. For example, the story of the witch of Endor, when King Shaul is concerned about what's going to happen in the upcoming battle with the Philistines. And she performs this and brings back the prophet Shmuel. Shaul, what's going to happen? There's a whole story there where Shmuel wakes and says, "What are you bothering me for?" And Shaul says, "What's going to happen in the war tomorrow?" Which is a way of saying, "I'm going to die in the battle," which is what happened. So when you read that biblical passage in a forward way, it seems like, there was a seance and the prophet was brought back to life and so on. Maimonides has a kind of complex and convoluted way to interpret it, saying that no, it was all smoke and mirrors, and that the witch had an accomplice who was pretending to be Shmuel and so on. Sometimes it's kind of stretched, but you get a sense of Maimonides' feeling that he really wanted to make everything as rational as possible. And so those areas, he came into conflict with a lot of the other rabbis, Rashi, for example, who, were predeceased Maimonides, but of the same era, who felt that, this mystical world of spirits and demons and things was in fact valid. Yes, please. He wrote a lot on Agadas, but he wanted to say that the Agadah, metaphors for complex philosophical truths. Same thing with the Midrashim. Yeah, he was brutal kinds of things. Now, for these reasons, the lack of footnoting, which some interpreted as a kind of a scholarly arrogance, his reliance on Aristotle, a non-Jewish philosopher, his disparaging attitude towards the supernatural aspect of Judaism got him into a lot of trouble with the Ashkenazi rabbis of southern France in particular. And what they ended up doing was, seeing his popularity, the Jews went to the Dominican friars. The Dominicans were a fairly extreme group of monks in France at the time, and they complained that there's these books circulating among the Jews that are heretical in nature, that are portraying God in an inappropriate fashion and so on. Now, the Dominicans, it's kind of a funny thing. Why are Jews going and complaining to the Dominicans? Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we have in Jewish history quite often, that when there is an internal Jewish fight, I'm sorry? He's allowed to do what? Yeah. Oh, you can learn from, okay, you want to say Aristotle, fine, sure, but you know, the citation is "Mikom malamdai hiskalti." From all my teachers, I gained wisdom. But no, that's just not the way necessarily the Jewish world works. I mean, if I were to say, you know, if Rabbi Grunstein were to get up and say, you know, I learned Torah from Oprah Winfrey, I just don't know if the community would receive it as well as if he said I learned it from. Yeah. Actually, he probably would. He could get away with that because he does special things with Torah. But let me stick to where I am right now, anyways, in the lecture. So, for these reasons, they went to the Dominicans. Why would they go to Dominicans? It is an unfortunate reality that you can see it echoed in the halakhic literature that when Jews are satisfied with a particular dispute, they will go to non-Jewish authorities, hoping to leverage their support in the dispute. And it almost ends up badly. Once you take it outside of the family and start having a dispute in the street, it ends up awful. So they went to the Dominicans and they said, you know, you guys are interested in us being good Jews, right? So there are these books by this guy named Moses something or other that are just corrupting our minds and doing things differently, and we really think that they don't belong in our bookshelves. So the Dominicans said, fine, let us help you out with that. And they collected up manuscripts of Maimonides they could find, and they burned them publicly in 1232. A very, very sad moment in Jewish history. Technically, it would be repeated 10 years later, because once the Dominicans had a bit of a taste of burning heretical Jewish books, they expanded their options a little bit, and they burned about 12 wagonfuls of Talmuds, precious manuscripts. This is in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a sad day when we start burning our own books. You know, eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rashba, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that nobody could study like the Mor Nevuchi or at least 25 years old. And they set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable. But they should not be studied except by people who have a certain level of training. By 25, you would think the person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and preserved these writings to this day. Yes, Fred. So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this. Authoritative is another difficult one. There's no question that is respected even by his detractors. And in fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion is considered the definitive one, especially in practical halakhic matters. For example, he wrote this great code, the Mishnah Torah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, that the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really a definitive code for today. Now, when Rabbi wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur, the three very important codes that were written. And if there was dispute between the three of them, he would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I was maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides because they're all uniform on the topic. A significant number of things that Maimonides says we should do it this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value, sincere, rejected opinions, that's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai. all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be the odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical halakha. Nevertheless, he also wrote on a far wider scale than the Shulchan. The Shulchan Aruch that we have today is very modest. It only deals those laws of daily life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah of the Rambam, he wrote about the law apply when the temple is in existence. He wrote about the laws that would apply when Messiah arrives. He wrote about the laws of things that are not even touched in the Code of Jewish law, like how to sleep, as I mentioned earlier, how to think, how to believe, how to eat. Incredibly scope of activities that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get into. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of the Messiah, for example, what is life going to be like in the time of the Messiah? Maimonides is our go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is dead areas. Excellent question. Okay, yes, and then I'll wrap up. Rabbi Shneir Zalman, the first Radocha Rebbe? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. He wrote Shulchan Aruch called Shulchan Aruch Halav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean that we'll always agree, but nevertheless, his opinion is valid in the vast majority. Yeah, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then I want to wrap up because I want to stay on time. Some of the things that Maimonides did, also controversial, I really mentioned them earlier. He was codifying things, so one of the things he tried was, what exactly do Jews believe? It's kind of funny that here it is, we're in the 12th century, the Jews have been in exile for 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000 years before that, and nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down, and he came up with 13 basic principles of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without ever having to actually agree on something so basic. But he wrote 13 basic principles that say things like, yeah, God exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, we're waiting for a Jewish Messiah, he hasn't come yet, don't confuse us with that other religion. There's to death, things like that, saying that the Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he codified. And of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, then you'll have 1,000 people who disagree with you. And so he was also criticized very heavily for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying, we can reorganize the Torah. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for justice. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical work. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewishness. But I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself, because really they are quite brilliant. They are available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. And I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay. Thank you.
There was a 13-year-old boy arrested for brush fire that led to evacuations. Fireworks. Did they put it out? So what are they gonna do to him? He's a kid. That's what I'm saying. I started fire when I was a kid. Yes. I started digging this fire. Doing the fireworks. Yeah. I think I was living in Jamaica Plain, which is at the time, it was a bad neighborhood outside of Boston. I think it's supposed to be gentrified now. So now I was 13, right? Yeah, I was 13. So that was his age. Yeah, we were lighting firecrackers in this field.
This week, Jews around the world will celebrate Jerusalem Day, or Yom Yerushalayim in Hebrew, which commemorates an important military victory in June of 1967 in the context of the very dramatic Six-Day War. Specifically, Israel conquered parts of Jerusalem and brought it under one political rule, and conquered in particular the extremely valuable old city which contained the town. Let's look at some of the maps before and after. Israel, before its establishment as a state, was subject to the UN Partition Plan of 1947. And the United Nations recognized the conflict over the territory. It was really quite involved as it is even today. And so the United Nations proposed dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections, 3 of which were to be allocated to the future Jewish state, 3 of which were to be designated for some Arab nation, and Jerusalem, because of its highly contentious nature, was to be an international zone shared by both nations. The Jewish state, soon to be called Israel, accepted these terms, but the Arab countries surrounding Israel refused, and in the war that ensued between 1948 and 49, Israel was able to actually gain more territory, but Jerusalem itself remained divided. You see in this map, the gray shaded area is Jerusalem, and it was owned by Israel before the Six-Day War. The line separating West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territory is known as the green line. You can see the dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, what was known as East Jerusalem was under Jordanian rule. The crucial central part of the city of the core was the old city, remains the old city. You can see this image, the Temple Mount with the golden dome of the mosque, the Temple Mount there, the western wall just to the left of that major courtyard area, which is where the temple used to be, was entirely under Jordanian control at the time. The tremendous number of abuses and atrocities that occurred in the Jewish section at the time, and Jews simply fled the Rova, the Jewish quarter, which was demolished in the days. In 1967, in the context of the war, however, Israel attacked Jerusalem, and within very short, there was some fierce door-to-door fighting. He was captured and made part of Israel proper. Here you see one of the iconic photographs of the era with Israeli soldiers looking upward with deference and with as you can see in the back, the ornaments of the Temple Mount background, the Western Wall. In a moment of extreme political euphoria and religious ecstasy for many, with unification in Jerusalem, bringing this ancient capital into Jewish hands once again. This meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically divided society. This Hebrew language map shows you West Jerusalem on the left-hand side, and on the right you see East Jerusalem, which has the Temple Mount, that small square area. East Jerusalem is populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is Jewish. The yellow around the eastern parts are areas of boundaries of Jerusalem since then. And though many political measures have been put in place trying to accommodate the very different socioeconomic and demographic and religious differences between Western and Eastern Jerusalemites, it nevertheless remains an area of great tension. The observances of Yom Yerushalayim across the Jewish spectrum. It's hard to disagree with the idea of allowing Jews access once again to the Western Wall, even though there are lingering tensions with Muslims in the region. Many religious Jews observe this as a kind of new holiday, with many traditional observances such as the recitation of the Hallel prayer. Other religious Jews feel that the position of a new holiday into the Jewish calendar is something that is really inappropriate for the pre-Messianic era, and this is an element of some controversies within the Orthodox spectrum in particular. But without a doubt, Yom Yerushalayim represents a huge victory for the Jewish state, a victory that's both military as well as symbolic. And thanks very much for watching.
Welcome. How are you? What's going on? What's going on? Ahmet 19 or 18? Can you hear me? I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
This week in Jewish history is a very important event in Middle Eastern politics.
Cool story, man. How are you? How are you?
In November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to an Israeli-Egyptian accord, and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was an important Egyptian leader.
Look at this athleticism with the
Jewish is especially important because in November of 1977, he made a very heroic attempt to make peace with his northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and in fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since 1980. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, President Jimmy Carter looking at the ground. This is at Camp David, the U.S. tree, where many of the details were worked out between these two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up in the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel, his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasions from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, in a lightning victory, not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is which is Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge blow to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world as the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel in an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period. It shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, massive territorial concession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles, and was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a parade, they around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stare of loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy's rule, however, about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking with you. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically, what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. sure you're familiar with the old saying, two Jews, three opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere. But it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in the 1920s. His parents sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. And the father said, well, what did you expect? It's a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son says, Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same Jew. Enough joking. Let's go straight to the recipe and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really, between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements. That is, you don't have lots of categorically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish and try to direct the operation. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition. But the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. And there are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the Jews always constitute a minority population, larger, sometimes hostile majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the Wealth of the Government, as the Mishnah continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of normally functions in society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority, they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. I guess we should talk about it. One of the big turning points in the movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time, as nationally had a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the Jewish General, or the General Jewish Workers' League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious. And in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist ideas. And just as so represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo, because it was felt by many that the idea of a political solution to the, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement, communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious awaiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. And so there was a significant break in traditionalist viewpoints, and as we see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, rather taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you want to establish a land in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all these parties, and this is going to get really complicated, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this here, this looks like a very traditional, it's actually a complex political left. You have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger expanded government and, more important, support system for the average citizens in government. Tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakite, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you can see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party, but they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Sparte. Folks, Sparte were very interesting, a small political party. If you view my lecture on Shidduchno, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. There's a lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zion. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite radical, and they felt that, unlike Herzl's strategy was to let's take that all back and start that sentence over again. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews. The revisionists felt that this was reality. Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. And so they tended to form a much hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, top left quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe. But when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that, you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like taking this to 3D. The z-axis are, of course, the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, I don't know how you try to, it's like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the Association of Israel, if you will. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's the only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Agudat Yisrael basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just used political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And another z-axis goes up this way, because the Agudat Yisrael was, in some of it, anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that, the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desired, conquering Israel and creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement who this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period when you have all these secular Jews creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. All these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund half and the left half being Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half became groups like the Arbeiter, and they eventually kind of in popularity. The Agudat Yisrael, with the sad decimation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel. And even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, the socialist coalition, which became the Avodah or labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionists and the revisionists mixed together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's for a quick, rapid overview of mass politics, and I hope it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, welcome everyone. For another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world-class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give me a joke, but it's a really old one, and I'll save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming. They rush out to save him. They rush out. They swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so they, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him to say, what's Tutzach? What was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, it's very simple. Many years ago, I lived in Europe. My father, he saw me going off the derech, going, away from the straight and narrow. And he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to lead your life in a secular way. But before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe and they had a long talk. And when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin ve'eno mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. At any rate, so let's go straight to our topic. Alan, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure, a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and holistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for Mr. Roger. We edit this out when we do the final version. Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay, this is a very rare picture of Yagaon. It's very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that. Tonight's lecture, grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the Shul support because we are in a massive building camp, another Jewish edifice right here in Young Israel, Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Saadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that earlier, and he was born in Egypt. He died in 942 in Babylon. His his claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years. And to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous event. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were primus inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon was actually a Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator of the yeshiva of Sura from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again over this year, especially when we get to the modern, we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really more than Windows 7 and XP and so on. More than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry, and take this message to the residents of Mecca, which are here in the Saudi Arabia coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously. You can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it's expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it into Europe right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion, solely by, for example, the sword. That's a historiographic conceit that was favored in the 19th century during the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you, excuse me, Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewry into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes, and the consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll just look at them today. That seems surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on conflict over the land of Israel, which is somewhat a divergent from the generals of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands. Certainly, there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come fairly good by comparison. Look surprising in some ways because when you look at Islam, many structural similarities to Judaism, and in fact sense that in many ways Jews along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow breaking God into parts of polytheism, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke, but you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because you come, and Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I go home. I don't have to. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, and so on. So anyways, and the other cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. It could be terrible. You just say Baruch, blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes on and says, you know what, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden side. I forget what they call those. You don't remember those? It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty, and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in, and he says, well, it looks nice. I fit my family. The price is right. But, you know, it doesn't have a gas pedal or brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem, and the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Maybe you already figured out the joke, but I'll quickly shoot to the end. So he's driving the car. He's going, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Car's going so nicely. He's thinking about how he's going to tell his aunt, his kids, everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do. And he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way in a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge. And in a moment, he's off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he realize? He's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes, and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? Car's right at the edge. Takes his eyes, and he says, Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate it. Do it for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have Judaism, a very major point. Perhaps more important a point on an anthropological level, that Judaism practice and Islam orthopractic. The term is a little bit troubling because docs comes like.
Glad that you're here. There you go. Like a plan.
Like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Taharat HaMishpacha, and like code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held in such high. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholars, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of like congruencies between the systematic thinking and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a creed-based, and although, of course, it upholds high ethical standards, nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what one thinks, as opposed to what one does when you compare it to Islam. And they also have things like the Hadith, which are very similar to what we might call midrash, which are kind of like interpretive traditions, and variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Braitot, Tosef, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule rule by force of reason rather than by, works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to, Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is, antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shira Gona, a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privilege, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Abraham, of course, the father of the Arabs, as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrade to the new operating systems, they're of respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because we have a very, very different Weltanschauung, but dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So Purim, carnivals, like the Jews, then they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not in the 19th century. I thought that was funny, but we got it. So we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also they were exempt from jizya, they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, injunction on Muslims, but had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were happy with this status. Ms. Abramson. Well, okay, that's a fascinating question, and we probably take it up because the Muslim extremists, including, 9/11 type, the Pact of Umar should upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the Caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved here that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that on the way home. I actually have difficulty with my daughters driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But thank you, Mr. Lax. You know what I'm talking about. So so I mean the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognized Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. In some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have a distinctly dualistic system. But and also one last example, in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 nomads. And the reason for the latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of like modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have a population, and it's simply realistic to try and convince all to convert to Islam, to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians have dhimmi status. I believe so. Okay. I said no questions, okay? All right, let's go on. So anyway, Jews are living, and we'll see that playing out in Sadia's life. Let's look at Sadia in particular. His name was Sadia ben Yosef al-Fayumi. Fayumi was one of the reasons where he came from. He from very humble origins. This is something that came up again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be looking scholars who came really significant backgrounds with fathers going back far back, I think. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote at the age of 11, although he probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time they're all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature, and so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a fairly similar Arabic manual. And it is a work really of honesty to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left, simply lost, but he's sometime in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let me take just a minute to mention who the Karaites were, because what we know about Sadia comes from the Karaites. Sadia was locked in a long struggle with the Karaites, all kinds of fulminous, invective against them, and they responded in kind. So even though a lot of Sadia's own writings have been lost, they are quoted in the Karaites which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite text to see what Sadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But we assume that they're quoting him correct, then we get a quite a sense. So who are the Karaites? Very briefly, the Karaites were following Anan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Sadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbal Peh, that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origin. The only thing that the Karaites believed valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has, a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal positions, like an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, or, for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholent. Now, does anyone know why they wouldn't? Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, "Lo savaru eish b'chol moshvosechem." You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So, for the rabbinic Jews following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially, you shall not light new fires on strike a match. But if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering of black and things like that. But you may make use of it, and so therefore the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholent on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival, not alone cholesterol intake, but the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there are some poskim who even say it's a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. It's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here. We know from the Geniza findings, the tremendous trove of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life, Eastern Mediterranean, that the huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents with Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of between rabbinic families and Karaite families. Lots of business organizations working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual, social documentation indicates that Canaanites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. When you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership, people like Sadia, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble, wealthy individuals, because he had a mind of his own. He would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that whenever Sadia would take up his interests. And that seems to be kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts brought him to sort of international fame was the calendar controversy of 91 through 924. Yeah. Sure, I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you tell the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. Something that really, it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after, make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people based simply on a kind of an economic analysis, but I don't really know. Good question, though. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always, the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off. So therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and then, or you have a 29-day month, and those 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. It's always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period, really of the 1st and 2nd centuries, where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans. This system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the Indians, of course, got it from us, like everything. They would light these smoke signals, and you would see them from mountain peak to mountain peak. And the Samaritans, Dafka, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, would light their own smoke signals on the way, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, "It's Rosh Chodesh already," and they would throw things off. So that by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously by the 4th century, living in Iraq. They're living all over the North African coast. So they set, based on mathematical astronomical tables, they set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules. And the sighting of the moon, a certain time of day was seen, and according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the written calendar. So this is the Jewish world into quite a tumult, because, if you throw off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover? If you celebrate Passover early, so all right, it's not a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron Ben Meir, indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest, because Babylon had for several years, since the close of the Talmud in the 5th century, they demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center, where the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academies. So they tried to persuade him. He was unsuccessful, and ultimately he wrote some very powerful invective challenges against our mayor. It would go through at least 1 year where Aaron Ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the rest of the Jewish world, they followed Babylon. This only lasted for a little while until it was very clear that the Jewish people could not tolerate two calendars. And as it was really expensive, Hanukkah time, it was ridiculous. You know, all the gifts you had to give for people far away. I'm in that kind of mood, I guess. So what ended up happening is that Sadia Gaon won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at the time in some of the documents, the title Aluf, that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia personality to get back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews in Islamic lands, is particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who was called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exile, of course, the exile. In Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat and the Yakum kind of places like that, so it still survives in our liturgy. But this was like a quasi-political appointment, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of the community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita. And as earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidate. People said, "Who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus. You know, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head?" But nevertheless, his brilliance and in particular his performance during the controversy was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Shon and Nathan Abavli, who are chroniclers of the period, that David ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is like dramatic foreshadowing. These things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show favor to anyone because of his greatness. And it came a time when Sadia and David ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes. It was specifically the issue of probate of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Sura. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Sura as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a that was placed in probate, and David and Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another clerk, the monies in the will. And so therefore he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off, giving the money to David Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to government. Was furious, and he fired Sadia. You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you. And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And you had this really strange situation where people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia reciprocated by appointing rival Exelarch, and they're all kind of like in the dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim already stepped in, and Shoin, it's enough already, and they demand end to the fight. Also was Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the railway, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the law, step down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. It's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. Should I pause for any questions now? I'm beginning the Reish Galuta stuff. Ms. Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. You're still thinking about that driving comment, huh? Okay. Now, yes, please. It's a big machlok. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And it's exactly what we saw with Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. That the David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was his own thing, and with them in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Abramson, I knew you'd come up with something. The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess that people favored Sadia because he's kind of like he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills. Families break up over these things, so we can imagine. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably had the upper hand. And he certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right? But people know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little weiter. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. What that Sadia innovated was he borrowed from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam. Specifically, the Mutazilites really know much about some styles, but what I can about it in this short period of time is that they're very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas. It turns to purify silver from dross, right? That you have a big hunk of metal, and you have to heat up, and you have to slowly take the silver away, separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halakha topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was it then, traditional way of writing, which was essentially the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, straightforward logic, and simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the nation is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So Sadia Gaon, taking this Mutazilite style, rigor of thought, and a very communal level of thinking, just made his writings way more popular, and the style essentially became a Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and defined. This was a major innovation of Sadia. Sadia was really, I dropped my microphone. Sadia was really at adapting to the zeitgeist, or this is a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is the spirit of the time. Like the way people felt about things, the way people acted to the world as a whole, that was the zeitgeist. And he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he put it right in, and it worked. Rabbi Wunsch. Absolutely. He's completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not in Sadia's writings to know who he cites from Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. You know, like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplices between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is, especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become more insular, much more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, something to be avoided, and so on, until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim lands, that bifurcation really didn't exist, and it was perfectly normal for Imam Nagrela to, you know, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a contradiction to be in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. You know, writing Latin. Maybe a big exception would be, say, the Ramchal, the great Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who did, you know, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century, as well as, you know, phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musar at the same time. But that's already a bit later. Excellent question. Okay, let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So there are ones we discussed a little earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral, so they spent a lot more research on the written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in ways, this is kind of like complete work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day, and it's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where Maimonides, and he comes to some odds, and he avoids all anthropomorphisms and of, you know, the Torah uses a lot of human theory to describe God. Nadia shied away from that very heavily. Like, for example, even the phrase Vayomar or Vayomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that, and that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly one. So he would render that as, and he willed, as God willed, as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes, Ms. Abramson. A pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to like breathe, and you have to like or form your body. But will can happen, you know, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether. Yeah, well, God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, Rabbi. Absolutely, it's Mutazilite. Exactly, that's another good proof for your question earlier. The Mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Cynical literature, we've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halachic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing to Shuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest siddurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have, books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements. Why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Sadhya describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments, meaning that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, or, I'm sorry, yeah, and but there are also revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garments? So that has to be a revealed command. Logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. So this is like a huge philosophical work, but the English translation I have is about 4 inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, to return to his story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David Ben. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David Ben Zakkai had expended tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, but existed. And Sadhya is right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time. He's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, the exilarch, David Ben Zakkai, his father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Sadhya, and he says, again in Arabic, "Shoin genug, it's enough already," and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Sadhya is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Sadhya was really considered the ultimate authority. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Sadhya adopted his son, the son of his erstwhile enemy, and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Sadhya Gaon, again, this is not a picture of Sadhya Gaon. The legacy of Sadhya Gaon is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the life in Muslim land, of internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it's a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region, where in the 8th century, as is well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about. Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, what kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. And thank you very much for your attention and your.
And then they're like, okay, that's your meal. That's what the meal's supposed to be. What actually happens is they take all the leftover food from that week, warm it up in the and you can't deny it. It smells so atrocious. It's the most I would do is like 3 days. And I would use my cough drop. And I was doing that because I was preparing myself for do some food on this. And I'm visiting to go without food. And not suffer. We had these spiritual and psychological effects. And what really was the roots of helping me understand what it means. And then it also just helped me. So
First, we commemorate the birthdays of Ashton and Heather in 17
systems for
Bishop of August, fell out in August of 16. But that date is somewhat under dispute because it was promulgated by his followers who lived and the notion that he was in fact. That is his claim was practicing famous false messiah or pseudo messiah of modern times. Let's have a look at the images that illustrate a little bit about the bizarre story. It's one of the iconic representations of South Sea. You see a lot of different sources. It's unlikely to be an accurate rendition of his features. You can see it was probably done by a Christian artist because of the right column in the background. Some attempt to demonstrate Hebrew letters. Here's a couple other images of Shanghai Sea because there was quite a bit of interest in the general world about what was going on with Shanghai Sea and why was he getting such a phenomenal toll on the Jews. Here's my favorite hero, Christian Ray on the top left, and I'll talk a couple other yes, from his life history of the context was a very difficult context. In the middle of the 17th century, there was a tremendous uprising in Ukraine led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, primarily against Jews and their Jewish police forces. This was also known as the Constantine Rebellion. They struck fear in the hearts of Jewish communities throughout the western region of Ukraine and Poland as a Jewish population emerged, resulting in thousands of deaths. So the Jews felt that it was really time for them, and so Shanghai was in the right place at the right time. He was an interesting individual, a very popular young man. Known for his pleasant appearance and his beautiful singing voice. He was quite a child prodigy. At age 15, they could no longer find a rebbe in his hometown of Smyrna to teach him, and so he was given to alone in the forest and contemplating. His behavior was increasingly erratic, and he was prone to illumination, moments where, on the one hand, he would be drawn to so-called ma'asim zarim, noble acts that challenges traditional halakha or Jewish practice, and on the other hand, you have visions of God. He claimed to have learned how to taste and various other things regarded as harmless ecstasies, first small ecstasies, and in fact, he had 2 early marriages, both of which failed, until he began to actively promote himself as the Messiah when the residents of Smyrna asked kindly to leave. He wandered about for a while, which cities of Salonika, Constantinople, and then finally, when he met this man, Gaza, he found a compass that would promote his visions throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. And it was really through the making of Gaza's efforts that Shanghai's messiahship became known to the larger world. At this point, he became even more erratic, especially on arrival in Jerusalem, where those behaviors that were considered strange or perhaps obsessive, also in the highly charged environment of Jerusalem, as perhaps being a very out of spiritual nature, and he garnered some support, and his message spread far and wide. Ultimately, he engaged in some very strange activities. For example, he celebrated a wedding between itself and the control major changes in the Jewish practice in all last days that he felt no longer relevant in the time of his death. He famously married a young orphan from the rebellion named Sarah of dubious virtue. There's some question to whether or not that marriage was executed. In fact, he divorced and then remarried somebody. But ultimately, all of his exploits led him to the conclusion that it was time to claim Israel from the Ottoman Sultan who controlled the region at the time, and he would present to the Sultan and say, all right, and here, it's time now. He thought about it for a while and ultimately decided to imprison him while he contemplated his fate. In prison, Shabtai Tzvi garnered even more of a following. Initially, ultimately the Sultan said to him, all right, either in their attitude or in fact Messiah, and we will end your life, see what's what, or you can go to Islam, which to the surprise of his followers, his followers completely devastated by the idea that Shabtai Tzvi would become a Muslim in Europe. Many of whom were impoverished because they had sold Shabtai Tzvi's followers engaged in various acts of extreme penance, including self-flagellation and burning hot water in an attempt to expiate their sin of falling. However, some Jews reasoned that Islam was not part of the plan, and they also followed him into the Muslim faith, and they formed a small group known as the Restream, who practiced endogamy, marrying within themselves all the way until the 20th century. So Shabtai Tzvi's personal life ended kind of on an up note. He died very young at age 49, but ultimately, toward the end of his life, he began to seek a reconciliation with Judaism. He had one of his followers to acquire for him a mosque or a prayer ruza, and he had a very lasting legacy in two principal areas. The first, of course, in the history of pseudo-messiahs, Jacob Ben or perhaps the second pseudo-messiah in history, took more than a single page book as the Institute of the 13th century false messiah. And there are many scholars who believe that the larger Shabtai Tzvi, he was a noted scholar, and even detractors have to admit his brilliance, particularly in Kabbalistic studies, indicates that his ideas had a larger influence on other mystical movements, even within
Jewish kid, the Hindu kid, the atheist kid.
That's about it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you
Forced by the government that says
boozing, and Nick was like, Jim, does that maybe make maybe perhaps to choose a healthier lifestyle?
I don't want to say this specific, but
people have been responding so nicely to the this one. We're going to talk about the Palestine Mandate, also known as the British Mandate for Palestine.
We got me. We got Jim. Remote. The gang is as back together as it can be for the time being. Oh yeah. It's not good. So glad to have you back, dude. Sorry, I'm PJ.
In July of 1902, but according to the calendar, in the 28th of Tammuz, in that same year, the British formally took control of the region of Israel as part of the date from the League of Nations, and was commemorating that anniversary by the Borders of Israel in the 20th century. So let me shift over here to And let's have a look at these maps, which are really so crucial for understanding time. So, first of all, when the Ottoman Empire fell in Conquest I, England was given the entire region to deal with. And the League of Nations, which was formed in the wake of World War I, decided to give the entire region of what we call today modern Israel and Jordan were held under one control. As you can see in this map, there is quite a huge territory. Within a few months, it was decided to give a significant chunk to Transjordan as a result of some military alliances, and the remaining part, which was on the west side of the Jordan River, that was given to the future Jewish state as in the 1917 Balfour Declaration, which promised the Jews a national homeland in the region, so long as it's not prejudiced the rights of the local inhabitants. If you move forward from there, which I like to do once it cooperates. Sorry, I forgot to mention. So you've got Jordan gets the right-hand side, Golan Heights gets the rest, as you see. Okay, let's jump ahead. Here we go. It's the UN petition plan. So during the period of the British mandate, that is describing the period when Israel was under the control of the British in a kind of holding pattern, waiting to final settlement for the peoples living there. The British proved incapable of containing the various stressors within this multinational, particularly after World War II, when world pressure increased to allow Jews. Arab tensions rose significantly as they resented the large influx of Jews. So the British handed it back to the United Nations, and they said, "You figure this out." The UN came up with a rather bizarre plan in 1947, which divided the territory into 7 distinct sections. 3 Jewish zones, that you can see here in the north, the west, and the south of the country. 3 Arab zones, which were in the Galil region, in what would become the East Bank region, and in Gaza, Ashkelon region. And then a 7th zone, Jerusalem, was to be international. It was to be held somehow controlled by a strange idea. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but it was accepted by the Jews to the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. They actually increased the waste significantly, and the Jews were able to try and make their territory a little bit more significant overall. There was a tremendous human losses, huge casualties during this war, but by the time the armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire. The region in the center was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Jewish control, and the region on the west was under Jordanian control. The West Bank here, so called because on the west side of the Jordan River, was known by its biblical name as well, Yehuda and Shomron. Gaza, known by its biblical name as Gaza, was over here on the coast. And Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with the Jewish quarter of the old city falling on the Jordanian side of the border. Changed dramatically in 1967, when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to actually, protect itself from the threat of Egypt and Syria in particular. They were actually able to conquer as well in an amazing series of fighting. Regions they conquered were the Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north because whoever stands on the Golan either looks into the Galilee basin or looks straight over into Syria, into the very capital city of this. They conquered the West Bank region from Jordan, and they conquered the Sinai Peninsula. of these territories, Israel only annexed Jerusalem, which was united under a single Jewish leadership at this point, and the Golan Heights, meaning these regions were made part of Israel proper, and the people who lived there were given citizenship, which is a requirement of annexing the territory under conventional international. The other territories, the larger West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, were not annexed to Israel, and the peoples living there later became known as Palestinians, or actually in the 60s, that's when this term was becoming much more in use. They were stateless, at least for the time being. The Sinai Peninsula was actually given back to Egypt after the Camp David Accords in 1979, which meant that Israel would do something like this afterwards. This is basically what it's like today. You can see the region in north here, the Golan Heights, is annexed to Israel and is part of Israel proper. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005. Complicated reasons, primarily demographic in nature. Israel felt it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat and the cost of maintaining small Jewish populations in Gaza, and they simply retreated to these boundaries. It maintained control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, is simply left without Israeli rule. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time and remains controversial as well. This region here, the West Bank, is home to the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-rule but not status. Does not have the status of being a country or a state right now, but many Jews live just within the green line here. That is on the east side of the 1949 armistice line known as the Green Line. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of the borders over the 20th century, beginning with the Palestine Mandate in Tammuz of 1922. Thank you for listening.
Cheese on there. Healthy fats. No, if I do the avocado in there and don't do the cheese, and then at 6 I'll do like just chicken. And if I do that if I were to do that exact thing, I have a 6-pack again. Yeah. And right, don't have a 6-pack, and that's fine. That's fine. That's the way it works.
Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. We'd like to welcome the Mayor of Surfside, Mr. Teicher, is here to join us. Some big round of applause. Okay. And we've got a fascinating presentation for us tonight. I will be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to have to deal without the batteries. But our topic for tonight is Menachem Begin, and the subtitle is A New Israel, because his 1977 revolution power represented a tremendous change in a lot of the things within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel. As many people feel it was not such a direction in which to mature, but nevertheless we'll expect in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And at TorahCafe.com, it's out before we put it on the web, but the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah and counseling people and offering sermons, things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor and big curtains and things like that. Angels moving back and forth, and they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And then put him down on a nice sofa. give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long, trumpeting, all kinds of sounds. And he says, what's going on? And one of the angels said, Didn't you hear? Didn't you hear? The bus driver is here. Shlomi the Egged. Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their somewhat chaotic and creative interpretation of the rule. Anyways, he's saying, oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik, it must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nistar, something like that. And he waits to see who's, and the angels bring me, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white wife shirts that's stained and smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing, and he brings and the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't think we have pearly gates, but oh, you get the image. So this Shlomi did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. I really did dedicate my life to tefillah and to avoda. How come I'm sitting on the sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "Was tutzach? How come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shlomi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts dying." Okay. All right, that's a joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's Tam Began, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry, I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labour Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Irgun, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, or resistance to the British movement, controversial, as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards peace treaty accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory in time, a man of incredible tenacity, and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, then in Poland. His father came from a line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, actually, it's like my grandmother, Allah Shalom, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer HaTzair youth group. Hashomer HaTzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist. He left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much Hashomer has the young guard, and phrase, like Komsomol, the communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place in Israel, the great battle of Beitar, in the associated with the rebellion against the Romans. A great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a symbol of Jewish resistance to occupation. And that's really the motive principle of Beitar, was to train in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual in the forthcoming Zionist. He went to law at the University of Warsaw. He gained a degree, but he never practiced, although his expertise in language was well, even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English, of course, in classical Hebrew as well. He was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Urebi, and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look in detail. He swam opposite direction of the Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of Narodov, we in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletariat in which there's no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if the Zionists as well, they are voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel. We discussed that with Golda Meir was typical of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky, that fundamentally the Jews had to go alone. This idea of all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and there's fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said, "Fine, we can't try anybody. We must do it on our own." The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice term for fascist, meaning that they were very into the typical things that were associated with the fascists. A chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else, a militaristic bent, very much AIDS and insignia and paramilitary drills, less of a democratic structure, or of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely, at the same time, it's unfair to put him in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, was excoriated by many at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Rivera, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his of Jewish self-defense. So that during this period, ongoing waves of against Jews in Eastern Europe of the 1880s, and with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the 20th century, just incredible of attacks on Jews. So Jabotinsky viewed that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads at the time. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the generation who felt that these self-units would just exacerbate the problem. Whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm. We should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they leave us. Jabotinsky represented a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. Now, I'm going to show you here today. I'm very proud. My daughter, Danit Malka, helped me put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. Is because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson. Most of you in this room remember the old teaching technology called chalk. Remember? So many years ago, she bought me a metal sleeve to hold in, because otherwise I would come home, my rug just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a board, not even a green board. And then, I came out those plastic clear sheets, you would write on them. So then I used that. And when I went to PowerPoint, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old, but it's very complicated. Ready? Okay, one for me. So here, this is the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, political spectrum only has two to it, right? Left, right. That's very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the socialist end. And that's push it. That's all. Jews can't alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Label these. There are four cardinals. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth, socialism. So what are these forms in the Jewish spectrum? So let's put Zionism, and by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of the spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness, and it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dort, more towards Zionism. On the right wing, we have capitalism. It's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as people as much freedom so they do not impinge their freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. Which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top, that regulates how income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our four cardinal points. Questions so far about these? It's as clear as the noonday, but wait, it will get more. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between, let's say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. This is what the Jews politically were in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists, so-called because they had to be distinct about 7 other kinds of this. This is basically Herzl's party. They're the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of the scale towards Zionism, but they also believed in capitalism. They felt that the new Jewish land in Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These contrasted with the Bunds, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which said we should try to, the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Dor. Then the third would be the Poalei Zion. We spoke about them last week. The workers of Zion and Zionism, and at the same, they are socialists. Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland. And then finally, the last group, which is the Folte, very small. This is Shimon Dubno's party that was 2 weeks ago. That we should work on politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay. So far? Yes, go.
That's the correct spelling.
That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these.
I was getting a little crazy.
You call it, yeah, it's the Volkspartei in Yiddish because it's a Yiddish. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important part for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotinsky's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin's policies. The revisionists wanted to revise things from the revisionist part after World War I as well, that parties that are unhappy with the status quo and want to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believed in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, with a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that played in Menachem Begin's life. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the... Yeah. Now, here, I know you don't like this, but since I learned how to I started having fun. To jump ahead in our lecture a little bit, what happens to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happens to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool? Did you like that? It came dropping down and made like dust. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very, in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now, here goes. All right. Now, here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's a third one, the Poalei Zion. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the generals and the revisionists joined this party, names, right? Likud. So that's where we are today, sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and all these other parties that deal with them. Okay. So back to his life. Very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, he would stay in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza Arnold, and 1 month they were married. And they had an incredible relationship. I guess it would be about a very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was dated, and it really represented the end career and ultimately his life as well. She was who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter at dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that refused to speak. She up and said, thank you. And they said, aren't you speech about politics for Israel? And she said, my husband is speaker. And she sat down. She was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she enjoyed suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, with their oldest son. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics. In this particular picture, from when he was hiding in Israel, he was on the hunt. And so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sever, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even, and he was the leader of their gun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secret circles and things like that when he was really no, yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So in Poland in the late 1980s, and he happens to be working, organizing illegal immigrants to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel when war breaks out. He happened to be in Lithuania at the war, and Lithuania had a moment of peace at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to take over a portion of that territory. It happened that once that was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist actor, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party, his Soviet mugshot at the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1940, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish, which was then fighting on the eastern with the Nazis, and ultimately from to Israel in May of 1942. So, well, because the division of the Polish army was the Jewish Polish soldiers special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's his kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis, but he was urged by his followers to go take to Israel. It wasn't the same kind of fight at all because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the home, and ultimately, he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. At this time, we moved to Israel and understand what's going on. We skipped over this a little bit last week because it's relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very well. Over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the question, that the Jewish population and the population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, swamps, that kind of image. A lot of Arabs were also attracted for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going on until the 1950s, because the Position, which you recall, more dovish orientation in Israeli politics for so long, they discovered that some of their socialist ideology, specifically, they had 2 values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab population. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued as socialists the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They wanted to get away from the kind of, Eastern European Jews as accountants, as indoor people, hasty, scholarly weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms, managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the Jew that they so hoped to do. Zion instituted a policy of Jewish labor, intended that regular Jews, out of their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse me, can we cut that out, Elia, please, when you do the Torah Cafe version? Get them in the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work. They had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest. A lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you work, you're not hiring us, that nation. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very, very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that they had just published a Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt with the violence that was between Arabs and Jews. The White Paper was compared by this thing called the Peel Committee, argued for essentially separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews. The worst part of it, of course, was the World War, and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel this time. Britain is obviously fighting against Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-Britain, and England has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the Arabs, because even though they don't wish there and they feel that the British are putting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary. The various ground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about we don't like the restrictions they put on us, but we are going to send that, and we are going to call the British in an attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course positively in terms of the conflict, the British immediately returned to that very restricted immigration policy, which is disastrous, because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation. A lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious program in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard and go to Israel. Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. World after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered, trying to keep these Jews out of Israel, because that organizes the Arabs, when losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine. We discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here. The partition plan, the Arabs rejected, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerged from successfully. Ms. Weiser. That's fascinating. I never heard of a Nazi Germans there, but I did not know it. Wow. Well, and my grandmother, she also used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Incredible, incredible. We go on a little bit. I've got more fun things we got to go through. Okay, so what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was most distinguished from something called Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military party. The socialist, Coalition party had its own forces, and they that were consistent with the ideals of the Irgun, which means essentially organization, was based on revisionist principles. And not surprisingly, these two military forces often came to severe disagreement and even very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people and they could sit down and talk with them and that there was a way to perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principles, felt that that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Most importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack. They also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. The reason perhaps for not heeding the bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. At a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could be the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai Party, he was later the first prime minister, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of actions. And in some cases, they not even captured the fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah, the Irgun, are fighting bitterly as well. Mr. Lang. Well, the intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there, and the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beating from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted in those places. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. Yeah.
Well, I think that's the true doubt that the Irgun was right, because in most instances, the people that were British, that were in Palestine, really didn't give much of a face to the Jews or their position.
I'm not going to, I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and, present the facts in as neutral a position as way. And of course, you can interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay. Anyway, here's a kind of bounty picture, and it's helpfully circled for us too. Okay, another major event which occurred in the context of the Arab-Israeli war, and very important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Some bring it as low as 100 people, others place high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israeli Defense Forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings weren't working. They were fired upon first. There are all kinds of things going around. But the bottom line is there were about 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major turning point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and they fled Israel. They fled the war zone. Many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Al-Talena affair, which is in June 1948. The Al-Talena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person, container load or a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Force. Remember that when these was declared, all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions, they were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So we're going to cooperate with Ben-Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they have hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of weapons, and ultimately, and again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ships, actually set it ablaze, and eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jew weapons, losing all of the weapons in the process, killing a handful, it'd be about 16 people. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally, because ultimately Begin did make it ashore, a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganahs. I don't remember what Rabbi's role in it, but I'm sure he will. It was Ben Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better Parnassa. Oh, no kidding. You were involved? Well?
Yes, I was.
Amazing. Do you want to share anything, Mr. Rodriguez? I have students who would like to hear something. I'll give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Rabin, and we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. There was a settlement on the ocean not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore.
Oh my gosh. That's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had justified the British. He didn't have no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them. They didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the event?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at that. See, this is, where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1940 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left, and Ben Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very works proletarian. They would walk in sleeves and no tie and very casual, whereas Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hada, which means like kind of glory or beauty, that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money come from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of killed in the Holocaust. And he had quite a few supporters that led to a riot, even though it ended up continuing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut. And I heard Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. Abdus Cherut, thank you.
He was a member of the Unity government in 1957. Very interesting council.
That's true.
The Prime Minister, you would have
Mhm.
a fascinating council.
It's an excellent book, amazing book.
To lose people questioning the council, but he was a member of the.
That's true. He joined the National Unity Government in the Six-Day War. Right, absolutely. I should clarify that. By the loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 67. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to you, to most of you in this room now, is going to be obvious and old material, but remember I have 19 through 24-year-olds who are watching this online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies. First, here's the Senate. We have 45% of the membership is Republican, 53% is Democratic, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats, and there are about 7 that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the elections. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this thing? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected, and the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest, in this case right now, that would be Likud, joined with Israel, who has 26% seats, and says, okay, you have percent of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out, you have weeks to make the smaller parties, get them to join your coalition, have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with external. They've never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and toppled over. So in this case, we have enabled the government, because of their coalition of other parties, from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity. And here I mentioned, here's the National Unity Government in 1969. It should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt disenfranchised, specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees. Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi Eastern Europe of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves as Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this going? Okay, I'm joking. I'll get some batteries. So here's our four, and here's our parties. Right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound there. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a political spectrum that doubles because of that, but now it has depth as well. Who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all, but now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative, much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And so they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political desideratum. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, whoops. Oh no, I'm not going to do the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that'll be terrible. But basically what happened, this is my favorite part too. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics, oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only them. Okay, here we go. And here's the national. Okay, here's the Israel. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are significant. They can be major players in contemporary Israel. And we can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because the most dramatic moment in Begin's doubt is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very, very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew was the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to those same locations, Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And Sadat would visit the Shah. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice, kind of like Aharon, making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something and Egypt's interest because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them. Then Saddam said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and radically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in Middle East politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night. People could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And as we know, they were to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore, so he eventually resigned shortly thereafter, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. By the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. So when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character, many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you very much.
This is great. Reading book, which is the bottom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of the early statehood period right up until the Yom Kippur War into this class along with her life. I want to mention that this is a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin. Of course, they are contemporaries, And while opponents in political viewpoints, although they had tremendous for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe, but once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't. It goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in the secret biometric where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose, and then they tell me that, and then when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test, and that way I know it's the same person answering as the person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my out in LA. She writes, a woman is washing dishes by the sink, standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter standing on a chair helping. Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. The daughter thinks about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. Okay. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, called her, quote-unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to Israel as a young woman, where she immediately sought her métier in politics, and she rose through the ranks of the Labour Party, serving in various ministries until she finally became the prime minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign. And ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. So we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes. And along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early state period. I know for many of you, this is a basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself. And I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because they go on the web, and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, so it was a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, although only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics, and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, this time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of Settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, then many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 70,000 went down to South America, and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for several years until finally he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she would be 8. In 1906, this is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. She was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as its valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many of the children were impoverished against themselves, who lacked text. So she, at a very age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school would be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to where her older sister Shana was then living. And it was in her sister Shana's room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews, socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packed into this one living room. And around her dining room table is where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one man that she met there, a man Meyerson. Name was, by the way, Hebraicized later because Moshe Sharet felt it was inappropriate that members of the government have these European-sounding names. He asked all members of the government to Hebraicize their names, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply Golda Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time specifically with a Jewish movement named the Poale Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Poale, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle her political agenda and her political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage. But he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that. In Israel, politics are, immediate and relevant and the matters of life and death. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on spot because people care deeply about their politics. This person's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they raised their 2 children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, so she affiliated with the party Poalei Zion, which is a translation of the term Workers of Zion. Workers is a very socialist sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borochov with creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poalei, the Workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like Marx taught, was an opiate for the masses, kept people from realizing their class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies. They focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of druzhba narod, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would adopt socialist values, socialist economics, there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, we'll explore more next week and with a critic of the Poalei Zion movement, primarily Menachem Begin. We'll see there are several reasons why this actually came to pass in the 1920s. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Poalei Zion was associated was the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, lekabetz, and it really is it's a true translation of the Russian term collective. It's an amazingly creative experiment in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all were distributed in an equitable fashion, person's ability to do so. The income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love and the idea that marriage was theft. It's another interesting quote from Marx. The idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy, and ultimately they settled down to a more moderate, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would, live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gan. The children were raised in these collective environments. There's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and war heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So it's a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, or the Israeli the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. She went to this Poalei kibbutz called Merkaz. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied, and then and as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, but to Israel, and they lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working the almond groves and things like that. But she loved even more her activity, the collective, unized body of all the kibbutzim. She was her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics. Ultimately, she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that which was to organize and delegate and lead this new country. Ultimately became the head of the political department of the kibbutz, which was a stepping stone to in labor politics overall. Okay. I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. She was those who can. Yes, trainer. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check with her where I got most of this stuff anyways. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. Okay. All right. So let's talk about Israel. Now, amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Thurl College South come from, full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing. And some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. And it's quite a sad thing. Ironically, I'll put in a little plug here for my eldest daughter, Rafaela. As many of you might know, she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old, and the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because, they have there's a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Thurl College. And they figured if the college was full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? He says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy, which is a kind of eternal anti-Semitism we bring up in that context. But at any rate, check it out. Rafaela Abramson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal. You'll see the quotes up there. What day? It was this week. It was this week is Wednesday, right? So I think it was Monday. Okay. All right. But what I usually when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel. Everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone want to guess what the other one is? Abramson? Any guess? Democratic. Brilliant. Oh my gosh. Good. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we shall see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demigrate the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, it could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And as a society, Israel is always vacillating between points, more Jewish or more democratic, and sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view the definition of Jewish as being more Torah-oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general Dizengoff activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these two opposing centers of gravity, that being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the orbit of this polity in the modern world. Okay, so we will return to this both today and this week. I'm a little worried about timing, so let's just move straight to the period when we get to declaration. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point Yishuv, which means simply settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to gain Jewish support, especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important early Zionist living in Manchester, I believe. And so with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. And the text reads, His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because it's all they needed to hear, the Manischewitz, because it's time to party. I mean, it says, look at this, the first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that they thought this was a great idea. Establish Israel. If you want, you can go online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, I read the rest of the statement, which goes, nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jews in Palestine. On the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to, there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened to the Turkish Empire, known as the Sick Man of Europe, collapsed. In what the United Nations League of Nations, at this point, it would later be reincarnated as the United Nations. And this region, Palestine, actually encompassed all of contemporary over here. There was no distinction between two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. The most important elements of those 2 days were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1999, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. The Arabs also have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. And the opinion of the world is basically that England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. There was a brief period of a honeymoon in anti-Semitism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Bey was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, then now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly have if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were to be designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. Which were to be this eastern part, of the Galil, around the Yam Kinneret, the coastal region from Haifa down below Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region in the south, the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So divide up this tiny territory into 7 and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy patchwork kind of demographic line like this in order to just have a state. They, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the war of dependence ensued immediately thereafter. Very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that. We'll pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golda Meir. Well, I'm just talking fast like a blue streak here. Does anyone know any jokes or feats at this point? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please. Same problem as always, by the way, has to deal with by Ben Gurion on the estate in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. You know, it's not good for Jews to be divided when they're with the Arabs, and that compromise, the so-called status quo practice, was that, for example, yeshiva students received an exemption from serving in the armed forces, had an exemption, they could volunteer for service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tal Aviv was passed in the 90s or early 2000s, some spoke. Yeah. So the Tal Law is really the culmination of that resentment that why is that these guys are exempt from the army. So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week and talk about Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But an excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was expected, desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. The government thought perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money, made the state possible. I mean, really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in internet politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the war effort. He, of course, declined, but he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have a state? And she famously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back because I want to. So if you look the way the UN partition plan looked, and it had armistice in 1948. This is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these kind of orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waist by the Mediterranean, able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately we're not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil, a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement that they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great. And Golda Meir, of course, was very active. She was one of the earliest signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America and she knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflect the idea that I myself was Tory to the Declaration of Israel was something that she openly cried. She put her name to it. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her politics, to the refugee problem. She began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syrians, and their children and their grandchildren, refugee camps for decades, something that Golda Meir felt terrible about and resented deeply. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy, incredible portion. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust, large comparison between 40s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. And again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because I was involved in several of the most key incidents. Are we running low on battery? Are we okay? Running low on battery? Time? Right, time. Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. This is how. And we're recording. We are back now. Okay, so we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version. And it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the state of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations. Amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They did passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Kippur services at the Mosque Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You just see that she is, oh, you know what? I totally forgot. My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need like more. I have this remote clip the Torah Cafe people sent me. Thank you. And let's put, and it has this nifty little thing here, which is if you have a cat, and this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was cosmic, of course, because it affected all Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps and some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe, keep what's going on with this. Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. It's the wrong program. Oh well, so much for the clicker. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit. Major events. Really, she was not the leader of time, but it's impossible to discuss the late events without looking at the 6-Day War, which is one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact, it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach. This is a story they often describe that, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and Or Sameach is a yeshiva for Bali Tshuva, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, and you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some are from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? What a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he participated in a class on military strategy, and they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history: Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said to him, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are totally miraculous, and I have no way to explain how they." So, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva. Because what am I doing in West Point, if bank? No. Anyways, so again, short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt, in particular, threatened the nation state once again. They've had several skirmishes, the 1956 Sinai campaign, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intentions. The United Nations and Islam decided that peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone, and so for UNASUR removed all of the peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian. The entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he describes me, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how friends, they immediately got, dropped out of medical school, buy their tickets to get to Israel, support the new state, and by the time, they came, the war was already over, as it was an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was, it launched a controversial now preemptive strike. They attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on a Talmudic principle. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. Very basic Talmudic idea, and largely the overwhelming air superiority through the tremendously prodigious Air Force, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian force before it even got off tarmac. There are photographs like exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all of these armies were defeated. The main outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in some obvious ways, but at the same time, a great burden for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West, because it is on the west side of the Jordan River here, and they conquered this mountain region up here known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they're going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So we had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was fair and square in war, but at the same time, if you recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation. Annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. Under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If territory is your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel, and because it's mountainous on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value, and they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights, thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The temple in it is beyond values for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel. And in fact, all the Arabs living there were given passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of an Gaza here, or the West Bank and the Gaza, there was a large number of Arabs living there. And the Israelis were not willing to annex those territories. Arabs living there citizenship. They simply declared them, this is a kind of a new term. Some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes. So here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, nations immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966. Her name changed in 1956 to Mayor, but she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. So lymphomatic. It's bad anyway. It's lymphomatic. So they're at a funeral, and someone says, look, she's 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. All right. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage in a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs, under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization, headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood and also her own leadership skills when Austria, of course, being in Eastern Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to slow the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they thought was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to to meet with Austrian Prime Minister, I think his name was Kreisky, afterwards. She sat down with him, and she told him that if he really refuses to if he refuses to, actually, he was yielding to the Palestinians. If he does yield to them, there will be no end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach until she left the room. And the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as Prime Minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young General Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. A strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria. Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur, Arabs call it the Ramadan War because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more term October War. At any rate, Meir, Prime Minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1907. That's the only way that we're going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive, that they will maybe just saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately and came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to come back and even the boundaries further on the other side of the Nile River in case of Egypt after they had to get American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel, suffered very high casualty, and that the glow that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people said that Israel would do well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or the presidency of Egypt because he was a great hero and having bloodied the Jews. And we'll talk again with Begin next about how, ironically, he was able, once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to bend around and make peace with them. That would ultimately earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling the Muslim Brotherhood. For next week's material. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed the war was over that, in fact, if they had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. That American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that was, although clearly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike. Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. The party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1971. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first retreat from home. So looking at her legacy, she's a tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life, husband, and her children for the needs of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish state. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country. Her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week about Menachem Begin.
I don't want to be a tiger, tigers fly too rough. I don't want to be a lion, lion, your teddy bear. Get a chain around my neck and leave me anywhere. Oh, let me be, oh, let him be. Teddy bear. Don't really let me be. You are around your fingers through my hair.
Coming. I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to begin with. First of all, thank you to Bob for that unexpected and very welcome word of greeting, and I especially appreciate mentioning my father, Yaakov lived me well. We're waiting for a date on surgery. It's still kind of up in the air, but I hope it won't interfere with this class unless they're going for the surgery. In the meantime, other thank yous. Do you notice how wonderful this screen looks now? This is all Wes's idea. But you didn't realize we had a screen last week, but he wanted it raised, and so it's come up to the heights, and hopefully that will be more visible to those of you in the bleachers in the back row there. Also, thanks to Joe and Zohara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free and open to the community, and I really like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the shul did incur some costs to get the equipment and put things together, and to have the videos filmed, the lectures filmed, and to have that beautiful greeter at the back door. They don't come cheap. So, if we get sponsors to offset the cost, it's really wonderful. We're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture. Obviously, you can give part whatever you like, or just come, and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. And by the way, I hope you all had a chance to view last week, which did go live last Friday. It's at JewishHistoryLecture.org. You can get to it straight to that URL, or you can go straight to the YoungIsraelPA.org website, the website, and click on Jewish History Classes, and it'll take you there as well. Very lightly edited. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character, what Gershom, the principal student of this period of history, called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century, which is a truly amazing statement, but in reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of the Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who were fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his birthday, and of course, completely new to history. His claim in 65, he claimed that he was, in fact, claimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. Jews were held in thrall by his teaching and his impacts in the world, and many very Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he visited the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, lately that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer. You can either convert to Islam or I will imitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his tremendously rejected huge mark on self-consciousness for the next several hundred years. And we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want a little joke, and this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this, or at least it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out of the video. So the joke goes like this. And the joke, of course, we're talking about conversion, so it's in that vein. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, were walking down the street one day, and they passed by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. Oh, Fred heard the original. So I'm going to use the version that identify the religious institution. Therefore, hopefully we will avoid any calumnies from other faiths watching this video on the internet. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion, $500, today only. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. We're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Reuben says, but $500? I mean, why not? I'll tell you what, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and who knows what. So Shimon says,
going through the party in the county jail. The prisoners were there and they began to wail. The band was knocking and the band to swing. The sugar had gone up the jail box.
Finally, Reuben comes back out. And Shimon says, hey, Reuben. And Reuben says, oh, there you are.
Everybody all
Did he give you the
saying
money?
was the answer to the jailhouse.
What is it?
Spiders and the flames and the saxophone. No going on the background. You're on the and then come back. The whole rhythm section with the purple. And that's right.
Historical
Nothing wrong, nothing wrong.
would be the German term, like the foundation.
Everybody in the whole
cell
was the answer to the jailhouse.
life itself. First,
Number 47 said to number 3, are you the cutest jam I did see? I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on, do the
gathering of mystics and lovers that were very, very active in
that's right.
the beginning of the
Everybody in the whole damn park
they had a tremendous
was the
impact
answer to the jailhouse.
Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, known as the Arizal, blessed memory. Ari is an acronym of his name. Means
I was thinking about the stone, laughing in the corner, weeping.
Kabbalistic studies that was tremendously
That was so sick.
And in particular, there was one element of Lurianic Kabbalah, as it's known, that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalistic studies.
Fuck.
Primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical in nature, meaning there was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation, a lot of things which were much more theory than anything else. In the Lurianic period, however, there was a lot more emphasis placed on what is known as theurgic Kabbalah, which means Kabbalah that is designed to affect change in the universe. As opposed to earlier thought, which emphasized just understanding the structure of the universe, this was about altering the structure of the universe. So through various kavanot or intentions during the story, all kinds of things like that, where people were under the Ari's Kabbalah much more involved in actually shaping the world in which they lived. And of course, one of the biggest questions that Jews had on their minds was, when will Mashiach come? When will Messiah come? And one of the taboo subjects, which persists, by the way, right up into the 20th and even 21st century, were groups of individuals who attempted through Lurianic Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. So a lot of people were doing this kind of Kabbalistic thinking, and it was fairly new and widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual milieu in which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as man. In particular, besides these kavanot, these ways of unifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of tikkun, of repair. There's a term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, a tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkunim of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish expulsion, which we discussed last term, which was such a huge shift in the Weltanschauung Jews who had understood Spain to be the ultimate, the ultimate golden age of the Jews in the post-biblical era, and to see that crushed in just a matter of months, and the persecutions that followed in Spain and Portugal, and the suffering of the Jews who had to wander to Turkey and points elsewhere, the idea of affecting tikkun was much more profound than it ever had been, perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies they can actually alter the shape of history, and they take it very seriously. Yeah, any questions about the intellectual view?
Oh, that is funny.
Now in the same, almost the same way like the same Babich and Mashiach, exactly the same way.
I'm not going. I don't.
I know that is one that we are not.
We have at least 15 lectures before to the 20th century and 21st century. There are.
But they have to escape.
What do you mean they? I mean, we really need Mashiach to take. There's so much Jewish tsuras. So many people are hurting. It would be, showing sight, as they say.
Yes.
So that's the Tzvat circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity, and he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is in literature as the Gzerat Tachbatat. Tachbatat, the Hebrew acronym of year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail, but our task for today is to understand Shabbatai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479, but Jews in the borderlands to the west of the Russian Empire areas, they were considered as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords, who are cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants who lived in these large tracts of land called Latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders, where Poles would hire the Jews as a
Welcome.
as a whole.
How are you?
Task of
What's
collecting
going on, Rose?
a slew of from the Ukrainian.
Jackie Rose, how you living, fam? It's good. Can you hear? Yo, dog. Hello. Can you hear me? Joy. Can you hear me? Dog. Yo. Unmute if you can and let's talk. Let's hear about your hopes and dreams. I want to know everything that makes you tick. Fuck you, dog. I didn't talk with you, douche. I was doing my own thing.
These taxes would include, of course, being the principal output of the breadbasket of Europe, but it would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to pick apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes for the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized, you would have to go through the humiliation of paying the Jew to get the key to open up the church. Very, very limited instances of this, but even one instance of that, the news of it spreads like wildfire, and it's very well known in Ukrainian literature and is in fact a profound element in their folk culture, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging in their religious activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were upset with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholic. And they saw the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer that the Poles held. So there was a terrible uprising in the year 1649, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name in the literature spelled with a CH, that's a Polish spelling, Chmielnicki, but it's pronounced Khmelnytsky. And he led a band of disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the Jewish leaseholders because they were living nearby. The Ukrainian anger was principally with the fight, the Poles are far away, the Jews are right here. So they were absolutely horrific. The true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. Certainly, exact claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because there were less than 100,000 Jews living in most of those areas at the time. But it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000 were killed, which is a tremendous amount of dead for a pre-modern uprising of this nation. The specific nature of the attacks were unusually cruel. I won't repeat some of the examples of cruelty in Shul, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence with equanimity. So there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century, tremendous amount of poverty, tremendous amount of dislocation, so many widows, so many orphans, and this is kind of like following up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next worst tragedy. And the Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, what will be next? Isn't it already time for Mashiach? It's absolutely intolerable that we are living through this period. So with the intellectual foundations of the thought of the Tzfat circle, and with the political and social ramifications of the Gzerat HaKatat, then we can turn specifically to the life of Shabtai Tzvi. So let me pause and ask if there are any questions to this point. Steve, no questions? No? Okay. Good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of Stephen is, because when it comes to dominance, he's just right up to you. He wants to be fun, but and when it comes to like sitting with the crowd, this isn't bad, you know? All right. Who was Shabbatai Tzvi? He was an Ashkenazi who was born in Izmir, also known as Smyrna, which is in Asia Minor. Uh, he was either actually born on Tisha B'Av of 1626, or it could be that that date was fabricated by his followers, because there is a midrash that says the Messiah would be born on the Navav. That it would be that's the, of course, the horrible fast day that commemorates some various tragedies of the fellow Jewish people, and of course he should be born on the day that corresponds with the midrash. One of the difficulties of understanding the details of Shabbatai Tzvi's life is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the various assert that he's Mashiach. Nevertheless, in a pre-modern period, dramatic role in Shabbatai Tzvi's as Mashiach, this material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books and they're digesting them well. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Abtai into in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and his detractors are happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was a man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a very profound ascent. So he studied on his own, and at the age of 18, a very precocious age, trained as a chacham, was the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There's one dramatic out where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur, that he in fact might be the Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, and we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards with his other eccentricities. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages. Both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wives complained to their fathers that the marriage had not been consummated. And twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long. He was ultimately married 4 times, 5 times if you include the time he remarried his third wife. But this is an ongoing issue. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. A lot of them are pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi. As I mentioned earlier, he is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews of the 17th century. But occasionally you have under here captions that almost always say, "Le vrai portrait de Shabbatai Tzvi," right? Do you have any French people? Oh, if someone here knows French, you'll know if I pronounce it wrong. Roi d'Égypte, né à la ville en Asie âgé de 40 ans. He was in the city of Smyrna, and this is the picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old. And it says a vrai portrait. It's a true portrait. This is the way he's. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a true portrait, but a Zoigate. So he had these 2 early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy, personal level, and even in a marital level, take him through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabbatai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of this elation and youth that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, who was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depth of despair." She won't. She's hi, Rafi. Watching her from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. She was in the desert. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive and he would be dramatic. And other times he would be catatonic. He would refuse to speak. He would remain shut in a room and no one could talk to him at all. So he went through clearly, maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation and that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, he called that hester kane, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. Like he felt he was in the shadow of God. He was no longer receiving the direct light from him. During his periods of melancholy, he would repeatedly be tempted to do what he called ma'asim zarim, strange actions. And believe me, they are very strange, and they're going to get even stranger. But I will describe some of them for you as we go through the story of his life. He was especially. We don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been. It definitely involves something to do with his relationship to women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things with his own wife. It's hard on the wrist, right? I'll stay in my place for a minute. He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the 4-letter name of God, the Shem HaMeforash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. For background, for those who may not be so familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, when we recite blessings, and so on. But the name that we actually say today, it is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we are not allowed to pronounce was only recited in Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing, and since then it's been totally off limits. Only pronounce the word that I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. Occasionally himself Messiah in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, a fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people tolerated him. Again, he was cooking. He was a great chazan. People really enjoyed that. And they figured, this is our Shabbatai. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shabbatai Tzvi. This is, by the way, another great portrait of Shabbatai Tzvi, another example of it. Any questions so far? I've been talking all. Anybody have the second question? Okay, so, but there came a point where even in Smyrna, he was no longer welcome because he was simply too disruptive in the services. His disruptions would come to a peak later in Egypt, as we should. And with his periods of euphoria increased, and the oscillation between the positive and the negative increased so much that eventually the rabbi flee. He began a period of wandering. Oh, by the way, the kinds of things he was claiming was that he could fly, and that when people would say, okay, sure, so show me how do you fly, he said, you're not worthy. I can't show you because you have to be at a certain level. He claimed regularly to have various visions of God, and ultimately they said, it's time for you to go. So by the 1650s, again, he's in his early 20s now, a single man. His first teacher and the other rabbis of town got together and unanimously voted that it was time for him to leave. He began a period of significant wandering. Here is Smyrna here, and this is my message. I can't find my message. Smyrna is over here. The resolution isn't very good, but basically he makes his way through Asia Minor for a while, wanders around. Eventually he makes his way down to Egypt, and this is where he'll begin his fame in Cairo, and he'll cross over into Gaza and Jerusalem, make another trip back to, ultimately he will go through Jerusalem up to Aleppo, Damascus, and then all the way back to Smyrna, and eventually he's going to die here in exile in a part of the Balkans, as we shall see shortly. That period of wandering town to town, I mean, really, he hit the heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time. In 1658, he had been living in Saloniki, which is a very important Greek Jewish center, when he publicly held a marriage ceremony between himself and the Torah. And his Torah, and he referred to himself as Chatan Torah, a term that he would occasionally use when he was signing letters to his followers. He liked to call himself Chatan Mashiach Hashem, the Messiah, which occasionally he would even sign his letters to God. It's a joke that I'm not going to put on here for sure, but ask me later. He was asked to leave from Salonika, so then he made it to Constantinople, Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center, and he was feeling a little bit guilty there, so he decided he would use theurgic Kabbalah to rid himself of his periods of melting. Examples of insight, he realized he was mentally disturbed, and he tried to take some action. However, he went to really the worst psychologist you can imagine. We'll see in a few minutes who that person was. He was banished from Constantinople because he celebrated publicly the 3 pilgrimage festivals in 1 week. Of course, they spread out over the year. Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. He would probably save on groceries to do them all in 1 week, but he decided to, and that was obviously antinomian. He also banished the festival of the 10th of Tavis. He said he no longer needs a 10th of Tavis. Now that I am here, we're living in a Messianic period, and therefore no more fasting the 10th of Tavis. That became more popular. But he was asked to leave Constantinople as well, and he made his way to Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, he did fairly well. He kept to himself, and he didn't, do any strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity and so on. And the rabbi, in this context, it's fascinating to point out that if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses, Orthodox Judaism is definitely the best religion for you. I mean it actually seriously. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. You think it's funny, but I'm serious. There's by 2 psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and Whitson, published by Yale, in which they say that one of the problems with the mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of netilat yadayim, of washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how frum he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 times, what a frum guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week with Rabbi Caro, it's also Shabtai Tzvi, if someone, we do believe in the prophecy. We do believe that under certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So if a person walks around and says, I had Ruach Katana, I had a small prophecy, I felt like God was speaking. We say, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. In reality, the person is, a few dimes short of $1. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of lunacy. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai Tzvi had just come from Egypt, did him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. I mean, it was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms and he knew the way. So he carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him and ultimately became one of his prime supporters, both morally and financially, which would have a signal impact on him later in life as he publicly proclaimed his messianic identity. He needed funds to keep his movement going, and it was the head of the Egyptian Jewish community who, in fact, supported him. It was at this time that he met his Basher, someone who was just as unbalanced as he was. A woman named Sarah, who had an uncertain checkered past. There was a lot of rumors about her libertine behavior that apparently, although she claimed to have been saving herself for her husband, there is significant evidence that she saved herself for several husbands. But she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered greatly. She was an orphan of the pogroms of 1648-49, and she had been taken in by some of her family and was living in Amsterdam. But she also was slightly eccentric, and she had long from her childhood claimed that she was going to be the bride of Mashiach. And of course, how perfect it was when she found out that this guy in Cairo claims to be Mashiach. So she packed up and she brought the whole show down to Egypt with Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about her background, primarily because there is a Midrashic allusion to the wife of Moshe. Actually, it's that the prophet Moshe married a woman of good repute. Of course, one of the powerful Haftorahs that we read discusses Moshe's tribulations marrying a woman of this nature, and how they're to send her away, so too God cannot send us away, even though we may betray him. That's for sure. So he ended up marrying Sarah. By the way, this is not their chuppah. I just sort of like the picture. And he went into a period of relative stability that lasted for approximately a year, with few illuminations, no melancholy. It seems that Sarah was taka and that was very nice. However, there is some significant doubt that he consummated the marriage with Sarah either. And this was revealed in a bit of absolutely several years later, when in the context of his proclamation of Mashiach, he divorced Sarah and then remarried her as the tokens of her virginity. And that was, as if to say that all these years they had been married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Cut that part out of the video. But all these made and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi, if it wasn't enough already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Oh, look what it says over here. Vrai portrait du prophet Nathan Levi de Gaza. Right? It has also in German up here. So that's apparently Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual who was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabbatai Tzvi went to visit him and was a Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when they met, the reason was ironically because Shabbatai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. Talk about going to the wrong person. Because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabbatai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach, and we can make a lot of others. Who knows?" But he encouraged him in his messianic pretensions, and he created all kinds of theatrical venues for him to demonstrate still further. On the eve of Shavuot, the night of the anniversary of the giving of the Torah in our tradition, in an all-night learning study session, Nathan of Gaza fell into a deep trance and began speaking in tongues. And in the context of his trance, he revealed to the onlookers that in fact Shabbatai Tzvi was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity as such. Then shortly thereafter, after he came to, he says, "Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You won't believe it, but for years now I've been studying this book that I discovered called The Vision of Reb Avraham, and it's this book about who Mashiach would be like, and it was written in the year 1200. But as I read this book, I see it's identical to the life of Shabbatai Tzvi. All the details in the book correspond to his details. Of course, Nathan of Gaza actually wrote the visions of Reb Avraham, but he portrayed it to a gullible and a good audience of Jews that this, in fact, would be. So, it just got crazier at that point. At this point, Shabbatai Tzvi just lets go totally. He's being encouraged by Nathan of Gaza that he is Mashiach. So the first thing he does, he turns to his best friends and he makes them kings of major countries. He says, do this. You're the king of Turkey, and everybody's happy. They get these big tracts of land. He names people the head of various tribes. You're the head of Jacob Levi, the head of Yehuda. And he's like going around just handing out these. This is happening principally in Gaza and later in Jerusalem. The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomian and strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, what? It is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. But nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from them. Here's where it crosses the lines of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, heard about these things, and they came back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German. And we have these contemporary accounts. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just build one another, that the lost tribe were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War. The Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722, before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor, training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah is coming, they're all being released from these. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatar Mongols, and they're going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. Here's one of the many woodcuts that is a Christian woodcut, Shabbatai Tzvi, with bands of armies in the background. It's a very fanciful thing. You never read anything like this kind of thing, at least not in the military. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabbatai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. referring to nomos in Greek means law. Antinomian means counter halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the Torah. So, for example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Teves. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better actually because this time it's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. Ran over to that synagogue with his followers and wanted to rebut their claims. He locked the doors on him, so he got an axe and he started chopping at the door. Of course, it's a big violation of the laws of Shabbat. And so when they see that he's trying to chop down the door, he's a crazy man, they let him in so he wouldn't destroy the door. He came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself rabbi. He called all of the local dignitaries that were in that existing shul various unkosher animals, or the anatomy of various unkosher animals. And then he completely redid the Torah service, which he disdained the actual Torah scroll, said to put it back in the ark, and he picked up a printed chumash. These were relatively new at the time. They only been printed for about 100 years. And he said that this is our new Torah. Interesting kind of thought that moving forward with technology. Today it will be something like the rabbi pulling out an iPad saying, we are going to now read the Torah from this. He ignored the Kohanim and the Levim, and he called up the women of the Torah. Again, very anti-Mobian. The egalitarian nature of it was fascinating. And they read the Torah from the Chumash itself. After the Torah reading was done, he sung a Castilian love poem, like a popular song. It'll be a rabbi singing a song by Madonna or something. And he said that this song possesses great secrets and it should be incorporated into the liturgy. Amazingly, people went with it. People felt that he must really be, what he says he is. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Amira, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeno Yaron Hodo. Our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So among the Sabbateans, that's the code name for Shabbat Tzvi. It reminds me, I'll tell you a little sweet thing about my second daughter. Put this on pause for a second here. Okay, so now, sadly, a lot of Jews were taken in by this charade. And Jews from all over Europe, Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, everywhere there were Jewish communities, there were followers of Shabbat. Many literally sold all of their possessions, converted some liquid assets in order to be able to make the trek to Jerusalem because they anticipated that, in fact, this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is another Christian woodcut showing probably fascinating, but it's not too much of an exaggeration. Trains of Jews making their way to Jerusalem in order to anticipate the onset of the time of Messiah. We don't have a good sense of exactly how many Jews did this. It is a debate between Gershom Scholem, the principal scholar of this period, and several of his opponents. But to say it was in the tens of thousands would certainly not be an exaggeration. There were many, many Jews who were deeply, deeply moved by this, and they bought into it completely, sold all their possessions, and so on. So at this point, Shabtai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. I'm sorry, I've forgotten it. He seems to have been quite a statesman, and Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef and secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in the dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity, and while the Sultan thought about what he was going to do with him. While he spent 7 years in this constrained state, his popularity grew, was still famous for doing antinomian things, such as, for example, when Passover came, he sacrificed a Paschal lamb, just like they would in the temple times, because he wanted to demonstrate that, in fact, the Messianic had begun. And his correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He refers to himself as Mashiach, Katan Torah, God. He was trying to God. Not too many people can actually do that with a straight face, but he was clearly took a moment to meet with the Sultan. The Sultan several weeks later arranged to meet with him. The Sultan actually didn't dignify him with a face-to-face meeting. He viewed it from a balcony while Shabtai Tzvi was interrogated, and the Sultan had very little patience for him. In 1666, he said, "Okay, listen, this is ridiculous. You're here. That's very nice. I tell you what. How about you convert to Islam, or I cut off your head, as I mentioned earlier." And he, Shabtai Tzvi, did in fact convert. The tone of his conversion is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have other motivations that, converting a very prominent Jew like this, being the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold coins every month. So he was by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks, meaning he had to go to every religion and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be the Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi fades into obscurity. He's living as a Muslim for almost 10 years, but he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He still practices some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him, and they are officially Muslim but still practicing the essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and then the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople, a tiny village in Elgin, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbatean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dunya, and they were actually they persisted until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These the descendants, Shabbatai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk at the beginning of the 20th century, but then and they were largely, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, oh look, here's another very important thread. Real picture of Shabtai Tzvi. He doesn't actually say that. It does call him the King of the Jews, 1660s. Anyway, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of Jews left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question. Good. That's interesting. Excellent. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. Certainly they did have an exaggerated seat to World War I, and part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that, all of these German Jews were fighting as German patriots, then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way. Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they paid attention to the Balfour Declaration. But it's into the connection to the Din Man. That's good. We're very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy, and we'll conclude for tonight. Mainly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish Matzor that he could use in Albania. Apparently, very few Matzorim in Albania. And then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away in 1676 at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated. Now it's 200 years of the Spanish expulsion and 50-odd years the horrible pogroms of 1648. And many scholars have made these successive disappointments in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read in scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many other scholars of the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed or real connections to Sabbatean Kabbalah. But, we can't take away from him that he was a Talmud Chacham. He was quite a good scholar of Jewish sources. And he left things that were studied for another 2 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental instability, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look to see you next week. No children. No children. Have an excellent night. That the video that I recorded earlier on Tomer Devorah did not work out. The Moshe Cordovero video. It worked great for about 5 minutes, and then the audio died, so we're going to have to record it again, and I'll post it this way. I thought it was a really great lecture. I enjoyed it myself so much. So I'm kind of sad that we have to redo it, but who knows, maybe repeating again will make it better. I'm not going to have an audience for this lecture, as you see, so I'm just sitting at the dining room table right now. Behind, you'll see a painting that was done by a friend of mine, who is a Yugoslavian artist. It's actually a picture of birch trees in a snowbank by a little stream. Look at that. That's the video. Children who grew up here in Florida for a long time for Imperial Level thought it was a massive hail form, of course. That's not what it was filming. I have it in the background while I give this lecture. Anyways, we're going to talk today about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and I'm going to use my computer so I can get a partial screen here. The figure that we're going to be speaking about tonight is one of refugees, possibly third generation refugees. Spanish and then followed expulsions began here. About 5 years. And then from there, many of them went up to Northern Europe. They had a much more liberal environment. As well, and still a large number made it to Africa, Mediterranean Italy, and finally to Turkey as well. And in our case, going to Israel to the holy city of Sfat. That's what we're going to focus on. Look at the obvious dates. His name, of course, is Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. Dates are significant. First of all, the expulsion was in 1492, let's say 1497, roughly 30 years later. That means that he's most likely the child or the grandchild of the expelled. And in many ways, given the dramatic nature of the expulsion, huge rift that represented for almost a period. In many ways, he was like a child of Holocaust survivors. There's definitely a lot of parallels between the experience of the first and second generation after the Holocaust to the undergoing dramatic lifestyle. Obviously, now the strong life we have in the 20th century, but at the same time, with the demographic upheaval, displacement. He went to the era that the 15th century represented. Secondly, we know that his life was rather short. This is something that is quite common among Kabbalists. For various reasons, many of them died at a very young age, and many point to the danger of studying this mystical information of the Kabbalah as a reason for their short lives. I'm not qualified to address that, but nevertheless, the Ramak's life is part of that area. Today, I will be basing much of my material, both on my own research, because I'm working on a book on this topic as well, and also I'm relying quite heavily on the work of Dr. Zohar Raviv, who is a fascinating scholar who's written, without doubt, the definitive biography of the Ramak. So is decoding the dogma within the enigma, the life, works, mystical piety, insisted on Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, aka Cordovero, Safa, Israel, 522 to 570. That in itself is half a dissertation, but the great, there's a tremendous amount of information, and I'm really grateful to have this as a resource for this topic. I would highly recommend it. Now, the name Cordovero that is typically used is of Spanish derivation, although the Ramak himself preferred the spelling Cordoero, which is Portuguese spelling. He also was associated with the Portuguese community in Sfat, which leads Dr. Raviv to conclude, and I certainly think his analysis perceptive and accurate, that the Ramak was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why do we associate him with a Spanish name from Cordova or Cordova, I think it's supposed to be pronounced? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when it leaves a place and lives else. So, for example, um, I live here in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Henry Florida. It would be a strange surname because everyone here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell anyone apart. But since I come from Canada, people could easily call Henry Canada, let's say, and if I pass that surname on to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever, join me Canada, because they originally had roots in Canada, even though now they live in Florida. So probably what happened to the Cordovero family, they had roots in Spain, Cordova, and then they probably expulsion in 1499, most likely not with the expulsion of 1492. And then from Portugal, they made their way to Israel. We know very little about his parents. We know remarkably little about his wife as well. We know a tiny bit about his son Gedalia because his son was the literary executor of his works and brought them to press later on. The Ramak is one of the most important figures in the history of thought. Oh, by the way, look at that. I can't open that. Probably not yet. Let's see if I can find that. I bet I'm not. Or maybe I'll just
waiting for the
well, I'll let you have a look at it because you might be curious now what this is happening. So there, that's do. Put that right.
It's now or never.
Alexander was
Come home
looking
in
at the
time.
camera. Lana,
Kiss me, my
Boaz,
darling.
Rafaela,
Be mine
Lisa,
tonight.
maybe are you in California, but this is what Niagara Falls, and they're all coming.
Will be too late. It's now
That's probably too much personal information, but you should think about these things. This is why we do these things with audiences, right? It's always that. There's no block that out. So you don't get so distracted. Different size here. Well, that's supposed to be okay. Alexander, there we go. Good. Focus on what we're doing here. Right. So he's a prominent member of the Tzfat Circle, which was a phenomenal and exceptional explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. It included some of the most amazing figures in modern Jewish history, including Rabbi Yosaro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, who was in fact the teacher of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as the Hari Zal, meaning the Holy Lion of blessed memory, for his Kabbalah work, who was the student of the Ramak. In fact, left Egypt specifically to come to learn at the feet of the Ramak, and then he went on, specifically through his own student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who also studied with the Ramak, to go on to publish a tremendous amount of work in Kabbalah, very creative material. To give you a sense of how important this very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, I'll tell you a little bit about this fascinating little footnote in Jewish history called the Smicha renewal, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov Rab in the 60s. Basically, Smicha refers to the ordination of rabbis, and the word Smicha comes from Somek, which means to lean upon, and it comes from that Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to Joshua by laying on the hands onto his head. And Joshua then gave the smicha to his students. I hope actually are we recording this on the screen? And they to their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime in the period of the destruction of likely the second temple, the smicha chain was broken, and after the demographic upheaval, Jews moving all over the place, the political chaos and so on, it was simply lost. And so the title rabbi of that was retired no longer reflected the legitimate chain from Moses all the way forward as a person-to-person handing off authority. Um, there is, however, some rabbinic literature of how to restart that ordination if there is a quorum of the greatest Jewish minds, all gathered together and in agreement on how this should be done. This apparently happened in 1538 when a Rabbi Yaakov Be'erav gathered together Rabbi Yosef Karo and others in Tzfat and said, listen, it's time. Let's do it again. Let us renew the smicha. He received agreement, and so they gave him smicha, and then he turned around and gave them smicha. And amazingly, the smicha movement was started again. It was not without controversy, like everything in Jewish history. And after a period of time, it became moribund, and we no longer have this continuous same smicha widely publicized and so on. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of just how brilliant the rabbis were in Tzfat at that time to have the audacity to consider a rather dramatic move like this. One other small note, Dr. Raviv points out, and I think it is probably quite true, that although it is widely reported that the Ramak was himself given smicha at the same time, this is probably not true. He was only 16 years old at the time. There's very little supporting evidence to indicate he was among that circle. And in fact, it only appears in 19th century accounts of the smicha ordination and renewal. So it's probably something that was much later. That is not to undermine in any way the authority and prestige in Tzfat in the 16th century. In reality, he often sat on the Beit Din of Reb Moshe Karo, and that's pretty impressive. The seat on the Beit Din run by the Code of Jewish Laws author, and he was widely regarded as a halakhic authority, although he himself, as his particular style of Jewish work, he tended to prefer to be more of a list working with smaller groups of people. So, nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the Tzfat moment was in Jewish history. There's important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, of Jewish creativity in Tzfat at the time. Let's refer to a couple of audiences. So we're doing this with an audience. The only person I see in front of me is myself. And although I enjoy talking to myself, it's not the same as talking to lots of. Anyways, Tzfat is not anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century it had this explosion? So, several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Tzfat became a very brief but very powerful economic development, particularly through the Ottoman tax policies of the time. Jerusalem, it was reconquered by the Ottomans and wished to foster development. It gave a lot of significant taxes to Arabs and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and suddenly, because of the attraction of new cities, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with disposable income, you suddenly have the possibility for scholarship and the development of culture. This is something that many undergrads don't necessarily grasp, that you can own a culture, a region, when you have the sufficient economic resources to support it. There have to be enough people who are making enough money who are to centers of intellectual activity, like universities, yeshivot, things like that, in order for that to flourish. If everyone is overwhelmed their daily chores, working in the farms in particular, there's simply no leisure time and no resources to allow for the so Tzfat allowed that brief moment of communal activity to flourish. Furthermore, Spot was a very important place of spiritual tourism at the time. It's a very beautiful place located 800 meters above sea level, overlooking the Galilee, and it is the home to many graves of tzaddikim, of righteous individuals. So there's a certain amount of spiritual tourism that was always attractive to Spot, and you put this together with the economic incentive, with the dispersal of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles, and suddenly you have a recipe for success. There are a few significant downsides to living in Spot. First of all, it was a place where there had frequent plagues, and that was definitely very difficult. And in fact, the Ramak itself was plague, and also it is a place with frequent earthquakes as well. So once you toss away the plagues and the earthquakes, such a place like sea, hopefully on Wednesday we'll have this microphone working fine. It seems to be working okay right now, and we won't have this issue again. Plagues also. Okay, back to our lecture. Here we are. What do we know about the Ramak's family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is most known for being the author of the Lecha Dodi hymn that is said on Friday nights. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to him for the entirety of his brief life, so much so he joined Rabbi Alkabetz as a family member because he married his sister. So Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's brother-in-law is also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know we don't have a lot of information about Ramak's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramak passed away, and later Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that the Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them, other than the Maharab Mipano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread donation and publication. With Rabbi Alkabetz, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak would engage in was the so-called gerushin, which means literally divorces. And what this referred to form of self-imposed exiles, brief trips where they would simply leave Tzfat, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around Tzfat, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, they didn't actually use a dowsing rod, but it was similar in kind of the feel of it. They would simply wander around until they felt the sanctity of a place, and they would identify those places often with of various tzaddikim. When they were at these various holy places, they would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, a long recitation of psalms, some strange kind of like meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book he authored titled Sefer Gerushin, a very unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he goes through the countryside. The concept of the Gerushin was they were trying to imitate the experience of Shekhinah, of the divine presence, which in rabbinic tradition is also, as it were, exiled when the Jews were exiled from Jerusalem. So they were like imitating the pain that Shekhinah feels at its chosen home. Fascinating book onto its own, but not the one that we're going to concentrate on today. We should think a little bit about the Ramak's fine contribution to literature and thought. So The most significant way in which the Ramak contributed to Jewish thought was in his systemization of Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which comes from the verb lekabel, to receive Hebrew, is basically the name used to describe the Jewish mystical tradition. There are mystical passages that go all the way back to the very deepest roots of Jewish tradition. For example, where Abraham has a mystical vision of and the Restream, the other places like that. There's a tremendous material in the Mishnah, Talmud, much of the extra literature, sometimes referred to as Chokhmat Emet, the wisdom of truth, or something which is mistar, something which is hidden. But until you get to the 16th century with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, there is no systemization of this information. Even the voluminous Zohar, which first appears in the 13th century, although many attribute it to a much earlier period of authorship, the Zohar itself is scattered in terms of its information dispensation. That's kind of a weird note that I built an FDL I shouldn't do this on one computer. It's just too weird to see these emails pop up and stuff. But anyway, the Zohar is basically follows the order of the Bible with some fascinating but bizarre and very difficult passages. It doesn't kind of like start at the beginning of saying, like, for example, what is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these kinds of things. This is really what the Ramak did. He took all of this literature, he wrote a magisterial commentary on much of it, including the Zohar, and then he systematized it in a very important work called the Pardes Rimoshe, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he said, okay, let's describe what Kabbalah is from the beginning to the end. This is an incredibly popular service, and so much so that there were two abbreviated works of that Pardes Rimoshe that appeared. One, the Ramak himself under the name or Ne'erav, Pleasant Lights, translated to English, by the way, by Ivan Robinson. And it was suddenly like Kabbalah made sense to a much larger audience. And this really energized the study of Kabbalah and pushed it forward tremendously. One can see why the Egyptian Luria, the Rizal, would want to come to spot specifically to study Kabbalah under a very rigorous discipline mind like that. Just looking briefly at, what is the principal idea in the Ramak's division of Kabbalah? The most significant thing, this is going to be relevant to the discussion of the Talmud Gemara momentarily, is the concept of Sfirot. Sfirot are the emanations of the God into the universe. Basically, Judaism, like any monotheistic religion, has a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e. God, communicate with a finite universe? If something is infinite, there can be no boundaries to it. Perceive quite clearly the world is a finite place, which is in borders and things. Something stops here and continues there and so on. How does that work? So, in Cordovero Kabbalah, also emphasized in Lurianic Kabbalah, and by the way, by way that I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into it in approved textbooks like Nefesh and so on, or in thoroughly unapproved English materials, which I don't know how reliable they are. So don't take anything that I say here seriously. No idea what I'm talking about. But in my humble opinion, what I think is going on is that God, as it were, shrunk himself through a process called shrink or contraction, and released into the vacuum created by absence 10 successive emanations, then created a physical world of itself. This is meant to do. So how does that work? think this. The tradition for this used in much of the Kabbalah is that if you imagine a vat of hot oil, you take that oil and you put it into a clay vessel. Clay vessel can't handle the energy of the oil, and so the vessel shatters. The mixture of the oil and the shattered vessels then falls into a second vessel, which also shatters. And then this continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool enough that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the physical universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalah description in brief, called Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for the metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You'd burn out your eyes if you tried to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you can glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, oops, wait a second. I don't want to share everyone. Nail, that's terrible. Shut this down immediately. It's ridiculous. Okay. The mirror, how do you work like this? The light from the sun, as it were, the mirror absorbs some radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. It has, whatever eruptions or scratches or things like that. The backing is not consistent. And then if you take that light and you put another mirror over here and you reflect the sun's light into this mirror and into this mirror, you can look at it even longer because two mirrors together certainly dilute the power of the light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors all the way down, at the very 10th mirror, then you can look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. No new light has been introduced. However, the function of these mirrors is made possible for us to somehow apprehend it. So this is a very basic idea of Ordever and Kabbalah, that the world goes through these 10 emanations from over here, Keter. This is actually not precisely a Cordeveran diagram, but we'll use it for now because it's sort of colorful. Keter down through Chokmah, Bina, and so on, all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the physical world in which we live. That is an introduction, very briefly, to my limited understanding of the world. It also addresses a very real problem, and this is something that separates Kabbalah, Lurianic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Theistic religions have a very difficult to address, and my house is a far more issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you'll see that very little time is spent discussing whether God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. From Genesis, Hashofet Kars Loas Mishpat will it to the whole earth.
Dude, what fuck version is this? Take 12? Oh, why would you put that?
From Abraham's
why would
negotiation
Zuckerberg have this shit? Well, put the take 12 on. How about take 1?
The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice. Is God just? So you have a monotheistic religion that has three basic statements that have to somehow fit with one another. They are: God exists. Now, you can't have a monotheistic religion without that. Secondly, God is all-powerful. How can you have a God that is not all-powerful? That's not our working definition of God at all. And that would imply also, ipso facto, polytheism, because if God does not have power over everything, then there must be something else that takes up the slack. It undercuts the whole idea of God exists. And then finally, we have a visceral experience of the reality of evil. Particularly in the bloody 20th century, we know that there is such thing as evil. We also, even, not just so much in Orlando, even in our own lives, the people around us, our community, we experience things that are difficult to understand in another way. So how can these three statements coexist? How is it possible that we can have an existent God, an extant God, who is all powerful, and yet tolerates evil? So, usually the Jewish thinkers concentrate on working with this statement, there is evil. And evil has to be redefined in some way to make it more compatible with the entire system. For Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the concept of evil is basically the notion that evil is a natural byproduct of the emanations of God. That as God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those sefirot, evil somehow naturally is created. According to the Arizal, however, this is the one area where really there's a very profound difference between the Ramak and the Arizal. Evil is somehow a result of a cosmic accident, of some kind of something went awry in the creation of the universe. And this is in many ways what makes the reality cult so much more appealing and popular, and certainly eclipsed Cordovero and Kabbalah in its later influence, because for Cordovero, evil is, that's just the way it happened. The world turned out this way. This, by the way, my comments are based very heavily on the analysis of George John, an important Kabbalistic scholar. We know that evil just sort of happened, and it's inevitable. Whereas for Yitzhak Luria, for Rabbi Luria, the concept is, no, we are living in a time of crisis, of spiritual crisis, and humans must address this wrong with every action that we take. It's a much more kind of energizing, motivating, and empowering form of Kabbalistic analysis. In my humble opinion, I don't really understand either of them. Both approaches seem to me quite theologically problematic, but I certainly don't have any better suggestions to deal with that great problem of those three those three statements that coexist. I will reiterate, however, that according to the research of Dr. Bracha Sack, who's also written some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramak, which is awaiting translation into English, she emphasizes that the vast majority of Lurianic Kabbalah is identical to Cordovero Kabbalah, and they should not be seen in any way as being in competition with one another, because the reality is Lurianic Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordovero Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about his association with the Lecha Dodi, the Ramak was an enthusiastic supporter of early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. And he argued quite forcefully for it. For example, in his more popular of the parties, the Or Nera, he heaped huge amounts of criticism on unqualified teachers, and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not abandon the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding what you're reading is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you an incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't do anything from me, because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just to maybe have something useful to say about. Nevertheless, the Ramak was quite exceptional in his advocacy of ignoring the ban on the study of Kabbalah for individuals under 40 who did not necessarily have full training in other sections. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about what is probably the Ramak's most famous work. Most famous work, known as the Tomer Torah, the palm tree of Torah. The title is somewhat mysterious. There's no indication in this slim book itself, which was first published in 1588, about 38 closely typed pages. There's no indication in the book itself as to the reason for the book. There is a reference to a palm tree under which the judge Deborah judges, I believe. And it definitely bears some close resemblance to a similar section in his earlier works in Elima Abati. It is distinct from that work as well. It's not part of that book, but it clearly borrows some of the material from that book. Dr. Bracha Sack has opined, I think quite convincingly, that somehow the title refers to the unification, perhaps on a mystical level, certainly on a mystical level, an association of the Yichud Hashem, the unity of God, masculine and feminine at the time, but that's more common topic today. The principal task of the Tomer Torah is the concept of imitatio Dei, a word used by Christian theologians for a concept known as the imitation of God. Basically, we do have a mitzvah in the Torah, imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Achina, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attribute of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Tomer Dvorah, however, says that while that is certainly true, on a profound level, what we really should be doing, we should look at God is. What is God's identity? That which is accessible to us. And we should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is even more primary. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sfirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God emanated into the world 10 distinct Sfirot, these 10, if you will, reflections, or the 10 Kalim, the 10 vessels, and we know something about each of those 10 vessels through the Kabbalah. Once we understand what those things are, we should also create that same energy in ourselves, which will create a so-called hisaruta diltata, an awakening from below, or an arousal from below, and God will also energize that corresponding sphere in the world. That's complicated, I know. So through this little work, the palm tree of Torah, what he basically does is he goes through each of the 10 spheres, describes what they mean, what they signify, and then translates that into human behavior. Now, in my own work, which I'm currently engaged in, and hopefully by the end of this year I'll get for publication. It's a translation and commentary of Tomer Torah. I've done a couple of, taken a few liberties. For example, I've divided the work into 2 sections. This division is not present in the original manuscript. The first section is what I would call the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. It refers to the first chapter of the work, which takes up 1/3 of the entire workspace of the book, and is clearly a work of soaring genius, something that is easily on a level of anything pushed in world spirituality in the 16th century, or I think much earlier or much later. And basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is going to be the title of my book, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness refers to the very first sphera, known as Keter, or the crown, describes essentially the concept of mercy. How God has mercy on us, and how we should have mercy on others. And it's a phenomenal work. I'll discuss it more next slide. The next 9 chapters deal with the following sphirot. Also quite fascinating, but they feel quite distinct from first large chapter, and so therefore I kind of split them up. And I feel that many people could benefit, and they're also, by the way, more Kabbalistic maybe than the first chapter, which is much more accessible to those not necessarily well versed in that topic as a whole. That's basically what Tomer Devorah deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely that first mercy or Keter, and so Keter is the crown. And what is functionally in Keter? The Yud Gimel Midos of Aracham, the 13 attributes of mercy or forgiveness. He takes a verse from Mika, from the coffee and the Tashlit ritual of Rosh Hashanah, and lists the 13 higher levels of mercy. And here they are. This is the entire 3 verses of Mika. Each one of these phrases refers to a different level of mercy. And then not only does he describe what that means for God, or, what is God's mercy, he also gives us a insight into how we should behave. Like, I'll give you an example. If you look at number 6, which is one of my favorites, for he desires kindness. So in the Tomer Devorah, describes how God, from time to time, angry with the Jewish people, God forbid, and he'll be tempted to as it were, a lot of anthropomorphism here, he will be tempted to punish the Jewish people. Yet what he does, in order to mitigate against his own anger, again, it's very difficult to speak about God's emotions and things like that, but this is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, he will remember some detail that the Jewish people have that is some behavior or some character trait. In this case, he describes the character trait of generosity. Even though the Jews may be rebellious, stiff-necked, or what have you, nevertheless, they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that, as it were, blunts the force of his anger. Then what the Ramak will do is he will say that you should do that in a human level as well. So, for example, let's say a couple, a married couple, has significant arguments from time to time, and one of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe. Oh, this is hard because this is going to be on the web. See something else. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple occasionally has arguments. Like, my wife and I, it's hard to talk about it because we only have arguments once every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband, me, becomes frustrated with a wife. Let's say one wife, right? And I'm tempted to say something which I'm certainly rather later regret. So what I try to do to follow this Mida is I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic, and if I can remember that, then even though I might want to let loose and be angry and raise my voice or something, well, if I remember this one small characteristic, it can be a very small one that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it. So, for example, my wife always makes my lunch. No matter what, always make sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry, if I can remember, she always makes my lunch. She cares for me, sure I eat properly, makes my lunch. I can't be angry because I just can't let it go. I can't, give myself over. It's an amazing book. And although, I can't say that mastered it in any way, even though I've read it many, many times. And I think that this first chapter is something that every person should definitely read. It's a soaring work of genius, and it's really a transformational text. So he does mean levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that, if internalized, makes a phenomenal difference. Okay, let's go on. The book, Tomer, immediately is huge and very popular in the Jewish world. Basically, this is one of the early books that his son Alia offered to Daria Defano, who is known as the famous Maharam Nipano, a significant Kabbalist and a very, very devoted student of the work of the Ramak, and he immediately put it to press. The book gained rapid traction with Jewish readership when Rabbi Yeshayahu Horowitz, Yeshayahu Horowitz, known as the Shalach Kodesh, a very important Polish rabbi, included much of this small text in his much larger analysis of Jewish thought, the book that he's named for, the Shalach Kodesh. A great devotee, and that meant that a lot of people studied the Tomer Dvorah fairly early on in its publication history. Small but interesting note, the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read, although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear as you go further on, here in Tomer Dvorah has been widely read by women, and quite often you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my own daughter prefer to use, which has a distinctive kind of feminine feel. As we shall see later, the Rabbi Yisrael Salanter study, in particular during the month of Elul, which is the month of forgiveness, and many times the editions of Tomer Dvorah that are published today have little numbers on the side, breaking the text up into manageable sizes for daily study over the course of a month. Now let's go straight to that. Now, the Tomer Dvorah is clearly a deeply Kabbalistic. The Lithuanian movement, unlike the Hasidic movement, at odds with each other, see my lecture about Nemso for more material on that. The Lithuanian movement was very hesitant to approve texts that were so deep Kabbalistic in nature, because Kabbalah was like the holy of holies, reserved primarily for those individuals who were really adept, old enough to master Talmud, and so on and so forth. However, Tomer Dvorah received from the typical ban on Kabbalah, primarily through the activity of the Yisrael Salanter shown here in the PowerPoint. He felt that the Torah was of such non-ethical value, incorporated within the burgeoning Musar movement of the 19th century. I'd like to spend more time in another lecture talking about this movement, but essentially it was an successful attempt, to revive a formal study of ethnic literature in Jewish tradition. At the time, books like the Kovos Halavavos, the Duties of the Heart, the Sharim, were not widely studied in a formal manner in the yeshivot, which concentrated almost exclusively on Talmud. And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter bucked the controversy to bring the Musar literature to the fore and demand that it really be rated into the regular curriculum. Was Tomer Dvorah, which he felt, even though it had a highly Kabbalistic content, was nevertheless of such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put in greater context, and I'm going to refer to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Musar today, my colleague Dr. Alan Marinis, who's done some phenomenal work in his Musar Institute in promoting Musar among people who are really first-time newcomers to the topic. And he's divided Musar into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadik, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called gates of personality traits and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strains include the philosophical, which is perhaps Maimonides is the most profound explicator, explainer. If I know how to edit, I'll probably remove all that. But Maimonides is Perhaps the greatest example of that in his Hilchot Dea is literally laws of opinions. There's the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 13th century Yehuda Hafez from the Ashkenaz movement that argues for, self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, of which Tomer Dvorah is clearly the seminal work, the first major work of Kabbalistic Musar, and as a result, it's had a phenomenal impact. Tomer Dvorah achieved popularity outside of the Lithuanian world as well. Many Hasidic endorsements of the Ramah, although the Hasidic world is probably much more heavily than the Arizal more directly for their Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the work of the Ramah is considered wholly as well, and the type example offered by the ultimate Rebbe shown here has frequent references to the work of the Ramah. So by way of endorsements, there's an amazing endorsement by Rabbi Halberstam, known as the Divrei Chaim, who argued that Tomer was of such value that even had, and I say this caution, but nevertheless, I think I would be I didn't include it. Divrei Chaim even asserted that the regular study of Talmud Torah was effective treatment against Yed HaChalak, which is a term meaning bad disease, cancer. And statement that one has to have very broad shoulders to make such a bold assertion like that. But nevertheless, I present it to you as an indication of how valued text is in the community as well. So, by the Ramah, this is his grave in Sfat 8, in the result of one of the plagues that passed through Sfat at the time. Behind a great corpus of literary works, including Tomer Dvorah, Pardes Rimanim, and commentary on the Zohar and so others. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of this period will be unduly impressed. Rabbi Eliyahu Davidas, the author of Chachma, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who is the author of Chaim, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on. So really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought and increased popularity of Tomer Dvorah in English translation to world spirituality as a whole. Thank you for sitting through this usual home-based lecture. Technology will work fine next week. We won't have to do it again, but let's sign off and hope this all works. Thank you. I'm ready. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so nice to see you here tonight.
You look like an angel.
I have actually a really interesting lecture tonight. It's spent a certain amount of time preparing, and I think it's good material.
Like an angel.
But I will say I was talking to one of my students watching his videos from New York State. He said to me, Dr. Abrams, I love lectures because he really nice things. It just feels really bad for me. He says nobody ever laughs at my jokes. And I tell him it's just a microphone, it's just basic score. And I'll be, of course, belly laugh. But just for my students, when I tell this joke, I'll do my part. I went and I got out a joke book, Joseph Englishkin's Jewish Humor, what the best Jewish jokes say about the Jews. And I realize I'm really using my 6 jokes over and over and over again, being very polite. give you a new joke. So this is a joke from page 31. It goes like this. So Dean has been in analysis for 25 years. He's seen the same psychiatrist one time. And psychologist says that, Mr. Goldstein, we've had a long relationship, and I feel like it's really time for you to move on. I've been in my office twice a week now for 25 years. Showing sight. It's time for you to move on with your life. But I'm not sure I can do that. I mean, you become a part of my life, my routine, my week. How am I supposed to just separate? He says, listen, here's my card. I'm going to put my home number on it. Here it is right here. I want you to call me anytime you feel the need. I'm confident that our relationship and your therapy has been so effective that call me anytime. So sure enough, Sunday morning, 6 a.m., the psychologist gets a call, and the Goldstein says, "Oh, doctor, I had this terrible nightmare, and I woke up, I couldn't sleep any longer, and I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it." And he says, "Well, what was the dream?" He says, "I had this dream that you were my mother." And it was overwhelming. And Goldstein says, "Well, what did you do after that?" He says, "Well, I sat down, I wrote it out, I used Freudian techniques." He says, "Then what did you do after that?" He says, "Then I had some breakfast." "What did you have for breakfast?" "A bagel." "That you call breakfast?" All right, it's not that fun. It's funny on page 31, but try. Okay, I'm trying, Mr. Newman. Okay, tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit new research for this lecture, new for myself at any rate, and I found some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy. I know that I enjoy doing research. It's about a woman named Wuchsha, the broker. First H is a guttural. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So you just have to pronounce Wuchsha, like the Yiddish ches, as it were. And is that for me? Oh, thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee, which is really nice. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. We have a few scattered documents about her in the Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of Jews in the medieval economy. Tonight is sponsored by the Coolers. We have a good representation of the Cooler brothers here, right? We have 80% of them here, which is great. And so in memory of their parents, I had the schus of knowing John Morton Kula. He was really a very, very special individual who lived in Archahila. He lived in the Waverly at 92nd and Surfside, and he was a very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. And I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I've wondered if one of the Kula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds just to say something about your parents. Just say one song. Get the camera. This will be on YouTube forever.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving things. And who they were, where they were, knowledge, Torah, anything to keep learning, and they were master teachers. And they always imparted to us and everyone around them that they could make the world a better place. We believed it, made it happen. So with that in mind, we look forward tonight because there's always a future, and the future will be good. Thank you for your Torah.
So it's actually, it's not even out of tradition for this shul. It's one of the nicest minhagim they have at this shul is many people sponsor shalashudas for a parent who passed away, something like that. And whoever sponsors the shalashudas usually takes that time, 15 minutes, so just to tell stories about their parent. And it's really quite moving. But let's move along. So who was the amazing Wuchsha? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I will take a few moments to describe what that treasure trove of documents is, just so you can place it in context, those of you who haven't attended before. But basically, she is a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th, early 12th century in Cairo. Right. This is actually an authentic picture from the Cairo Geniza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe got it, but I just picked that photograph off the web. Obviously, we don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. You'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. At any rate, She was a woman of phenomenal wealth, hugely wealthy woman, hugely charitable woman at the same time, really an exceptional woman, and her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women in the economy. She also was married. The sources indicate no evidence of a husband, but she did bear a child out of wedlock. Also, not so usual for an extremely prominent woman. But as we shall see, the social insult that she suffered as a result of her personal dalliance did not in any way improve her sense of responsibility to the community, and she continued to give tzedakah even to those institutions that were most egregious in their ostracism of her life. So what I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to kind of an overview of women in the medieval economy. There's a lot to say there in terms of the Torah and the reality, and these are not always the same thing, which we'll see shortly. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time getting into the deeper elements of geography. We have Ms. Herman, who was in the history program at Torah with us. She's going to take this course next semester. We'll get into historiography, what that is. I'll talk a little bit. And now I'd like to focus specifically on the three documents that survived regarding Yeshua's life from the Cairo Geniza. One is a court document in which she was ordered to appear before the court regarding a very small debt, and she behaved in a rather imperious manner, which is quite unusual for a woman of the age. The second is her last will and testament, which is a brilliant document, so much insight into both her personal life and the structure of women's working. And thirdly, a very fascinating document that was used to its son. And so these are light at GPS, I guess. No, that's not funny. And we'll see a lot about women in the economy and this exceptional woman in particular. So let's get started. One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives of the kings and as opposed to the lives of the great religious figures and the wars and so on, social history looks at how people actually live, or as Herder put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is, where are the women? The vast majority of people who create the documents from which history is understood were men. And men tended to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval, baseball, politics. No, okay, I don't know. I picked up the joke book. I'm looking forward to reading it. But men tended about other men, about things that are important to men. Women had less access to education. They tended to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record for us to create the kind of archaeological finds that would tell us about what lives were like. So the only way we can really get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from, how that vacuum affects the outside world, so to speak. So we have two basic types of information that we'll use today, two types of sources that will inform our discussion. The first is traditional rabbinic literature. That is pious literature, sometimes legal, sometimes philosophical, that is written by rabbis, obviously, who are trying to promote a particular religious agenda, trying to promote greater attachment to the values of Judaism and so on. And their reflection on women and the roles of women are often idealized and kind of based on a utopian view that may not conform to reality. The other type of sort, and we'll be looking, for example, at the Mishnah Torah, one of the classic works of the great Maimonides, who writes down very hard-nosed legislation about how men and women should comport themselves with each other, which often, was kind of stating an ideal without necessarily reflecting what women actually
we did. But also look at the Sefer Hasidim, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at Judah. One interesting reference in there because it's very rich in terms of folk literature. The second major source that we have for the lives of women are social and economic documentation. Things like, for example, the find of the Cairo Geniza. I apologize for those who have been here in previous classes where we talked about this all-important documentation, but basically, the Geniza was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. The Ben Ezra synagogue, this is actually the second floor, kind of an attic, into a crawl space later on in this lecture where it shows people actually putting things in these in period costume. But this gets stored. Normally, Geniza stored any holy writings. Obviously, a Sefer Torah, Tumashim. We have, for example, the Cairo Geniza, actual autographs of myself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Geniza unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged in the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually. So even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contract, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists, honey, pick up some hummus away home from the shuk. That's in the Cairo Geniza because Hebrew letters was stored away. As a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza 600 years, no one went in there, and then it was reopened at the end of the 19th century, and scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in 3 universities around the world. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have all kinds of documentation that people will loathe to throw away, such as, for example, marriage contracts. There are thousands of marriage contracts. And unlike the ones that people generally use today, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. People do personalize them. But there are lots of unique stipulations made in marriage contracts. It was not just the standard Aramaic text. People would add in, and if he yells at her, then she has to give him 2 chickens or whatever. They would add in all kinds of details. So we know a lot about their social lives from this documentation. And finally, one last element is so-called responsa literature, which is a genre that still persists to this day. And it goes back to the Gaonic period in the 8th century, where petitioners will ask rabbis questions and the questions themselves are lost; they're not preserved. But the answers of the rabbis are preserved, often, collected
with suspicious
recopied, serve as precedent.
And we can do the
types of response that we have
suspicious
reflects the kind of problems that happen to people. So these types of sources, both the rabbinic literature, the oral literature, like and the social literature, like the detritus of people's correspondence with each other, as well as the response literature, these things we can sort of fix who this woman was and what many people
we can go on
together for the Israeli army. I did. Well, Judith, you've been to all my classes, so forgive me if I say this one over again. It's a good one. I'll tell you very quickly. So the Hadassah and Margate, they get together and they risk $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And they purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up, and all members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the
pilot, gets out and he has a helmet under his arm. He salutes the women. He gets into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, and then fires up these massive jet engines and shoots down the runway and then stops. Remember, right? And he turns it around, he fires up the engine, shoots this a few times until finally he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. Move some of the plaques." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting with very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in the areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East to Persia, and then further go we'll leave it at the Caucasus Mountains. And the Christians were in control of Europe. And they had very, very different relationships to Jews, and the lives of women were similarly different, whether they were in a Christian or born in wine. One of the facts, Jewish women in Muslim lands suffered under a far more repressive standard of living vis-a-vis their activity in the public sphere. For example, Maimonides writes in the Code of Jewish Law that it's appropriate for go out maybe twice a month, go out of their home maybe twice a month. Otherwise, they should really be living totally in the home. And this is not at all the kind of standard writing in France, for example, or Germany. So Maimonides is reflecting a social reality where, even though there's nothing in the Torah that was specifically say a woman has to stay in home, there is definitely some encouragement of the private sphere and its association with women. But the idea that she would be restricted to her home is really not at all a value that Jews had in Christian Europe, but it was one that they absorbed in Muslim North Africa. Ironically, at the same time, Muslim law has a couple of leniencies that are not present in Jewish law, and women would take avail of these leniencies to their benefit. Even though a Muslim society tends to be somewhat more repressive in terms of women's activity in the public sphere, Muslim law gave women a little bit more control over their own income within marriage. As we shall see, women often exploited this dichotomy between what law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along with it. And in fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including the Radbaz, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have more rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. And the last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and then shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region. Istanbul, for example, North Africa, ports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of these. Many of them come into contact with customs that they were not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in gross generalities, but I can't go on without discussing that. Let's return to this concept of public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of woman's dignity being located within the sphere of the home. It's related to this concept of tzniut. Tznius means basically, it's often translated as modesty, but a better translation, a more close translation would be hiddenness. The value of the hidden, of not standing out. The example, the metaphor of the Torah scroll, holiest object in a synagogue. The Torah scroll is not simply left out on display for everybody to watch. It's within its own mantle, and it's behind a curtain inside a box behind another curtain. Because of it is hidden away and only taken out under very restrictive and highly protocol infused situations. This is a metaphor for the value of sleep, and it is associated more with the feminine, with the masculine, in much of rabbinic literature. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Observation. I see you're headed for greatness. As a protection for.
Lord Almighty, feel my tears.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Okay? I think that's the idea. You have to put it somewhere.
In my soul.
Right? I mean, and in many you could hide it in the closet.
Girl,
Many has that
you
place
wanna
to
set me on fire.
But you dignified, covered up, so that's
Breaking the fire. I don't know
so
which way to
what
go.
this meant for women in Muslim lands in particular is that
This
they
is
very
really hot.
opportunity to
Like the
engage in
sweets on
business
fire.
outside their home.
You light my bone sky.
It's well century, there's a relative explosion of women in that area. There are women involved in commerce and so on, but it is really considered a lower status activity for women to be involved in public haggling in the marketplace. On the contrary, the kinds of professions that women especially chose in the Muslim world were associated with the textile industry. It's important to bear in mind, particularly because we live in the post-industrial revolution, where we have one of the hugest, most huge, hugest of word, Mr. Rodriguez? No. One of the largest, most significant changes in women's reality after the industrialization is that they were freed from the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process that flax or that wool into thread and then make that thread into cloth and then tailor that cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours of an average woman's day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done, and it was considered kind of an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and with making it into thread, right? It says in Eshet Chayil, we say it, Kampa, what does that say? Oh, and now you have to say it from the beginning because it's an acrostic and olive base, and I forget. Yadea Shilcha B'Kishor, something, how does it go? Yadea Shilcha B'Kishor. Now I sound like an idiot. I can't remember that. V'Nasata, Kamet Tamku Palech, right? Her hands grab the Palech. And what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The palech is the part, a distaff that holds the, right? And the other part in the second part of the pasuk is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what a distaff is. They've never even heard of it. And yet, for the vast majority of history, women would grow up from the earliest age that they get balanced. They would be holding on to these things because they took up so much women's energy. Yes?
When you described women's role, isn't that retrograde to the Eshet Chayil? Because there she went out and did business and negotiated, and he was saying that women were not allowed to do it. So that was a retrograde.
Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. I'm definitely going to use it a few times this week because it sounds very intelligent. And, I once took a personality test, and it specifically told me that I like using big words that makes me feel. Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Eshet Chayil as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's an international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. What's he sitting around at the gates? She's doing all the work. Let's return to this because it will be relevant. Reality is that women are still very involved in all kinds of activities, including simply going out into the street and engaging in the marketplace. Here's a text from Europe, the Rhineland, the sticker scene we talked about 2 weeks ago. And here's an amazing little piece of folk history you'd like to learn. A woman who is traveling, first of all, there's a woman traveling, presumably on her own. A group of Gentiles was approaching her, and she feared they'd rape her. In such a case, say for Hasidim, she is permitted to dress in nun's clothing so that they will think she is a nun and not attack her sexually. It's an amazing thing. I mean, the woman's traveling alone, and what must it be like for women to engage in business like that? And if a woman traveling, here's a group of Jewish ruffians, this is like mind-boggling, is approaching her. And presumably the Jewish ruffians would not be put off by a woman in a nun's costume. I can't believe it. She is permitted to dress a non-Jewish dress and say she is a Gentile. I'm not Jewish. You may not rape me because I'm not Jewish. And she may warn them and she will cry out and report them, and she may also cry out at once in order that Gentiles will come to help her, even if they kill the Jewish ruffians. And just this one passage from this book, 13th century book, gives you a whole bizarre outlook of what must life have been like for Jewish businesswomen at the time. But let us return to some of the related aspects of it. And perhaps the most significant economic step in a woman's life is the institution of marriage. So, economically, it was hugely balanced in favor of the male. In fact, the term that the Talmud uses for marriage is kinyan, which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's the distortion of Talmudic thought, but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She may not be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some degrees far more autonomy than men on a level of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It is illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that is a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, it's kind of an incentive for marriage. Amram, and this amazing 70 notebooks of her own reflections, and I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off her children, and in particular collecting the dowries and having enough dowry to attract this kind of a mate and so on and so forth. But it's a really big deal how much money or property, it could be, real estate, it could be things like linens and bedclothes, things like that, a woman will bring into the marriage. The bridegroom, on the other hand, gives 3 gifts. He is the unofficial, mandatory prenuptial gift, which today would be something like an engagement ring. It's a sign of marriage, but it is a token of dowry. And then there is the marriage price, which is the parents of the bride for the marriage. Again, it's a small thing compared to the dowry. And there is the so-called delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift in the case of divorce or death of the husband. By entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, then the husband or his estate, because it devolves on his heirs, to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum. This is intended as a deterrent to divorce and also a reasonable protection that's put in place for a so-called pileges, or a concubine, is essentially a wife, and concubines up until the 11th century were still permitted, and in Sephardic lands really up until the 20th century. A concubine is a full wife in every respect, except she does not have the protection of the delayed installment. The divorce really favor the husband, because he can acquire not only a spouse and a life and other things, but he also acquires a big chunk of money in the form of his dowry. The woman may also bring into the marriage property from her father's estate, for example, and under certain circumstances, she may retain ownership of that property. But in traditional Talmudic law, she does not retain the right to control that property, or to gather the interest from that property. Let's say, for example, the father gives her a field. The husband can't sell the field. He has the right to decide whether he plant corn on it, or build a hotel on it, or whatever he wants, and he keeps the income from it. That's, traditional Talmudic law. Finally, this is perhaps the most difficult thing. I've had a lot of arguments with my 14-year-old son learning this right now, and he's a real feminist. He won't let me go in it. Maaseh yadeha, the work of her hand. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to earn some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah. I have my own daughter listening to this. So that's this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say, the way it's supposed to be, and historically and socially, what people did anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today, it says some things, and people do a totally different thing if they desire. And we shall see that actually it's built in a very structured halacha. If enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbi shut to social groups. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis as prominent as Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate practices that are not in harmony with traditional statements of the Talmud, if that is minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, the circumstances under which would be married. For example, let's just skip to this scene. What do we see from the Geniza period? First of all, the Geniza documents, as opposed to rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husband. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute recorded in the Geniza. These cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another thing, and the court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making, and they're not declaring it properly. A week, and they're saying, "I made $50 a week," and what happens to the other $50? It's like a massive mahjong game every 3 weeks or something. But so we have husbands complaining that their wives are from them and controlling it willy-nilly. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, "Hey, sweetheart, if you insist on my paycheck, then I'm the Muslim courts." Because the Muslim courts, I mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to women's control of her own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanda, if a woman would case to the Muslim courts, she would be vindicated. That would be a humiliation for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, just let her have it, and this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well, as opposed to Maaseh yadeha, the work of her hands. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because You know, her father would give her a certain amount of money into the marriage, and the husband would want to, um, sell a piece of property, which she's only allowed to do with her permission. She refuses to allow it, and they have a dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly, says S.D. Goitain, the premier scholar of the Geniza treasures, that the rabbis overwhelmingly gave in to the wife's demands. And they simply said, let the wife control the dowry whenever they have these kinds of disputes. Fascinating kind of dichotomy between what the codes say and what. Drinking in Muslim lands would be difficult. I don't know how much they would do. I don't even know if it would be legal. But there's lots, it's hard to imagine reasons. I mean, hard not to imagine reasons. I can give you one right now. Jump ahead a little bit. For example, one case that came actually before my mom, shortly before his death. This case came on a man goes on a long distance for 4 years. He's gone on this. Does not anything for so what the wife does is she takes a job teaching Torah, which is also interesting. Here's a woman teaching Torah in her brother. So here she is teaching. Apparently, not anyway, so she's an independent woman teaching, and her husband shows up. Hi, honey, I'm home. And he says, "You're what? Why are you just walking the streets every day to yeshiva? And then teaching boys?" That's classmates. That's what it is. And you have to forget it. And she says, "What are you talking about? I love you. You know, I can have it all, and I don't want to let, I don't get this job." So my husband goes to my mom and says, "My wife is a Moredes. My wife is a rebellious woman, and I'm coerced her to leave this job, or I'm going to divorce her." If a woman is considered a Moredes, a rebellious woman, then she loses her ketubah payment. So in other words, he could divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So Mani says, "Wow, taka." He didn't say taka. My grandfather, he says, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taka. It's such an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak without saying taka? So the husband, my money says, I guess I have to agree. Then the wife comes and says, "What are you saying? That my husband left me for years with no income whatever, and he expects me to just, what am I supposed to do?" And for a Talmudic law, for a woman to beg is a far serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected, they have to, but great lengths to prevent the indignity. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side says, "You are absolutely right." And he takes back his psak, and he says, "You can keep your job, and you're not considered moredet. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you the full payment." So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. And that's like kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics, but it's an interesting question. I refer you to Goitein's massive work, huge magnum opus, I think it's 7 volumes tonight, called A Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and there's a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the Palech, and I forget what the other thing over here that you look. Here's something, right, making the thread. So what kind of work were women typically involved in? Goitain identifies 7 different classes of laborers that women were engaged in. The most significant, the largest one was textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. All of our Kiddush cups and bekers and things like that. That comes from a very long tradition of Jews working with silver. And in some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. Women were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next 2 slides, and also some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional mourners. You could hire women to mourn at not your funeral, but someone else's funeral, because they just set the tone, with that kind of the strange things they say and clap with that. Women as fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like that. Jewish women are engaged in these occupations. The Geniza tells all. The Geniza describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in. Is a very rich economy as a whole. Yes.
You said that they wouldn't be in a Muslim society. They wouldn't be drinking alcohol, but that might be Kiddush and stuff. That's a very long tradition.
It's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. In Saudi Arabia, the American army can't have Budweiser. And that's, I don't know what we're doing there, but
in countries like Iran, they allow the Christians and sometimes Jews. I think even the Jews to have alcohol.
So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's
because I had Muslim teachers, and they would tell me that's where they would buy alcohol from was Jews.
That's great. There's a great influence on society. Okay. That in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed, I guess, produce and sell alcohol and consume alcohol. Okay, so let's talk a second about usury, because it's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like the nasty term for money lending. Jews were very involved in money lending. It was one of the most important professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the law of gratia, which prohibits Christians from giving interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, agricultural society, where it's very hard, right out the year when you're waiting for this to grow. The Jews were the only minority, about 500 years, were legally allowed to lend money on interest. When Italian Christians said this is so much money to be made, poured the law of gratia and then broke open and they forgot it. But for about 100 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world. Correct. So Jewish law is where they get the idea. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see who the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews and vice versa. I mean, theoretically, Christians could charge interest to Jews, but the market differential is so huge that it was not profitable. So skip over that. Here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish miner. This is, I think, 14th century Germany. He's got Hebrew on the hem of his robe here, at least what the Christian artist thought Hebrew looked like. He's got a big bag of money. Here's a nobleman with an empty purse asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his ear?
Like an abacus?
Yes, an abacus. Yeah, it's a very primitive Apple computer. Done for calculation. So Jews actually really enjoy practicing usury, although there are some risks. Like, for example, there's a risk of non-payment. To a large degree, that risk is moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money, and the king would lend his enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. 1290, for example, where within France they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they kicked them out. Then they realized they wanted credit again, so they brought them back in. They owed them a lot of money, so they kicked them out 3 times in the 14th century. And there's sometimes the risk of violence, and sometimes there's always probably the risk of popular resentment. As you can see from this, in fact, here's a rather penniless Christian nobleman. You can tell that these Christians will be bareheaded. You can see these penniless because he doesn't have Here's the Jewish moneylender again with the bag here, and this gesture, the famous pointing. In medieval art, it's like this is an aggressive gesture. It's really a pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something, and this would be perceived as a very kind of, you know, corrosive relationship. But the benefits were huge. If you were in money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are very gregarious people. They like to live within walking distance of synagogue, the ritual bath, the Chinese restaurant, so it's very far away. It's a clean, not involved digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one you can do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So if the environment becomes a little too difficult for Jews, it's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. You know, if you're a banker, you can set banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. So in other words, Judith, right, banker's hours, that's right, that's like 10 to 3, remember that time? And banks used to be open like that, 10 to 3. Now they drive one kind of misconception is widely, it's kind of an apologetic that was developed in Jewish historiography began in the 19th century, that the reason Jews engaged in this distasteful occupation was because they were prohibited from marrying. That's partially true, but it really misses the point. In many areas, Jews were allowed to marry, first of all. But much more important is the fact that this is a much better profession. Owning land meant that you could be expelled, and then where was your investment? It was gone. You had something liquid that you could transfer and allow you to have all these other benefits. So the Jews didn't want to be farmers. They did not want to maybe buy and sell a real estate. That's something different. But to be a farmer is not value. Apologetic to say, oh, the reason the money farm, all these other farmers, that's kind of an idea that developed out of the late 19th century. Socialist ideas that farming is the most natural and healthy occupation and so on. But it really doesn't come up
outside. But the fact of the matter was that you were also usually going out away from the community, and you couldn't do your prayers.
Absolutely.
And more importantly, you were more vulnerable to attacks because it was such a lonely.
Absolutely. So it's very rare that you find Jews engaged in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know best, in 1897, there were like 3% of Jews listed agriculture as their occupation. Okay, so let's look at Wuksha for the remaining time we have. Wuksha, let's return to her specific life story. And we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Goitain himself, in which he first revealed this woman that he discovered in the Geniza to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. And third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is, it's brilliant history. This is how history is really done. We've never heard of this woman before. And Goitain comes across these tiny scraps of paper and pieces them together and creates a picture of who this woman was. So here is the only document which is actually dated April 19th, 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court. And the latter witnessed former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday of this month when Karima, the daughter of Amar, known as Wuksha, I'll tell you about what these things mean in a second, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the Malabit, and to Mali Hakohen, the brother of the section child. Okay, so what's happening? This document is some kind of court document, and this person is testifying But he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these two other named individuals, so they can testify to the validity of the story, and says, I want to see the Dayan, for I was informed that he summoned me. Meaning she shows up at shul because the judge, the Dayan, religious judge, called for her to appear. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? You can hear even the translation kind of like, what does he want from me? You know, like, there's not a lot of like negation coming out of this document. One of those persons answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Al Beit Din, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. Meaning this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. Refrain from appearing with him in court. Meaning she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you show up when we called you to... you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she. And I heard... I love the way it reads. You're not going to believe this. She actually said this. Why, oh, Mr. Ula, that he should make a claim against me. All that is due to him from me is 5 kirats, which is later basically works out to about... All she wants for $20, 1967, plus $10. He calls him board over $20 for 5 kirats. He makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed so that it will serve as a document conveying rights and as a proof. So, what do you make of this? Just quick vision of who this person is. What do you think, Judith? You work with these documents all the time.
Well, first of all, it sounds like her parents.
Yes.
It's Xmas and I was falling on the ground. Well, it's Xmas time, baby, and it's all falling on the ground.
And the court says, it sounds to me, I don't know this comes through, it sounds like she's being contemptuous of this wife.
And the big Cadillac, and all the exceptional times, and there is all on the ground.
What kind of boy call her name? Her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of the Hamar, who is known as the head of the community, very wealthy and impressive individual. His father was also a very important apparently means he translates the Arabic and the language. That means the one without whom one cannot. It's a kind of an endearment, and people would simply call her Wuchsha, which is meaning, I don't know, mon chéri or something like that. The father, as I mentioned, was a very major. He also points out that it's interesting that normally when women are called to court in the documents, there has to be someone there to prove who they are. Because women are without identity. You can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, the daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent. Everybody knows what she is. Just give her name and that's it.
Was this a bet-in?
Well, this is like kind of before the bet-in. She was called to appear that we don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of docs, like 150, 200, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Wuchsha the broker, she's called that broker. To my brother shall be 100 dinars from just give it to me as security. Note, by the way, Goitein figures out that 2 dinars about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income, that same marker, and that's $50,000, a white non-Hispanic, a little bit higher, for example, $55,000. And so that would mean if we used $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say this, then that would mean her total wealth was 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in dollars. Or looking at it a different way, 20 years of retirement at a middle-class salary. That's probably an easier way to think of it. She could live at a middle class for 28 years on alone, on her wealth alone. So incredibly wealthy. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, well as 5 rings, etc. So to my sister, 50 dinars, as well as a mourning dress and so on. The daughter, my paternal uncle, 5 dinars, all these family fusions. Then she says, for the cemetery, 25 dinars. For the sons in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of about $50,000, I think.
Yes,
for the synagogues of Damascus,
how you living, girl?
To the poor of old.
Was it exactly 30 minutes, or is it more?
It was actually less.
Was it 29 minutes?
No,
I did. I had it clocked at about 30 minutes. Well, you said 30 minutes, and I said about 30 minutes. I'm just being ultra specific. I'm being facetious. How you living? It's good. Okay. Wow, you are just full of fluid. Okay, well, why don't you go and take care of that? All right, very well. I'm just chilling, watching these people go crazy over me on Blue Sky. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh so much. These people make my day. You want me to read what they say?
I mean, isn't that what you like to do?
I love it. I love it so much. Okay, so I have 2 main accounts that I'm using right now. One of them is Rabbi Eats Pussy Until Lockjaw Ensues. Now, if you're wondering, what in the fuck is lockjaw? It's actually tetanus.
Rabbi, I'm not wondering.
And I just think that sounds so raw that it's hilarious to me. The other one that I have is Rabbi Sucks MILF Titties Like cow. That's another thing. It's just, it brings a picture to the mind. So the first person says to me, and this was just like 1 minute ago, they wrote, was it exactly 1 minute ago? It was approximately 3 minutes ago. Dude, what the fuck happened to Rabbi Discord guy? The next person wrote, I know you're tired of talking with people who want to lick your hole. Next person says, yeah, exactly. Next person writes, this thread is not for Rabbi. The next person wrote, whoever is funding the lifestyle of Discord Rabbi needs to intervene. The next person wrote, a new rabbi has hit the timeline. The next person took a screenshot. The next person wrote, Mashallah, the bots have given Wolhencock the mandate of heaven, with a screenshot of what I wrote. The next person wrote, the rabbi is back. Oh no. The next person wrote, I'm glad Rabbi Rothschild agrees with my nuanced Sixth Samurai take. The next person wrote, the last rabbi account that reposted me was eye-poppingly sexually explicit, but moderation.blue sky still busy trying to figure out which belly buttons are pornographic. The next person wrote, the rabbi had. The next person wrote, is moderation unwilling or unable to stop the rabbi? And other questions posed by Epicurus. Next person wrote, Rabbi eats pussy like it's 2008. The next person wrote, honestly, the rabbi account names make me want to join the Discord server. The next person wrote, what in the sweet fuck, with a screenshot of what I wrote. This is all within the last 2 hours. The next person wrote, let's see here. Today I got Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls, and I was like, I've had enough. The next person wrote, stop it, Rabbi, just stop, enough, with a screenshot. The next person wrote, I hate these rabbi accounts, man, fuck off. The next person wrote, dun, 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 dun. I realize that's an insane question to ask, but I've had to block 3 different bots this week with names like Rabbi Sucks Milky Face with the Discord URL. The next person wrote, blank, 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 blank has sentenced Rabbi Dumps to die.
Oh, that's too bad. Looks like I gotta take a break. Well, on this wait, look at these fish to go.
Okay, what?
I can't share. This is me.
I see you.
These are these pets. I had 2 turtles. Okay, I'll be back.
Very nice.
Boy. Joseph's wife, 5 dinars, to each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars, and 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts against which you a little bit here. The remaining security shall be added to the cash which I possess, 300 dinars, meaning she's 300 dinars in cash, which is again $500,000 by this calculation, liquid cash, which are already with me, and the 67 dinars deposited with Lady Ikhtiar, meaning she actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting as well. In addition to all I possess in cash and kind and rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions I shall mention. If he remains alive and attains maturity, it shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he reaches bar mitzvah, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues in Old Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares, my brother, etc., to his father, the boy's father, Chasum Ashkelon. Not 1 penny shall be given. Goitain remarks that he uses the Latin, I think he calls it verba is pissima. Very own words. Read it to herself. She's writing it. Not 1 penny shall be given, except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's holding on from him concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which will be handed over to her. She'll forgive the 80. She doesn't want money. Just give him the 80 dinars, and so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. Still, the second big takeaway message with a very charitable heart. And she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely a straight father. And this doesn't sound like your typical Beis Yaakov kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with it? So let's a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity document, and let's read this because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document, probably written after her death, to record an earlier event that was designed specifically when proved that he was married. Again, I use the term that Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy, say, except child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level. For example, a married woman having an extramarital or an incestuous created child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert who comes with zero yichus, with zero kind of lineage, and then that status would continue for their children as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu Allah Yafeth, something wrong here, the son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Masliach, may he rest, appeared before us and made the following deposition while we were constituted as a court of three. So another court document, a formal deposition to the court. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with favor, when Wuksha, the broker, came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Chassun and conceived from him. Goitein says the phrase I had an affair is really literally I slept with. I slept with Chassun and pregnant. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. Oh, you based me, it gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim Qadi and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in a an office instead of a shul? Goitein presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife because there's a ban on that. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, and so therefore she went. We can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so who knows what kind of a guy he is. But she went and she got married in the Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he'd be able to divorce his wife. Maybe she'd die, then they could have a normal wedding. But at any rate, she got pregnant. We contrast, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is a mother, right? This is a guy who, well, they're worried that he'll have the baby. He won't say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever on the uppermost floor. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish chachma. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with Chassun so that your assertion might be confirmed. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them in how do you say that? Something like that. So that people say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, stands to reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering to her, surprised her with him, and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Abu Sa'ad, her son, whom she had conceived in her illicit relation with Sula. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's given testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqis. But when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Can you imagine? Because she has this child out of wedlock. She goes on Yom Kippur, and the Yeshua kicks her out of shul. I know this all for sure, and deposit herewith my testimony to this effect. I'm going to go a little bit more detail. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul on Yom Kippur, if you look at her will, you see that she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services on Yom Kippur. So I apologize for going a little later tonight. The conclusions that I want to present are that we talked a little bit about historiography, about source bias between the traditional formal documents and then the social documents and the responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish life at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish law. Women were extremely adept at leverage circumstances, even if it's threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specific in the unfortunate so the broker who, personal tragedy, still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that sought to deny her dignity. Thank you very much for your attention, and I appreciate your extra patience tonight. This is not such a funny joke, but we're desperate.
So you turn it off?
No, I didn't keep the joke. Okay, so thank you all for coming. I apologize for the rain-soaked entry to the building. Figure out what we can do about that. Maybe we'll just plan this class with the weather a little better. But the joke goes like this. So there's a guy who walks into a tailor shop to buy a suit. And the tailor looks at him and asks him how much he wants to spend. He gives him a number. He says, I have the perfect suit for you. You got to try this on. So he goes into the change room and he comes out and he says, I really like this suit. It's beautiful. It's the color, I like the material and so on. It feels great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is a few inches longer than the other sleeve. So the tailor says, no problem. All you have to do is just sort of fingers a little bit like this. Then he says, only one more thing that I noticed that one pant leg also a little bit longer than the other. And he says, no problem. All I have to do is just kind of stand like this. He says, it's after that tailor. So he pays for his suit and he walks out. He's walking a little Quasimodo down the street. And across the street, Sam says to Blanche, look at that guy walking the street so funny. And Blanche says, yeah, but look how good his street is. It wasn't really funny, but we tried anyways. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Yehuda Levi, the poet of Sefarad, a very amazing figure who encapsulates really the best of the Gold Spain, which we'll cover as well. He also has kind of an interesting connection to the Khazar people, which is something we should cover in this course. We have an entire lecture on it last year, so I'll just have a couple of slides to remind you about it because it is a fascinating little interlude in Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by, we're very grateful for them for his space and giving us some equipment to put the videos online and things like that. And one last personal detail that you might find interesting. My son Alexander, he doesn't come out quite as nice. He's a little better looking than you see here. But he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old, and he's planning to run a marathon this January. We really tried to stop him, but he's run 2 half marathons already. He raised $4,000 for Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital a couple of years ago, and raised some money for Team Friendship. And this year, he got the green light from his pediatrician, and we also took him to a pediatric heart specialist and also to a nutritionist, and everybody, he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, and things like that. If you want to support his run, go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and you can contribute whatever you like to this worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. I think he's a pretty good guy. He's 14, going on 37, and he's definitely a tough kid. He's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all my kids, God love him. Okay, so tonight back to our topic. We're going to talk about Yehuda Levi. This is an interesting kind of modernist impression of this physician, poet, and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. The term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, is actually occurs in the book of there's a pasuk there that says the Galut in Shalayim Sepharad. Already in biblical times, there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between in Ovadia and the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become the historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning, a combination that is quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have, figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for society, comedians, literati, scientists, and politicians even, and so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on, but rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a point, God willing, we'll talk about in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. Individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars, something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th century. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept known as Spain. The Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we would call today Spaniards so called themselves. As Jane Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, and you could certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So this picture by is a, he looked exactly like that, by the way. Oh, just joking. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for Jews who have been in Spain. Recorded Jewish populations have been in Spain that go back to the 4th century even. And we know of them most significantly in the Gothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, Arian, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This denounced as a heresy, and the Arians moved on. But then one of the ways in which this is a pattern that recurs on Spanish history, one of which they demonstrated bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation to political viability. So, for example, these are the kings of Visigoth Spain when the Spaniards were invaded by the existing population, and the bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition, whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it clearly seems to be a cimentoad for leadership if you passed a few anti-Semitic decrees every now and then. Yes, Ms. April. These last three were actually Jewish. No, I made that up. Okay, sorry. So, so he's trying anything. He worked for 15 years, though. I mean, that's quite okay. I can't, what can I do? This is just a joke. Probably not. This is such a tough audience, Mr. Rodriguez. Make sure we rewind over the time. Okay. Anyway, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway here, and they conquer Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632 in the Arabian Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to go into Afghanistan and northern India, what would be today Pakistan, and it expands also into the Byzantine Empire through Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this year of 711, they make the jump, the little body of water, Straits of Gibraltar, if I'm mistaken, into Spain proper. Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making conquest. We know of their experience under the Visigothic kings, that the Muslim promise of egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, and that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion within the confines of a Muslim state, was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sepharad. We have Christians, of course, the early Goths. Later we'll have Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a religious designation, although in this context all are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, and some Slavs, especially who came as slaves, and Jews, for the Christians, Arabs, and Jews, is often referred to as a tripartite region. Cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. The Jews were always a minority, significance in Western Europe. That was within a society. And in North, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were always one of two minorities. They were either alongside the Christians in a Muslim region, or a minority with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship creates a wholly different culture in Spain than we have elsewhere in Europe. And to a certain degree, the three legs of this tripod gives the society a much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically, because the ruling faction often sees the Jews as a useful ally against the other minority that they may have to contend with in the future. The Muslims and the Christians were always vying for authority. The Jews never vied for political rule, so therefore they made very loyal minions in many cases. Okay. Portugal, this map, Portugal is, I think, cut off this. Like this. Well, here's this. Yes, there we go. So Portugal is probably. You have to use your imagination a little bit. Just, picture the web. Okay, let's go on. Of course, the other end of Spanish Jewish history is 1492, the horrific expulsions in the 15th century, which created such havoc in Jewish demography and Jewish self-image, Jewish philosophy, and we're not going to get to that today. We will, God willing, talk about it more when we get to the end of this term in a few weeks. But this period of the 10th and the 11th century in particular is that high point of Spanish Jewish civilization. Okay, so let me pause. Well, actually, I'll say one more thing and then I'll pause for questions. A few of the famous names, some of whom we've talked about in the past. Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions. Jews, being a protected minority, had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations. And furthermore, Jews had such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of Jewish society, that they could walk into a synagogue really anywhere in the world and say, I'm from such and such a place, and do you know where I could get a good egg roll, that kind of thing. So Kastai ibn Shaprut was one of these early Spanish Jewish politicians. Shmuel Halevi ibn Agrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, a extremely important politician. He rose to the rank of vizier, which is essentially second in command in all of Spain. And he was also well known as a Talmudist, authoring the famous Mavo, which is the Talmud itself that is currently printed in all traditional traditions of the Talmud to this day. Halevi, who is fairly in the middle of this period, we'll talk about it today. And then at the end of the Golden Age, the famous Rambam, Moses ben Maimon, who of course is very well known not only to Jews but as a massively important world philosopher as well. Okay, let me pause and take a couple of questions before we talk about Yehuda Levi in particular. Ibn means Ben, son of. You see it quite often with Jewish names from Arabic region. Just like our last name, Abraham's son, right? At some point, I suppose, in distant history, we would have been called Ben Abraham. Or like when I was almost your age and I went to Israel as like an 18-year-old, and I was all fired up, and I tried to use my name, change my name, Abramson, to Ben Abraham, and I walked around saying, Ani Hillel Ben Abraham, Canada, right? And everyone was speaking to me back in English, and they insisted, I was like, how do you spell your name? Right? Yes. There's no familiar connection. Yeah. Now, it's interesting. That's a great question. I do not recall ever reading anything that Maimonides wrote about Yehuda Halevi. It's impossible that he would not have known him or of him, especially because Yehuda Halevi spent quite a bit of time in Egypt, where the Rambam spent most of his years as well. But I know that the Rambam was diametrically opposed to Halevi's philosophy. So perhaps differences in the more in the Buchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, that talks about Yehuda Halevi, but I'm not familiar with that. I don't think it ever occurs in any of the codes. I don't remember in the Mishnah Torah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I have a poem about that from the later coming up. So. Okay, so who was he? His family background was, again, one of these classic Spanish Jewish families, very wealthy and very learned. The traditional biographies placed in Toledo, but new research that emerged from the Geniza in recent years have indicated that it's more likely to develop. But at any rate, around the year 1075 in Spain. His family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people of his class would receive in Spain, which was at once, essentially a good day school education with a very solid Judaic component, where they would learn classical Hebrew, learn the traditional texts, including the Mishnah, the Talmud, and of course Tanakh. And at the same time, he was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, which would have, in that space and time, would have included mathematics, astronomy, geography, 11th century science, and actually the Arabic language. So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got was probably like the ideal day school that we all want to send our kids and our grandchildren to today. Maybe we'll have Aliza Halevi some point, right? Oh, maybe not. Okay, she's shaking. But maybe a doctor, right? So he lived, as we shall see, both Christian and Muslim Spain for a while. He had experience living in both regions. The entire peninsula really, the borders between Christian and Muslim were quite fluid, and also the borders between various types of Muslims were quite fluid as well, something that Maimonides would experience later when the Almohads took over the region and expelled the Jews as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry slam. That was not the term they used at the time, but it was a competition. Actually, it might have been a Hebrew language poetry slam at this time. It was a competition to see who could imitate a particular poem, which I believe authored by one of the Ibn Ezra's in Hebrew. And we have to understand the role of poetry in Spanish Jewish life in the 11th century. Poetry was something that, like for example, my daughter Elisa, maybe she won't mind to tell you, her earphones broke, like the earbuds that she puts on. And this is maybe what, the fourth buds you've broken this year? 6 pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break earbuds? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them constantly. Awake, asleep, in class, out of class, just constantly wearing these earbuds. And whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is, should be 17 on Shabbos. So, to the entire society. Lay me a good poetry verse or something. They would say something good to a poet. And it was the measure of intelligence, it was the measure of wit, it was a measure of sophistication, it was a measure of virility. It was all kinds of things was wrapped up in poetry. And there were all kinds of different styles of poetry that were highly codified and highly structured, and you would measure the quality of a person's poetry by how well they could maintain these very rigid structures and yet turn a logical phrase in the same process. There were certain standard types of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including, in the case of Shmuel HaNagid, the occasional homosexual poem, which was really quite an amazing thing. But this is the person who wrote the commentary on the Talmud, and we have half a dozen or so clearly homoerotic poems, which are problematic in a lot of ways. We talked about them, if you recall, last year, and it seems that this was the style. People wrote these kinds of poems, and the fact that he could write a poem about how good-looking things waiter is serving him food at a banquet. That was a measure of his sophistication and his worldliness. And he could also Mara and publish a commentary on the Talmud at the same time. It's hard for us in our, comparatively speaking, homophobic society to understand how these two ideas can fit together, but it gives you a sense of what poetry meant as a means of communication and as a means of establishing status in this very poetry-sensitive world. One last comment. I will tell you that when one of the things that amazed me when I went to Russia, I've been there several times in the context of my research, and when I went in the late communist period, before the Soviet Union fell, and I don't know if you've ever been to St. Petersburg or Leningrad or Kiev or places like that, and you walk down the main streets, and there will be people setting up tables selling books. And the books on the tables are like classics. Pushkin, Tolstoy, Turgenev, like really important writers, like Tolstoy type writers. And people will stop and crowd around these tables and say, "Oh, look, there's a new edition of 19th century poetry out. I can't wait." And ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're shoveling dirt on the streets would come buy this poetry. It was really, really valuable. Later, after the Soviets fell and the restrictions were removed, and you walk down the streets and you go past those, and they're still crowded, and there are lots of people all around them, but now it's all Russian translations of American detective fiction, pornography, graphic novels, things like that. It seems like communism, at least at one level, tastes change. Okay, smart.
Fixation of poetry is part of the conservation of the days when the Arab system of radio was kind of free society that brought with them the Jews
That's amazing, fascinating. I guess it's kind of like the Shiva party, and some Shiva buffalo will get up and start. Not to sell. There you go. We think it is. Okay. So, anyways, it was in this context, in his youth, that he won this poetry contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Hebrew family, the most significant of which was Abraham Mishra, the commentator we'll talk about shortly. They shared many experiences together. And most of the poetry he wrote is early hedonistic phase of life. And I say that term obviously in a qualified way. It's not like hedonism like South Beach here. It's not hedonism of 11th century Spain. A lot of poems about wine, about love, about beauty, about women, things like that. That was the main thrust of his poetry. He had not distinguished himself in any other specific area. Then there was a major conquest in 1090 by the Berbers coming up from North Africa with a slightly different approach to Islam and a less tolerant of many of the local minorities. So he began a long period of wandering, about 20 years, which took him both into Muslim regions again and into Christian regions. Once again, he's really traveling around seeing all kinds of things. At this time, he's primarily supporting himself with his medical skills. He's trained as a physician, and he's doing quite well, often catering to the nobility in any particular town. He's also developing a quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing fame throughout the period. There is no evidence that he lived off any specific, benefactor or was in any way supported by any wealthy individual. It seems that he really was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a physician. We see also, for example, with the Rambam, who of course doesn't in poetry so much, but very prolific reader. who is doing the entire side, and his medical practice is what keeps him informed. It does remind me of a little joke. So two Malamdim who are talking to each other, two, primary school teachers did. And one of them says to the other, if I was Rothschild, I would be richer than Rothschild. Rothschild, of course, 19th century emblem of the wealthiest in the world. So you are Rothschild than Rothschild. How would you be richer than Rothschild? And the first guy says, I would give bar mitzvah lessons on the side. So he was not giving bar mitzvah lessons on the side. His medicine and his medical practice was keeping things going. And at the same time, he was developing larger and larger corpus of poetry. This lasted until 1108, until one of his close patrons, a man named Ferzuel, I'm not sure to pronounce that, in Toledo was assassinated.
Biggest pimp ever recently.
And this Halevi paused, thinking about how really secure am I? This is like the second major departure I've made from a city as a result of persecution, and then it turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a little bit greater detail shortly. During this time, he's also very close, as I mentioned, with Abin Ibn Ezra, one of a large family, all very educated individuals who are writing poetry with him and so on. Ibn Ezra was ironically really poor, complains bitterly about his opinions in his Bible, in his introduction, his poems as well. But the two of them are fast friends, and they travel extensively throughout Spain, and ultimately they're going to travel across the coast of North Africa. According to some opinions, it was Abraham ibn Ezra who would accompany Halevi on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that and say it was probably Ibrahim. There's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Halevi and Ibn Ezra were connected in a familial manner. Either they were cousins, or perhaps they're connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the dustbin of history. More data is forthcoming from the Geniza, where we may have a better idea as to the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at what made him most famous, perhaps, which is poetry. And there are several categories that he engaged in. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love poems, specifically in his youth. Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We're talking about several hundred eulogies, and these are also known as laments. They typically describe the dismay at the loss of a close friend. Most of these were written literally for friends. They were not written, for hire. They were not commissioned poetry. He simply wrote them of his own accord. They tend to have a very, as you would imagine, a dark tone, emphasizing the what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with pia, capricious, right? As a pia. The capricious nature of death that can attack at any moment without warning and so on. He wrote quite a bit of religious poetry. Some of his religious poetry was included in the liturgy. We have it in both the Sephardic and in the Ashkenazi tradition. You see much of his poetry, for example, in the keynotes of Tisha B'Av, the poems about the destruction of the temple and Jewish suffering that are read on the 9th day of the month of Av, which is kind of like National Luck Day. And then finally, what he's perhaps most famous for are his Shirei Tzion, his Songs of Zion. 90 of these poems talk about Israel, a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life and eventually result in his aliyah, his movement to Israel. Let's look at a few of these poems just to get a sense for his personality, because we can see a little bit coming through. So these are not my translations. I picked them off the internet. This one is a translation by J. Hotzman. It's called Gray Hair. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out when it thus to me said, "You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but a score of my friends soon will make of you a mockery." Sorry about the rhyme there, but that is it, right? And I can identify with this one. It's a little bit too late. Here's an example of one of his love poems. This is one of the tamer ones that I chose, but they're very much about the physical beauty. This one's, my sweetheart's dainty lips are red, with rubies crimson overspread. Her teeth are like a string of pearls. Down her neck, her clustering curls, in ebony hue, vie with the night, and over her features dances light. The twinkling stars enthroned above are sisters in my dearest love. We men should count it joy complete to lay our service at her feet. But oh, what rapture is her kiss! A forecast is of heavenly bliss. Guys, note the translation, Emma Lazarus, right? Famous Colossus fame, right? Give me your schwitzing masses. How does it go? Tired masses, something like that. I think there's no schwitzing in there. Okay. Anyways, you get the sense of it here. Go on. In Hebrew, these are all Hebrew. He wrote in Arabic as well, but he was a very, very pro Hebrew language patriot. He really felt that Jews should be, masters of the Hebrew tongue. This is his most famous poem. Actually, this is just the first stanza. The poem is quite a bit longer, but this is the one that most people associate with Yehuda. Maybe, let's see. Actually, you want to read the Hebrew perhaps? So you say with the proper accent? Beautiful, isn't it? Fantastic. And her Hebrew is really quite excellent too. Also native language. So let's read the English. My heart is in the east, and I at the farthest west. This is a literal word, meaning that his heart is in Israel, which is to the east of Spain, which is in the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get wet. So that's what the meaning of it is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really in Israel, but I have to be stuck here in Spain. How can I taste what I eat, or find it sweet, while Zion is in the cords of Edom? That means by Rome. At this time, and Rome is a metaphor for Christianity. At this time, Jerusalem was under the control of the Crusaders. So, while Zion is in the cords of Edom, and I bound by the Arabs, right, and Spain being the Muslim culture, and so on. Beside the dust of Zion, all the Spain is light. Light meaning empty, right? The word is yakel ve'enai. Light in my eyes. Light is not heavy. And a good thing to leave it. Meaning it would be good to simply leave all of this simple stuff of Spain and go to Israel, where life is really happening. You can see the tremendous love of Zion, and I think also the meter of his poetry coming through in this short selection. It goes into a much longer detail, of course, this particular poem. And we have, I think, about 400 odd poems. Ladies, it's in the corpus today. Now I'd like to turn to his philosophy. Any questions about his poetry? Okay, so let's go to philosophy. Something that he engaged in a little bit later in his life. The Kuzari is from, I believe, 1141. So, is one of the most famous works of philosophy. It's quite a dramatic work, written almost in a Platonic form as a dialogue between three faiths. The setting of the Kuzari is based on the story of the Khazars. Rather amazing story, even though Yehuda used the story simply as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit. Nevertheless, it's such a fascinating footnote that I just want to take a few minutes and talk about what are the Khazars and so on. So here's the Khazar Empire at about the year 40, when amazingly the entire country converted to Judaism. Probably never heard about this before. But it is rather an amazing thing that's without a doubt, this entire country in the middle of Asia converted to Judaism. I'm saying it again just to make sure you cut it out. Where is this place? I'm sorry? Oh, they were pagans before. They were worshiping thunder, trees, rocks, egg rolls, things like that. Here's the Black Sea. I think I could use some Chinese food. Here's the Black Sea. Kiev is right here. Kiev, according to it, was actually built as a Khazar outpost. It's an amazing idea. It extends through what would be today Georgia, a little bit of Azerbaijan, and into what would be Tajikistan and Kazakhstan to the east. It was a very significant empire that we know from multiple sources, from many different Christian, Jewish, Arab, everybody talks about this Jewish kingdom that converted in the year 740. So, what exactly was this conversion about? Let me remind myself yes. So, according to the legend, there was a certain king named Bulan who, very religious individual and very spiritual individual, and he wanted to explore the various faiths that were circulating in the world at the time. He had heard about the great monotheistic faiths of Islam and of Christianity and of Judaism, and so therefore he invited envoys from each of these three major faiths to sit down with him and debate the merits of their religion. And in the end, according to the legend, he said, that's it, I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish. And then they became Jewish. We have all kinds of explorers like Pataki of Regensburg, Benjamin of Tudela, we mentioned in an earlier class. Actually, I'm not sure if Benjamin got this far, but they all report on travel to Hazaria and who were descendants of the original Khazar. The story was so popular that it was later picked up by the Russians in their foundational document called the Povestvermen, which is the chronicle of bygone years, in which they have the same thing, in which King Vladimir, in the year 988, sits down with this time 4 representatives, because he's got Jews, the Muslims, the Roman Catholics, and the Eastern Orthodox. And he has the same kind of debate, except in that version, the Eastern Orthodox win, and they all convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. He comes so very, very close to becoming Jewish, if you can believe it. Vladimir asks the Jews, he says, history would have been very different. All said wrongs would have been told, who knows? But what he says is, he says, look, that's it. Judaism makes the most sense to me. Just one last question. Where is your homeland? And the Jews said, well, right now our homeland is, under the control of the Muslims. We lost our homeland. And he said, are you kidding? You want that to happen to me? Forget about it. And he dropped Judaism on that basis. He also dropped Islam, and it's explicit in the text. He dropped Islam because he said essentially, okay, I love Islam. I want to become a Muslim. Let's drink to it. No way. So he said, forget about it. Islam's not going to work here. It ended up becoming the Eastern Orthodox. The same story repeated for the Russians, obviously based on the Khazar experience. Now, what probably happened, if you look at it more reasonably, is 2 things. First of all, it seems to have been, and there's a lot of debate about this, but the consensus among most scholars is this a political move. Because in the year 740, Christianity was expanding through Western Europe. Islam, as I showed you in that map before, was coming up from the south. And the pagan faiths knew that their time was limited. And so they could either join one sphere and ally themselves with the Christians, or they could join allying themselves with the Muslims. And this was kind of a half-hearted attempt to maintain their political independence by proclaiming themselves to be a neutral faith, neither Christians nor Muslims. Yes. Fascinating observation. And much of your line of argument was actually developed by the great historian Shimon Dubno in a fantastic book called Essays on Nationalism, in which he argues, and I'm taking this time away from that, but he argues that the Jews, again, he's right before the state of Israel was, but he argued that the Jews had moved to a new level of political identification, a post-state nationalism, which did not require a physical homeland to exist. Yes, he had a huge influence on Mordecai Kaplan as well. Okay, so anyways, the Khazar Empire, I'll just show you one little detail here. This is an interesting document that was discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Sorry, the color's a little washed out here, but this is a document that was found in the Cairo Geniza, written in Hebrew, which describes a Jew from Kiev, and this is, I think, pretty much proof positive that the Khazars were really Jewish. What kind of document do you think this was? No? It's Teudah. What kind of Teudah? Not close. Use this Teudah for another kind of view. Tzedakah. I'm sorry? Tzedakah. A Tzedakah collection. This is like, those laminated pieces of paper they come around with, saying this is a worthy cause, you should support him, and so on. So this is the same thing. This is like approximately the 10th century, and he's got a Teudah saying, I'm all the way from Khazaria, from Kiev specifically, and I need some support, and these are all the rabbis who think I'm a good person to support. Won't you please help me? And he left it behind in Cairo. Yes. Right. Good question. Okay, let me get to it in a second. I'll just point one last thing here, which is interesting. Look at the signatories to the letter here. There's a whole bunch of dignitaries here. And then you have this funny thing at the bottom, which says in Turkic runes, I have read it. It's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Turkic runes, which Gold and Omelian Pritzak, who studied this document intensely and wrote a book on it, argues that this indicates the level of learning of the Khazarian Jews is extremely low, such that the president of the community of Kiev couldn't write in Hebrew, he had to write in Turkish. And he could not, and also we have evidence from travelers who say that the Khazarian Jews may not even have practiced circumcision, which is a very, very basic rite. It's something that usually stays with Jews long after Kashrut and Shabbat observance go. There's still circumcision. So we're not exactly sure how deep that conversion went. It may only have been a very pro forma token conversion at the top level of society that was meant to kind of politically indicate to the Muslims and Christians that they were distinct, or it may have kind of, filtered down where the Khazar king says, okay, listen, everybody, we're Jewish now, right? What's next? Didn't really have deep training or spiritual commitment to it. Well, that's exactly what happened, by the way, in Russia. Is the king said, okay, so we have to become Christian. Oh, we've got ourselves in the Dnipro River. Fine. He brought the whole population of Kiev out, and they went for a swim in the river, and it's over. That's all it takes. He said, yeah, don't be a Khazar. Where they went. So, at any rate, that's the real story of Khazaria. As I mentioned, a lot of question about, what kind of Jewish were they? Were they rabbinic? Were they Karaites? A lot of questions swirling around the basis of Khazarian Jews. But Ms. Abramson asks, what happened to them? And the best answer that we have, most demographers believe that they simply assimilated back into the local population. There are some very, very tiny remnants of Khazarian life that may have impacted on later Ashkenazic migrations. Like, for example, the great Yiddishist Max Weinreich argues that certain words in Yiddish come from a Turkic origin, including the word daven. because the word daven, there's no Hebrew root for daven. The word will be mitzvah, right? It's not even close to daven. And the Slavic root for pray is, I think, is kritinat or something like that. Does anyone know the Slavic Russian word to pray or the Polish word to pray? Molitsia. It doesn't sound at all like daven. Right? So daven, he argues, made from a Turkish root, meaning a Khazar element, but otherwise they simply disappear. There is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argues that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually, the Russian Eastern European Jews are descendants of the Khazars. And a lot of anti-Semites love this theory. And it's all over, right-wing websites and like that. Why do you think they would want the Jews of Russia to be descendants from the Khazars? Is Abelson, what do you think? Ms. Benardic. Exactly. It's a way of saying the Ashkenazi Jews are really Jewish. They don't come from Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. They don't come from Israel. They're really Khazars. I mean, most of us in this are really Khazars. Ishkai Khazars. Then, I don't know what to say. So that's the argument. There are some famous Jews who also ascribe that theory for, I think, similar reasons. There's absolutely no question. You can look at multiple metrics to show you that the Nazi Jews of Russia come from the Nazi Jews of the Rhineland. I mean, the markers, the ethnic markers, cultural markers, they all indicate German origin. Well, I don't know a lot about this. I would like to study more. Like if you use DNA to measure who Jews are related to, the best study that I can speak about with authority is an old one. It's out of date, but Leon Polyakov, lower volume history of anti-Semitism. One of the things he did in it was compare blood types of Jews to the people they live among, because there is a lot of variation among blood types worldwide, and he noted that Jews are more likely to be related in terms of blood type than they are to Jews from another part of the world, statistically speaking. But DNA evidence, which is a lot more long-lasting and can be measured along the Y chromosome and things like that, indicate that actually there's a lot of connection between Jews worldwide, despite what are apparently large racial differences in appearance. Maybe I'll do some more research on this so I can say something intelligent. But let's go back to Yehuda Levi. So he used this whole story of the Khazars as an excuse to talk about the differences between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. He took the story of King Bulan's conversion to put it in a dramatic context and have all three of these speakers defend their faith and to debate with one another. By making it seem kind of like a history book, he was allowed to essentially write a pro-Jewish polemic against Christianity and Islam. The actual title of the Kuzari, The Book of Refutation and Proof on the Despised Faith. And it was clearly a work intended to serve a religious purpose and not at all a historical purpose. It always cracks me up when I talk with students who are studying the Kuzari at seminary or in yeshiva, and they think of it as a historical text. It was written 500 years after the event. He had no access to sources. It's just a polemic work, which is quite fascinating with philosophy. And in this work, he really carves out a different path for Jewish philosophy, which had been trod by the great philosopher Saadia Gaon, or would be trod by Maimonides, for example. He differed from the most prevalent theories of the day, which were either Aristotelian, you see that very prominent in both Arabic and in Jewish thought, or Kalam philosophy, which is much closer to Islamic thought than to. In both of of those models, Halevi said, you know what? They're all theories. Lots of, like, you posit an idea and you derive ideas from the idea, but it's all based on theory. He says, I want evidence. I want proof. And so it's very heavily rooted in empirical data. So, for example, the arguments that he uses that has been very repeated over and over again in later works is the notion that, you know, if you compare Christianity in their foundation stories, Christianity and both rely on the testimony, the small number of apostles that open up the tomb and see that Jesus' body is gone. Paul claiming to see Jesus, Aristus, but you have to take the word of one or a small handful of people whether that actually happened. Muhammad going off into the desert, meeting the angel Gabriel, coming Quran, things like that. You know, it's all testimony of a small group of people. And Levi says in Judaism, you know, the entire Jewish, some 30 million people, million soldiers refers to the men, were at Mount Sinai hearing the Ten Commandments. And so how are you going to get so many people together and then everybody else believes that it happened? It must mean that empirically it's a much easier to defend argument that the entire person, if you can imagine, for example, he writes, like, what if somebody gets up and says, by the way, do you know that thousands of years ago, all of our ancestors were there at Sinai? I happen to be the only guy who knows about this, but you should believe me that this happened to everybody. It just won't work. The Jews are, by nature, a very skeptical people. You may have noticed that. And we tend not to believe individuals who will come up with a story like that. So this is the kind of trend that he has in his philosophy, very empirical, very data-driven, and very popular at the time. Finally, in his thought, very, very intense science. In the traditional approaches to his biography, and there are some new trends in studying his biography that argue that perhaps this is a little oversimplified. They say that in his life, his love of Zion became overwhelming, and that he yearned with a powerful, powerful yearning to walk the 4 cubits of the land in the land of Israel, and ultimately at age 65. He succeeded in his journey. Not at all an easy one. He, had the tremendous impediments of wealth and fame. He was not like a young, single person, 18 to 20, who goes to yeshiva and then decides to stay. This is a person who has, a world following, has a very established medical career, and he's later in life. And for him to schlep all the way to Israel, a dangerous trip, and who knows what kind of living conditions he would have there, it was a very, very difficult thing to do. He made his way across North Africa, ultimately arriving in Alexandria, Egypt, where he had the most difficult time breaking away. It actually took quite a few months for him to do so. He was met with such tremendous honor in Alexandria, feted every night and celebrated for his poetry. And the Alexandrian Jews really did not want him to leave at all. They begged him to stay in Egypt, saying, listen, Egypt is a very holy land as well. After all, we first received prophecy here, and Moses was here, and you should stay here. And it was like the New York City of the Middle East at the time, but he insisted nevertheless on making his way to Israel. New evidence that has come out of the Geniza tells us more about including personal letters written about these last days, tells us a lot more about what happened. He ultimately made it to Israel by boat. He probably landed in Ashkelon in May of 1141. And then he died of unknown causes later that summer. The legend has it that when he made it to Jerusalem, he bowed down to kiss the stones and to claim one of his homes about Israel, and at that time he was trampled by an Arab horseman and killed. There's no evidence other than legendary that that's the specific method of it, or the untimely nature of his death. And there are even some reasons to question it because it was a crusader kingdom at the time. not and Arabs might not have that same kind of freedom of movement, do know that he definitely died shortly after reaching the goal of his many years of love of Israel. So his legacy, all told, brilliant example of the golden age of Spain, a poet, great artist, also a philosopher, giving us the Kuzari, expressing for us really the possibility of a tremendous synthesis of secular knowledge and cultural awareness, time as having a brilliant and sophisticated insight into Jewish thought, being a very patriotic Jew and very patriotic of his time. Thank you very much for your attention, as always. Okay, so I will speak faster to make up for today. It's, I think, let's go from there. So, thank you all for coming. Tonight's topic is Hanan ben David, regarded by Karaites as their founding father. Karaism is a very important schismatic movement within Judaism that split off primarily in the 9th century and 10th century, and we're going to follow this movement to the present day. So I have to think of a joke to start off so everyone's in a good mood. I'm not sure I can think of one, but I'll give you one anyway. So I hope I didn't tell this joke too recently, because as you know, I only have about 12 jokes and I just keep recycling them. But I tell you the joke about the boy who goes to Europe in the 1920s to study, and he spends 6 months there studying in Yeshiva in Poland, and then he comes back to live with his family. And the first Shabbos meal, the father says, "You know, what was it like in Europe? What did you learn? What did you see?" And he says, "Well, you know, I met so many interesting people. Like, for example, I met a communist, I met a Zionist, I met an atheist, I met a socialist, I met a Bundist, I met a Beitarnik, I met a Jabotinsky, and I met." My father says, "So what are you surprised? It's a very diverse place." He says, "Dad, you don't understand. It was all one person." But it's intended to take us into the topic, and it's an important topic in Jewish. It has surprisingly modern ramifications, contemporary ramifications for the development of Judaism in the 20th and 21st century. There is an interesting sort of resurgence of Karaism in certain parts of the United States, what Mr. Rodriguez calls neo-Karaism, and perhaps I'll explain what he thinks about that term shortly. But let's get right down to the subject matter. Today's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. I'd like to thank that donor very much for supporting the shul that gives us the space to learn it. And it's wonderful that we have sponsors, but I'm happy they're here so that I'm not talking to myself like I usually do. Okay, so Karaism. The word, as we shall see, comes from the Hebrew term kra, kuf resh aleph, which is the basis of the word for mikra, or scripture, to read or to call. So Karaism derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone, and put in one sentence, the essential belief of the Karaite movement is that the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are in fact by God and nothing else. And the task of a Karaite Jew, or a Karaite simply put, is to divine the divine intent of that text without the layering interpretation that followed, particularly in the oral tradition, and thereby live one's life as a Karaite Jew. That was kind of long for one sentence, but that's the kind of thing. The Bible and nothing else, really. The defining notion of Karaism is the rejection of the oral tradition. And this is crucial, and it is not original. We have had many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century is to try and connect this medieval movement with the ancient counterparts that preceded it. And there is some argument, for example, to say that it really follows a chain of tradition from King Yeravam, who rebelled against rabbinic authority as well, straight through the Middle Ages and to the modern day. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against rabbinic authority, which are echoed in the medieval Karaite movement, so there's some argument for it. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. There's a general rule about the survival of schismatic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Beryl Wine likes to say. He's a very important historian who actually is going to be here in Miami, I think in February, at the Young Israel Bell Harbor. He'll be here for as a guest scholar in residence. And I think I urge you to come and hear him because it's really fantastic. At any rate, he argues that we're, as a whole, the Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas. We're very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches to various elements of creed, and we've done that many, kind of bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that lots of really powerful and dynamic. However, one of the phenomena that Vera Wine points out is the fact that when a movement splits off from Judaism, they're liable to, unless they redefine the nature of who is a Jew. As soon as they change the definition of who is a Jew, they kind of like get onto another set of tracks altogether, and the separation becomes irreparable. That is certainly true of the Karaite movement after the 12th century, where Jews regard them as being, rabbinic Jews regard them as being perhaps primarily because of their redefinition of the laws of marriage and the laws of conversion, things like that are essential to the definition of who is a Jew. Obviously, if you look at politics in American Jewish society in the, let's say, from the 1960s onward, with the large amount of outmarriage in the Jewish community, kinds of questions come up again, and it's a heated debate. So perhaps we'll take some questions a little later on how this is relevant and for our discussions. Okay, so a picture from a Neo-Karaite movement, the slogan on the T-shirt, which is actually an 8th century T-shirt they reproduced. Thank you. No, Karaites do it by the book. Ironically true, right? It's all by the book itself. Starting point for today's lecture, he's really not the founder of Karaite per se. The Karaite later took him as a figure and used him as like an identifying point that began the movement. But in many ways, he was distinct in his ideas in the Karaite movement, and they would have had a very hard time dealing with him individually. The way in which his movement started was most likely connected to a breakaway minyan, a splinter minyan that just went. Let's look at that very briefly. First of all, let's set the scene. Where are we talking about? Mainly in Babylon, which this map here, by the way, the arrows don't show the spread of the Jewish population. It shows the spread of Islam from its beginnings in the year 622 up until about the middle of the 8th century, which is where we're picking up the story. You can see that Islam starts here in Medina. They make a trip down here to Mecca, and then there's a rapid expansion across the coast of North Africa, eventually in the early 8th century into Spain, right up to the Pyrenees, and at the same time moving into Persia and all the way out even further than this map to Afghanistan, regions like that. The region confluence of the Euphrates and the Tigris River here into the Persian Gulf, which is contemporary Iraq, right around here in the lower part of these two really crucial rivers. Classic Mesopotamia. The term Mesopotamia means between the rivers and refers to these two regions here. One of the oldest parts of the world that is civilized, and so there's a lot of Jewish yeshivot here in this region right down the south. Famous cities like Sura, Umbadita, Naharda that are mentioned throughout the Talmud are located in southern Iraq, and that's where the Talmud was written during this time. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent of New York City of the 8th century. The northeastern quadrant of the United States, and maybe we should take a minute here. You know, we all, probably a lot of you in this room have family and relatives and friends who are in the northeast, and let's hope that they're all well and weather the aftermath of that horrible storm Sandy with success. So this is kind of like the equivalent of the largest diaspora community for the Jews in the 8th century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities developing throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jewish settlement. Spain will not really develop until the 10th century, when they exist as an independent unit going into the golden era of Spanish Jewry. So this is the region we're talking about. The organization of the Jews there were dominated by the so-called Geonim. The word name comes from the word Ga'ava, Hebrew, which means pride. It can mean in a negative sense arrogance. That's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies or the yeshivot that were in these Mesopotamian towns. They had these rather large institutions. According to Talmudic accounts, they had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400 students, which is quite significant for this time period. Although those numbers may be considerably exaggerated, and they may be really much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of Talmud, which had been closed now for about 200 years. So the people who work with the text, the people who interpret the texts of Jewish practice, and they really run the entire show until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise, and you see them in European countries. The development of Ananism and Karaism. Ananism, by the way, should not be confused with Onism. Totally different thing. Those who study psychology. We will not have any lectures on Onism. We're going to concentrate on Ananism. But the academy was a very elite institution. Was no tuition to speak of. There was formal graduation. It was a loosely organized society, but it was a very strict meritocracy. In order to gain a position in the academy, you really had to demonstrate tremendous intellectual strength and be able to navigate the sea of Talmud with great facility, to work through the mental gymnastics of arguing the back and forth of the Talmud, a place for intellectual life. It was a really serious study. The academies were arranged in rows. The seats were actually literally, the benches were arranged in rows, with the preceptor sitting at the front, facing all the students and directing the lecture, kind of like a modern university lecture hall, but the seats lined by seniority and intellectual superiority. There's a lot of discussions of, which row was which particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they moved him up one row. That's a big simcha, a lot of mazel tov, and they move up a row and so on. Not a place for the larger Jewish public, which had great significance for the rise of this movement. The way in which the academies reached out to the larger Jewish world was through these periodic, usually twice a year, phenomenon called the Yarchei Kala, which were like month-long adult where the yeshiva send out to many of the smaller communities, usually at those times of year when farming demands went so high, so there's really not that many opportunities. The men would come in from the fields and have a little bit of extra time, so they would see rabbis work from the back benches in the yeshiva would go and some information for them. However, you have the situation where there's an elite group of highly learned individuals who are like an island sea of largely illiterate Jewish peasants to manage their way through a prayer book, to observe the Sabbath more or less with the best understanding they have, but they're Amei Haaretz, the Hebrew term. They're people of the land, farmers. They do not have the opportunity to engage in cultivation, and so they're highly dependent on the Geonim. So this creates on the one hand, it's in the yeshivot, and it's much more authority in those people who are able. But on the other hand, it leaves a lot of room for people who feel disenfranchised to vent their feelings of perhaps rebellion or disagreement with rabbinic position, and eventually to less in anti-rabbinic. And this is precisely what happens in the 8th century. You see a lot of groundswell from the grassroots of people feeling the rabbis are too strict, or some of their interpretations are too zany, handling the Talmud, and they really want to see a Judaism that, in many ways, them makes much more sense. We have to add to this, if you're looking at this map, I mean, it doesn't take much. If Islam, we're going with the actual colors, if Islam spreads with such drama from 631 to 750, which is here on this map, like 120 years, where this tiny religion that starts out with one man in Medina suddenly over the entire Mediterranean, basically the entire known world of the time. I mean, there must be a lot to this religion to acquire such territory and so many adherents so quickly. And one of the hallmarks of Islam at this time was a much greater emphasis on reason over revelation. Certainly, Muhammad was a prophet in the Muslim understanding of the term, but on the other hand, they had many schools of jurisprudence that argued for a rational approach to religion in general. And that idea of reason appealed very much, kind of like an early scientific revolution, to the people of the Middle East at the time. So I've talked pretty much straight for 20 minutes. So let me pause for a couple of questions. Yes, Judith. Well, that's an excellent question. What were the religions that they took over? Well, look at their scope. They spread over, so much ground. They lived in territories where there were Jews and there were Christians active. There were a lot of pagans. North Africa, very pagan. Zoroastrians, actually, I'm not sure. Zoroastrians. That would be in Persia, right? And they're going all the way up to the east, where they have a huge popularity with Hindus, particularly with lower Hindus. So they're encountering all kinds of different faiths as they make their spread throughout the ancient not the Tanakh, the Chumash. Yeah, the Tanakh are 24 books, and the Tanakh is just the Tanakh is 24. The Chumash is just the font, right? But I'm generalizing because one of the things that we see about the Karaite movement is that, especially not under Anan, but under a successor, it was also a heterodox movement, and it was also willing to tolerate different interpretations within a certain scope of parameters for those interpretations. And they did recognize, for example, the possibility of limited prophecy given after Moses. but not necessarily with the same command voice that the Chumash has. The later Tanakh does not have the ability to overrule the earlier, the Chumash. Excellent question. I mean, what is we have a lot of difficulty understanding because our sources are so highly charged with the fight between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. So anything you read from the period has to be viewed through the lens of whichever group is writing it. And I think the most interesting is, like, for example, last year we talked about Saadia Gaon, and he was a noted polemicist writing a lot against the Karaites. And unfortunately, a lot of those manuscripts are lost. So we only have Saadia's arguments against the Karaites as they are preserved in the Karaite defense of those arguments. So we read Saadia through the filter of his enemies, which is kind of like, reading the polls from the websites of the other side that is. So an example of something that the people rebelled at. You have a suggestion?
Yes, the spelling of Israel. Excuse me. Wasn't by force.
I'll get back to that question one second. Let me see. I was hoping you would help me out with this question, Mr. Len. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess because Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, are mountains hanging by a thread. Right? It doesn't say in the Chumash. It says, guard the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of building the temple. So the rabbis make a huge leap to say, again, it's based on the oral tradition, based on the proximity of the commandment to observe the Sabbath and the intricate laws of building the temple, or actually the tabernacle, that it must mean that all these things that are okay for those are the things that are forbidden. There are 39 different types of labor, and we can break them down, avos, toledos, and so on, and you get like thousands of things. So, hang on, let me just finish this one here. So I'm guessing from the intense discussion over the laws of Shabbos that that's probably one of the biggest areas. Ironically, though, the way the Karaites dealt with it didn't necessarily satisfy. When you're dealing with biblical text in a Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation in many cases. So, for example, it says in the Torah, "Lo sevaru eish b'chol moshvosechem." You not allow any fires to burn in all of your habitations, on the Sabbath day. You can't burn fires on Shabbat. So the rabbis, from oral Torah and its interpretation, they say you're not allowed to burn fires means you can't start a fire. You can't light a fire on Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. You just let it burn right through. You don't interfere with it. But the text of the Pasuk says there shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, okay, that's it. No more children. We're not having any hot food. You can't let the food cook overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic authorities that say it's a mitzvah to eat children to specifically reinforce rabbinic interpretation of the Pasuk. Okay, so regarding the spread of Islam.
Let me add something.
Okay.
Our interpretation from the rabbinical midrash, as we started with the Talmud, actually they put together a fence. That's the reason you got the Shabbat, you got the Kashrut. The Kashrut, there's nothing in the Torah about Kashrut. So leave the head of female. That's how it's doing. You've got 600,000 different perspectives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is sometimes I go off my mind.
Yeah, it's. I'll tell you a joke about that. So the pasuk he mentions is, "You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk," which the rabbis understand to mean you can't eat meat and milk together, right? Even though you should be able to eat chicken and milk, because chickens don't
You.
that you could boil it and so on. But that's the way it goes. So the joke goes like this. My grandmother,
Oh, I got a lot of people in here. Remind me about yourself, Pimp.
Well, I don't think you're gonna remember me. I mean, the last time I talked to you was last year. Good, man. Years life, bro.
100%. Out about me.
Huh?
How'd you find out about me?
I mean, dude, you're everywhere, dog. Like, even in the hidden rooms that I've seen you that don't even really, like, recently around, like, sometime last year, I decided to join your Discord server. Like, well, before that, I've been seeing your, like, your accounts. I think you have alternate accounts spread across Discord.
100%. Very well.
So, like, how long have you been live for, dude?
3.5 years.
And it's been pretty easy for you?
Nothing about it is easy, but I do my best to overcome any challenges that I have.
So, like, you've never had the thought of, like, ending the stream ever?
Well, I mean, I end it every 12 hours so that it's archived on YouTube. But the overall stream, absolutely not. I want to do this the rest of my life.
Yo, dude. That's crazy, dog. So, like you said, 3.5 years ago, so I mean, that's around the time of, like, COVID. So
Yep.
you started during lockdown.
Yep, exactly.
Damn, dude.
How'd you like
What? So, you make revenue or this is non-profit?
I make some money.
So what you doing right now, man?
Programming robots.
Oh, you're making robots?
100%.
What are these robots gonna do?
They spam people on a platform known as Blue Sky, and I'm going viral on it. People tweet about me every few minutes.
Yo. It's pretty cool.
Word dog. So what's new with you?
What?
What is new with you?
Oh, me? Well, I recently started cooking.
Very well. What have you been cooking?
Steak. I never really knew how to cook the inside of steak. I figured out that the inside actually cooked, like, independently, depending, like, outside of whether or not you flip the steak.
Right? Well, that's tight.
Thanks, dude.
Do you
One day I'm gonna visit.
Excellent. Do you eat at your steak?
Fries.
Oh, very well. What do you have on your steak?
I think just some salt.
Just salt?
Yeah, just salt in my steak.
So no horseradish or anything?
Nah, that's not my thing.
I've gotcha. All right.
You want me to DoorDash you some food?
No, I'm good, dog. I appreciate it, though.
So, what do you eat?
What do I eat? I like pasta. I like sandwiches. I like brisket. I like things like, what else do I like? I like pizza. Pizza is like one of my favorite foods. I like fruit.
Oh, yeah, baby.
What kind of fruit do you like, Pim?
Well, in the morning, in order to get the potassium content, like be a good banana. In the evening, tangerines.
Word, dog.
Yep.
All right. You like tangerines?
Yep.
What else do you like?
Bananas.
You said that in the morning, right? Do you like watermelon?
Yeah, I love watermelon.
Word, dog. Excellent. Have you been watching any streamers recently?
Oh, no guy called HS Kentucky.
Who's that? What do they do? Tell me all about it. He gets in fights?
Yeah, dude.
Like fist fights?
Yup, and they get pretty bloody. Yesterday, right? Kick.
Do I know Kick? Yeah, I know Kick.
Yeah, he got in a fist fight with these guys in a bar because he wasn't allowed to stream in the bar. Dude, it was so entertaining, dog. You need to watch the VOD.
Dude, did he get banned from Kick?
Yeah, but then because obviously everybody was protesting for him to get
Tight. Is there any blood?
Yeah, there was blood in his t-shirt.
All right, so what do I?
HS.
HS? TKI?
No, double K.
HS Tiki. Tiki Toki. All right. I'm opening up his Kick right now.
Well, the VOD got deleted. You have to go on Twitter to get one of the clips.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it.
It got intense, though.
I'm looking at it right now. Retired my mom. No, that's different. Let's see here.
He's wearing a t-shirt. If you see a VOD with a blue t-shirt, it's right there, but I think he got deleted by Eddie.
Yes, which hand? Which hand? Which chain? Oh, your change. Yes. Oh, okay. And you ever get guys involved? Never. So you look at me right now, you don't think, you don't look at me, see anything. No attraction. Yes. I'm bisexual. Oh, bisexual. Yes. Okay, let me take your Instagram. You live in Madrid? Yes. Okay, so give me Instagram. I'm gonna join in. Your girlfriend's gonna get the BBC. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Of course. Yeah, she is. Are you okay with it? You're not okay with that, but she's gonna happen anyway. So you don't know. It's game over now. Okay, I send you a message.
was 9 years old, every day for summer. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just, it's, you smile up at least. So when I was 9, you can't say that's a girl. So when I was 9 years old, you can't throw shit in there. Why? Every day you couldn't avoid them. They said, right, hold on. When I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh? It's just, it's such a curve. I'm gonna say it again, and you smile up at least. Okay. So when I was 9, I was. Shop skillets from the Dutch man. Minty stuff, the beans, the elbows. He's a loner, but he's nowhere near as bad. Snacks with his explosive. He's terrible on the way either. This is not the problem that we're doing. It's our answers. To get past that, reach disadvantage and that choice. I mean, what is he doing? He has a wide base, but that's one thing that close together so that he moves. He can be one chip and he can close distance because he is the faster fighter. He does a good job of working his jab, and because his hands are low, I think he surprises guys sometimes. He does spring into action. Well, it's pure hands on, as you mentioned. It's success. Landing shots from that angle. However, your defense isn't as good. You're going to be fast, you're going to be technical, you're going to have a good head movement and reflexes.
Owner Design Studio. What a very big design contract. Realize you're more the creative type than the finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings. I can help with that. Get back to doing what you love. Manage your career and business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks. Your way to money.
There's a nice right hand and a left hook that cut the eyebrow to Whitaker. Nice jab there from Robert Whitaker. Here's a nice left hook. aggressive as well as he's passing through the guard. Calculated. That was really fantastic. He comes up there, he doesn't get it. He does a really good job. Already like he's going to go to that mountain and he slides right into the side control. Again, there it is. There's the doors. Nicely done by Winston to get his shoulders in the back. He's 40 seconds left. Round number 3. Round is. Pretty bad in this round. Audio needs to make these moments count. He's grinding his elbow into the face of Robert Whittaker. He's got to try to get it outside control. Oh, that's a good shot. Watch the elbow. Another round in the books. He's staggered well. So here's Ranier the winner with a big knee push into your line. I'm in all kinds of trouble. Look at this. Overhand right sets him down. It looked like the end of the fight, but look at this. Ranier the winner with a well-timed takedown. Wraps up the legs. Inserts himself mightily through this fight. The championship rounds, round number 4. Round 4, it feels like round 16. So much has happened. Oh, there's the knee again. The other man is just as tired as you, if not more tired. Arduous contest. Body strikes for Derrida unofficially. Maybe why? Because he was breathing a little heavy. Yeah, looks like those people out there really that Rob still had that round. Coming up after our main event, Count White is trying to ID. So I sound alright, Michael Bisping to break down tonight's action on the potion. Cyber chats with all big winners from Abu Dhabi. UFC action never stops on ESPN Plus. Take me space. Any damage. I guess it's a job. Against the Titans, he doesn't do much from this type of space, right? Explosive. Position. Can he get it?
Fast job.
Separation political. Close the league again for RBL. Used it to close the distance. Restream was the last time they would have managed to get back out on the ground. Crowds forming on this fight in a close contest. Something big needs to happen. Very nice. Excellent reflexes from Robbie Watson. The downfall shows. Takedown attempts. I'd like to see both striking a bit more. Is that a success? Predictable damage can continually shooting in on that single. Really dig deep to find something to separate themselves from the other. To find the round. That's how I'd see it, if I'm honest. It's still anybody's right now, if you ask me. That's a good job. Maximum abilities. Overhand from Guardiola. Loses the distance again and throws the knee. On their left. That was wrong. Separating its eyes. That's what's evidence. Finish on a high. Time again. 10 seconds. Still the number and inserts himself into the title conversation. We go to the judges' scorecards here on ABC. All right, let's take a look at some of the action here. This is where Ritter got cut early in the fight by that little left hand from Robert Whittaker. Nice left hook from the Reaper. Some good jabs on display throughout the fight from RDR. And there's some nasty left knees to the body of Robert Whittaker. And then that massive overhand right that sat him down. It looked like this was going to be the end of the fight. Probably the most significant thing that happened throughout this. Nice takedown there from the Ritter. And again, there's that right jab. Nice jab return there from Robert Whittaker. Back and forth fight. Both guys had some big moments. Another body, big knee to the body, and another right hand. It's a close fight. See how it's going to go down. Agonizing wait for the two warriors and entertainers. 25 minutes. I see Joe Martinez made his real So the decision is close. Two men will be gathered into the center of the octagon. And let's get it inside for the final time tonight. Here's Joe with the main event decision. Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard. And here are the totals. Judge Mike Bell scores at 48-47 for Whitaker. Judge Cartledge, 48-47 to Ritter. And Judge David Leatherby scores at 48-47 for your winner by split decision, I'm here with the winner, RDR, right here. What a fight, back and forth action.
Kind of these subversive jokes a lot. The joke goes that so Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. That particular phrase, "You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk," occurs 3 times in the Torah, and from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once; it says it 3 times. There are redundancies in the Torah, therefore, it must be there for reasons. My grandmother likes to tell this joke. She usually tells it with the punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it. And the joke goes like this. So Moshe Rabbeinu is on Har Sinai. And Moses is on Mount Sinai, receiving the Torah. He's learning the Torah from God. And God says, "Give him his mother's milk." Moses says, so that means we can't eat cheeseburgers. Cheese. Okay, got it. Then they're reading it, and God says, "And don't boil the kid in its mother's milk." And then Moses says, "Oh, so that means that we have to have like separate plates between meat and milk because you don't want to have it." And God says, "Just said, don't boil." I get it, Donnie. The third one, he says, "Don't boil the kid in its mother's milk." That means we have to wait 6 hours to having a Haagen-Dazs. And God says, Moses, just have it your way.
Actually, in this part with Iberia,
that's going to be a hard one. Yeah. He serves meat. Right. It appears to be milk, and there's some interesting things on that. Let's get past it because it's a good one. I think it will take us a long time. Right. So you mentioned earlier that Anan ben David's rise to power is probably related to a political dispute. Now, again, we have rabbinic accounts, Karaite accounts. They're very different. We don't have any third-party account that gives you sensitive, but it does have kind of like the schmeck of truth, the feel of truth to it. There were two sources of power in the Jewish community in Babylon, two official sources of power. One was the Geonim, as I mentioned, the heads of the academies, and the second was the exiles, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, Rosh Hagalut, I guess you would say in modern Hebrew, but this is in Aramaic, you say Reish Galuta. We actually, in the Saturday prayers in the morning, we have a special prayer for the Reish Galuta, where we pray for him and for all his students and things like that. Very old prayer. The Babylonians, first the Sasanian Persians, and later their Muslim inheritors, had a great amount of respect for the Davidic line, and they felt it was appropriate that there should be a descendant of King David who was the official head of the Jewish community, the political arm, as you will, of the Jewish community, and he had official standing with the caliphate and represented the Jewish community at large, and there are a lot of tax implications and penal implications. The Reish Galuta was often at odds with the Rosh HaYeshiva, the heads of the yeshiva. There are many times when the Rosh Yeshiva felt that a particular descendant of the house of David was disqualified for one reason or another from taking that political position, and quite often they would butt heads. In the Talmud, a lot of stories of the rabbis dealing with the Reish Galuta, and it's kind of an interesting sort of keeping their full arm's length distance from them. They can't alienate the Reish Galuta completely, because the Reish Galuta is, after all, the head of the political community, but they're always kind of like looking down their nose at the ignorant behavior of the Reish Galuta. I should say always, but quite often feel that kind of tension in Talmudic stories that involve the Reish Galuta. At any rate, it was a chashuva position, an important position, and the story goes that Anan ben David was passed over for his younger brother to be the exile. Why? But he was rather quite upset about this, and so he gathered together a group of like-minded individuals, and he led a formal protest against the rabbis, indicating that Judaism really should be completely different. The Talmud and its interpreters have gotten totally out of hand, and let's get back to basics. This is really what Judaism is all about, and he had some success with it. The rabbis, however, including his brother, complained to the caliphate, saying that, this will not do. This is a picture of an Ottoman caliph. I love that hat. I think I would love to wear a hat like that. It would not be a good hat for high winds, but I think it would be a really fun hat. At any rate, so yeah, maybe this is a hat. The original is orange, the black and white reproduction, but orange. At any rate, so they complained to the caliphate, saying, "Hey, Anan ben David is causing a lot of trouble, and the caliph imprisoned him. While he was in prison, again, this is the Karai account speaking now, he befriended another fellow prisoner who later was released and founded one of the great rationalist schools of Muslim jurisprudence. And this particular Muslim said to him, listen, why don't you just go to the caliph and tell him that you represent distinct religion, that you're not trying to lead the Jewish people, you're trying to lead the Karaite people. And in fact, according to the Karaite account, this was accepted by the caliph, he was released, and he went on to create this movement. This interesting kind of question over what is Karaism? Is it Judaism? Is it correct Judaism? Is it something distinct? It will repeat itself throughout Karaite history, right up until the 20th century in particular. So when he got out, he created this movement. He had a certain number of followers. Is it that they believed in him? So once it is impossible to live the Bible without any interpretation. As we saw last week, there are just too many ambiguities that are present in the written text. There are too many omissions of key data, like, for example, keeping kosher. We're supposed to keep kosher, but we don't have a lot of details on it. There are many passages which have incredibly harsh interpretation if you read them simply on face. In the rabbinic tradition, all of these problems are dealt with in great and with great sophistication, and they're expressed in the form of the Mishnah and the Talmud, and it makes for a workable religion, a religion that has survived, after all, for 3,000 odd years now, great success, although no major football players. I thought that was funny, but it came fast. We'll rewind that. Okay. So the oral law is inevitable. The Ananites, later the Karaites, rejected the rabbinic form of the oral. And they found that they actually had to create one themselves anyway. They had to have something to fill the gap. Like I mentioned last week, if they wanted to observe the holiday of Sukkot and it said, bring to shul the fruit of a goodly tree, everyone's showing up with different fruits, bananas, or apples, or cherries. No one's bringing an estrog. So it's very hard to focus the movement if you can't define these ambiguities and so on. And also, you consider the lex talionis, the tooth, which reads an eye for eye, a tooth for a tooth, burn for burn. That's a really hard law to enact exactly as written. Even if you want to read it exactly the way it is, sometimes the punishment is not. It doesn't fit the crime at all. It's disproportionate. Like, there's another joke. I don't know why. I have 3 jokes one night. I just did those 2 weeks and then read the joke. The joke goes, God comes to Shlomi in a dream and says to him, Shlomi, you've been such a good man. You've been a mensch. You've taken care of the poor. You've clothed the sick. You've done all kinds of things. I am going to reward you. You're going to get whatever you wish for, you will get. But there's only one thing, God says to Shlomi. I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, but I'm upset with your ongoing feud with Reuven. You and Reuven have been fighting for years, and it's really got to stop. So this is the deal. It says, Shlomi, I am going to give you one wish. You can have whatever you want, wealth, and wisdom, or whatever. But whatever you wish for, Reuven will get double. You want $10 million, he'll get $20 million. Encyclopedic wisdom, he'll get double encyclopedic wisdom. Whatever you want, double. So what's it going to be, Shlomi? So Shlomi thinks for a while and says, I'd like to be struck blind in one eye. So, did I tell this joke? I'm not exactly sure why I started, but it went that way. So the thing is, they had to have some kind of oral Torah. They called this the Sevel HaYerusha, the burden of the inheritance. That, what can you do? You can't get away from it. You have to have some kind of tradition to interpret these things. Otherwise, nobody knows what to do because the biblical text is not enough. It amuses me sometimes when, politicians and sometimes religious figures on the right will say, not Jewish necessarily, say that they live by the word of God. And I don't think that's possible. If you think the Bible alone is the word of God, you're going to be in a lot of trouble because there's so many things that need explication and interpretive tradition in order to live by. So, as the rabbis put it in their accounts, they said that Anan said to the Jews, forsake ye the Mishnah and the Talmud, and I will compose for you a Talmud of my own. In other words, he would replace the current rabbinic Talmud with another. Now, the kind of ways in which they ultimately did create their own oral Torah, so to speak, there's a few different hermeneutic principles that they applied. So, for example, and this is an article from the Encyclopedia Judaica, they used, 1, the literal meaning of the biblical text, as we've discussed, what it actually says. 2, they used the consensus of the community. A much more populist kind of approach. They said, okay, what does everybody think this verse means? Everybody who says it actually means, I put up your hand, and they would take a vote, and they would see, if there was wide-scale public opposition to that particular reading of it, they wouldn't accept it. 3rd, the conclusions derived from Scripture by a method of logical analogy, using the Hebrew term here, hekesh, which means connection, which is a term used in the Talmud as well, that, if it follows like this over in this condition, then over in a similar condition, it must also be the same. And then finally, knowledge based on human reason and intelligence, what they call Chokhmat Hada'at, right? Seichel, right? But it was not universally accepted by Karaite scholars, because on one level, although this is in some senses a more rational approach, because they want to like start over and reject the rabbinic interpretation, which they feel has become too extreme, and they want to try and reason it out themselves. But on the other hand, if you're themselves, then what's the point of sticking so closely to the biblical text in the first place? The biblical text is supposed to be, inviolate. So how can you go and change everything like that? I'm in particular tended to be very straight aesthetic, which is one of the reasons why he really was successful. And it had to be a who would really take Harrison to a new level. But he advocated, for example, long Muslim-type fasts for a large part of the year. And he was rather, unlike his successors, he was rather unable and unwilling to accept divergent opinions. Yes, Ms. Abramson. No, what they think of as their Talmud, and they certainly didn't use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting it into rabbinic terms. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible, which would be permanent. What the rabbis did. The rabbis also engaged in the same task. I mean, the rabbis in the Mishnah and the Talmud, they felt that, yeah, this is the doctrine for all time. We still use the same Talmud. Ours works. They felt that the rabbis had perverted the text. And for various reasons, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions. Sometimes one is accepted for the definitive law. What happens to the other four? How come we didn't accept any of those opinions? So there are choice Talmud, and the reasons why opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship. Why Rabbi Yehuda wins this argument and he doesn't win over here, and so on. It's a larger question than I can answer beyond that very briefly. Okay. Yes. Last question. Yeah. So, well, you'll see different proportion will approach in different ways, but it's basically throughout the life of Moshe Rabbeinu, once the Jews had left Mitzrayim.
What do you study before? Nobody studies anything in the time of the Shoftim,
I'm not even a rabbi. You have to ask a rabbi that question. I had trouble with the rabbinical union if I say anything. Okay, so let's go into Karaite. I haven't really, it's from the root draw, right? And what the Karaites really like was, and this is a movement that came up about a century after, and that he really focused the arguments and really said the problem we have is with the rabbis. We don't like the way they're lording authority over it, and we want to take off in a different direction. They had a huge impact on biblical scholarship of the time. If the Torah itself is really the sole authority, then you know what? Let's go back and study the Torah very deeply. And the rabbis also, of course, studied the Torah with great depth, but there was a renewed emphasis on studying, for example, Hebrew grammar. Without simply taking granted that this is what these words mean, the Heretic movement in particular, which was a rabbinic movement, but which was influenced by Karaism as well, said, okay, let's go back and let's unpack all this, try and determine how they should be pronounced precisely and written with an aleph and pronounced with a vav and things like that. A huge amount of scholarship, which rabbinic Jews use today, every single day, is very much tied to the impetus that Karaites began. The censor that is most important development of Karaism is Binyamin Nachmani. It's in the middle of the 9th century. He took a lot of Anand's ideas, but he was a much more populist thinker, and he was much divergent opinions, much more open to the idea that, you know what, there can be a lot of different Karaisms. It doesn't have to necessarily be one, Catholic Church sort of Karaism, and this was a very wise move that allowed the movement to kind of separate itself from the extreme asceticism you find under Anand, long fasts and the cold food, and they began to develop themselves in the movement at the time. There's also an interesting kind of overlap with Islam as well, because they portray themselves as the new intellectuals, because the much more clear-thinking, less fanatical individuals, even though today we would look at perhaps and understand them as fanatics, going straight to the biblical text with minimal interference, but nevertheless a lot of support from Muslim authorities, and imagine the groundswell of church in that context. This is where they're basically set up. So we've got a lot of them here in Babylon from the 9th to 11th century. The next growth section is in Israel, in Cairo, in Egypt. It has a long community that lasts right up until the 20th century. You have some that settle out here in the far west, Spain and North Africa, and a significant amount of Karaites settle in Byzantium, which is Constantinople, Istanbul, the center of the Ottoman Empire. Again, about 600 years worth of Karaite communities. Fascinating little pockets in the Russian Empire, specifically in Lithuania, a little bit in Poland, not mentioned here, and also in Crimea, which is right over here. I'm not sure why the arrow comes over here. I didn't make this map, although I kind of like to sort of drop it scripted. The Crimea is just a little bit of land that goes into the Black Sea, and these communities exist right up until the 20th century. We'll talk about them momentarily. The spread of the movement from the 10th to the 12th century is pretty dramatic. We know a lot about them because of the Geniza, which I'll talk about in 1 second. I've already mentioned their scholarship is tremendous on the study of the Bible, Rabbinites as well, because Rabbinites don't want to get caught off guard, by Karaite arguments about reading the biblical text. They want to make sure that their understanding of Hebrew is just as pristine as the Karaites as well. And during this period, especially the 2 centuries, from the 10th to the 12th century, is a tremendous amount of back and forth. Huge literature develops. The Karaite movement is expanding and attracting proselytes, attracting converts, and so have to be involved with Gesundheit in going against them. The Karaite apologetic literature that brings more Jews to the movement, and it's perhaps the strongest period of the Karaites today. Now, a lot of the source evidence that we have about the Karaites comes from the Geniza. I'd like to take just a moment to make sure you're all aware of what the Geniza is. I know those of you who were here last year, we talked about it, but it's worth repeating. In Jewish practice, we have a halakha that you cannot discard anything that has sanctity. So a Torah scroll, for example, has to be buried in a Jewish when it's no longer useful. Holy books, things like that. And in fact, anything that has the name of God written in it, hence the word Shemos, or Shemot, which means name. Anything that has the name of God written in it has some sanctity, and therefore it has to be treated properly. It can't simply be thrown in the trash. And so many synagogues, homes, schools, and so on have a special area they call the Geniza, which means literally storehouse, or, Lignos means to hide away, and they'll store up all their papers and go once a year. So usually before Passover, when they clean out, they ship it all away to be buried or taken care of in a similar manner. Exactly. So this. So. It's precisely the story of the Geniza. So let me tell everybody else, though, I'm glad you remember. You're absolutely right. There's this town outside of Cairo called Fostat, and they had this strange custom, as Mr. Weiser says, that not only whole writings should be put in Geniza, but anything written in the Hebrew script, even if it was written in Judeo-Arabic or in Aramaic, and even if it had nothing to do with religion whatsoever. It was a business contract, it was a personal letter, it was a little shopping note, honey, please pick up some pita on the way home from the shuk, right? Whatever it is, they would not throw this away because it was written in Hebrew, and so they would throw it all in this tiny little attic. Here you see the entryway to it. It was on the second floor of a synagogue in Fostat, an ancient synagogue, like 900 years old, and it was sealed up. And there was a legend, when it was sealed around the year 1300, there was a legend that there was a huge serpent up there that would bite anyone who went into the Geniza. So this effectively kept the Geniza closed until the late 19th century, when little bits of pieces began to appear on the black market, and people said, where did you get this manuscript? And eventually, this one synagogue, they opened it up on the largest trove of documents from the Arabic world ever, bar none. We have about 100,000 fragments from Arabic sources. There are 250,000 fragments, 2.5 times, in the Geniza, representing all this history. So it's ironic, but medieval Arabic historians have to learn Hebrew in order to study the period, because they need the Geniza sources to understand what's going on. And they're, of course, always written somehow involving Jews because of the script. What the Geniza tells us about Karaites is fascinating. And S.D. Goitein is the principal scholar. He devoted his entire life to studying the Geniza documents, and he wrote this massive work called The Mediterranean Society, which is all about what life was like there for about 500 years, from 800 to 1300. One of the things that's striking about the Karaites is that the Rabbinites and the Karaites actually got along fairly well. There are lots of marriage contracts between Rabbinites and Karaites. I know, it's amazing. Well, they're Jews, but they have different laws of Gitin, so they could be Mamzerim. They have different laws of Gerus, so they might not be Jewish at all. There's all kinds of things. How do you know they're Jewish? How do you know that he's something?
And not the rest of the rabbis,
Well,
decided on. But what you have on the Torah is that it's the baby.
correct. If you look at the Torah, we don't even have laws of conversion in the Torah. It refers to the ger and the ger tolab. How do they get that? What do you do with those?
Well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
You see, for example, a story that has the most extensive discussion, and basically,
Who's that?
The rabbis really take it apart to get to where we are today.
Okay, how did he find out about me?
How do we know? I'll give you an example. There are three basic things for gerus.
Very well.
For women.
No,
for
who's that?
everyone who wants to become a Jew, we must immerse in a mikvah.
Okay, cool.
For
We're
men,
just
prior to
watching
that,
history
they have to have
lectures. I'm taking a nap,
what they call the
so I'm not more vocal.
After that, this is the tough part. They have to accept the commandments, Kabbalat HaMitzvot. So, what does that mean to a Karaite? Certainly not the same thing as a rabbi. So, today, for sure, you won't find. Okay, I take it back. You will find rabbis who will marry rabbinites to carrot too. You'll also find rabbis who will marry alligators to fish. So it's not necessarily a good example. But most of the rabbinic literature says the Karaites are totally off the map. They're Kutzland. They're outside the camp. But when the Geniza, they're marrying each other. And they're creating rabbinic contracts and saying, okay, my rabbi will serve as this part, and your rabbi will serve that part. An amazing degree of cooperation. Business cooperation, they're forming partnerships. survival in battle of the minority, though, and it lasts for a long time. So it's a survival on. Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, and you see it also in small communities in America too, where the arguments between Orthodox and conservative reform tend to be much sharper in big cities where we have enough Jews to fight amongst ourselves. But in small towns, you want to get along. So that's a good argument. Yes.
What language do you use?
The Karaites, it depends on the region that they're living. But
Do you have like Hebrew, Greek, or something like that?
I'm not sure what they use among themselves. By the time they are active, Aramaic is on the decline. But on the other hand, they're great lovers of the Hebrew language as well. So I'm not sure. That's an excellent question, but I don't know the answer. Okay, let me move on because I'm concerned about the time. So Kharism, though, after the 14th century, it really starts to go into a slow decline. There's a little bit of resurgence when printing is invented, because once again the reattachment to the word and the dissemination of the printed word is very significant. But it's a slow decline. There's also a widening separation between the Rabbinites and the Karaites that looks more familiar to us today. This is, by the way, one of Mr. Rodriguez, probably Neo-Karaite, or one of the International Institute of Crimean Karaites, founded in the USA, January 2001. I wonder what all these symbols mean. I don't really know. I just pulled it off the web. But at any rate, a couple of interesting little tidbits of information. The Russian Karaites, the ones that are living in the Russian Empire, Crimea and Lithuania, get an interesting kind of dispensation in the 19th century. Under Tsar Nicholas I, there was a lot of persecution of the Jews, and the Karaites successfully petitioned to be considered a separate nation from Judaism. But the Tsar would not. He still considered them Jews, but he did consider themselves a separate religion. So Jews of a different religion, Karaites. And the advantage of this was that they were exempt from many of the poll taxes they're supposed to, as well as the horrific conscription regimen, the so-called cantonist decrees, where the Karaite children were not taken away and sent to serve in the army for 36 odd years. So they, and actually, this is repeated once again, one of the more heroic moments, in my humble opinion, in the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, from the perspective of scholarship. Philip Friedman was a survivor of the community of Lvov, of Lviv in Ukrainian, it's in southern Poland. And he writes of a moment when the Nazis invaded, and they encountered these Karaites in Lvov, in southern Poland. And the Nazis themselves were apparently uncertain, what do we do with the Karaites? Who are they? Now, unlike the Russians, who consider them Jews, but of a different religion, the Karaites were arguing that, no, we are a different people. We're not even Jewish, because for the Nazis, race was primary, and who cares what religion they are if they were racist? So Professor Friedman writes in one of his books on the Holocaust about how the scholars of Lvov got together and formally let the Nazis know in a memorandum with lots of scholarly sources that the Karaites are definitely not Jews. And the reason they created this scholarship, so to speak, is specifically to save their lives, which in fact they did. One of the more useful ways that professors can use their knowledge. So Hitler did not kill the Jews, the Karaites of the they were exempt. Jews, and including those who wrote those documents, were not this, but at least they were able to save these other human beings. Karaism today, here's another one of those 8th century t-shirts here that says, Karaite in Hebrew. Egypt maintained a significant population right to the 20th century. After the founding of the state of Israel, they found themselves under significant persecution, and so they made up where there are possibly as many as 30,000 of them. These are Karaite estimates, and they're most likely way too large, maybe 5 times too large, but there are definitely a few Karaite communities scattered throughout Israel. They have difficulty integrating into Israeli society. Their calendar, for example, is different from the rabbinic calendar. Certain holidays that they're totally missing, like Halloween, for example. And so like Hanukkah, for example, that they're totally missing. Their children are deprived, and they feel stigmatized. It's not surprising because the Rabbinites really are victors in the conflict between two groups. But that's essentially where we have it today. An interesting kind of footnote to the development of Judaism and the persistence of the movement today. Thank you. That's a good question. I do not know if they go into the army. They do. Okay. I don't know why the answer is saying yes. Let me thank you all for your attention and your indulgence, and I hope you have an excellent week.
Policy framework for AI. One example that we've been thinking about a lot, and this is like maybe not what you're asking, this is like a very centric version of that question. People talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT. People use it, young people especially, like use it as a therapist.
Jared and Shelley, appreciate it. We took up a few minutes with the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster to make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself, and then we'll get straight to the material. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come up here and help me along with my personal therapy. We talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home, so at least I can come here and do the thing. When we edit this, we'll just remove that whole thing about home. At any rate, special thanks to several people. First of all, I want to thank Joe and Zohara Weiss, who I think were strong supporters of this class. They really set the tone for what should happen here, and I think you've noticed a few improvements. First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs down. We're happening tomorrow. And second of all, we have my lovely daughter Lisa, who's greeting you with the fun to give out materials and so on. And we have Mr. Rodriguez, one of the students at Tours College South, who is going to be videotaping it. And I guess I didn't make it clear to you earlier, we're going to be these lectures entirely on the web as a service to the Jewish people. Available for free, no charge, just like they are here. And we think this will be something that will enrich the Jewish people in a small way, but I think it's the right thing to do. I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Meatloaf, who has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped with a lot of the search engine optimization that we've done. And one last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the cost. The school has been very generous purchasing the camera and the projector and the screen and things like that. So we'd like to give that money back to the school. So when you visit the website, it's very hard to remember. It's www.jewishlectures.org. And if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the shul, and it'll be earmarked for the cost of this one for its expansion. I think that's great. We have 2 sponsors for this week's lecture. The lectures happen whether we get sponsorships or not, but obviously we'd like to get more of them. Mr. and Mrs. Menachem Sternbaum and Susan Levington and an anonymous donor have underwritten the cost of this week's lecture. We figured out for this semester it would cost approximately $265 to be bought lecture. So we're asking for $200 to sponsor the lecture. Whatever you want to give, if you want to give, there's money for them. We're very appreciative. Okay, I think that's it for the general introduction. I think I've met almost all of you, but for those of you who don't know me, without my background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided my sort of discovery of them together with my wife, and so I mixed my career and my postgraduate career, bouncing around between the Hebrew University and the Oxford University and the Chai Society and a few other really great schools, Cornell. And so I've had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities of the world. And I've also had experience of learning Torah full time. Both these things really come together in my teaching, I think, and I really try to strive for the high rigor of academia that I've experienced, and at the same time, the Varmkeit blend of Torah that I receive Shiva, and I'm hoping I can communicate some of that to you tonight. If the class is going to be essentially a survey of modern Jewish history, like a first-year undergraduate survey, it is pitched to a little bit. Many of the people in this audience are very well educated and are very well read, but it's generic enough. If you have no idea what this stuff is on, you come away with some information. The approach is going to be biographical, just like last semester. I will use people, sometimes famous, sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in modern Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland, and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions, because it's not my real area of expertise, but that's basically it. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke, and then we'll talk about Rabbi Yosef Karo? Okay, so Rabbi Yosef Karo, he's known as the Mechaber in the yeshiva world, the author, meaning he is the ultimate of a book for the generation. And that book, of course, is none other than the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, which is the code of Jewish that has become universally accepted in the Jewish world as the sine qua non statement of Jewish normative behavior. In that context, I'd like to tell you a joke about somewhat antinomian behavior, and it's a joke that involves a fictional rabbi that has no relationship to this shul at all, of course. But it goes like this. This rabbi, years and years, he's been devotedly serving the congregation. All his life, he's been tortured by the question in his mind, what does pork really taste like? And he's shaky. He has, like, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't get rid of it. He decides he has to exorcise this terrible demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the Gemara, dress in dark clothes, and go to a faraway neighborhood where he will, exercise his will and hopefully not have this demon torture him anymore. He goes way out into, like, Weston or someplace like that, and he finds a Chinese restaurant. He goes into the very back in the dark place, and he's wearing, a baseball cap. I don't know if you've been walking around the beach lately, but at this time of year, these people will come straight from Bro, they're full black costumes, but they're wearing a baseball cap. It's like they're in guys. Nobody knows. You never. So, anyways, he goes, he's sitting in the back, he's wearing a baseball cap, and he says to the waitress the story. He doesn't say, but the rabbi part, he says, I want you to give me your best pork dish. She says, okay, no problem. She walks away. He's sitting there. He's feeling so good about himself. And, of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this shul or anything in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his hat. And they walk up to him and they say, Rabbi, here. And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes, the best pork dish on the menu, and of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. A huge. Can you like move the camera over here when I start talking? Thank you. I like people will think everyone's like, anyway, it's a big suckling pig, and everyone's speechless. And the rabbi finally says, "Can you believe this restaurant? You order fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up." Okay, I just started a joke with in the end, but let's go straight to the shir. His dates are 88 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo, sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously. He was born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and he certainly suffered the deleterious effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion, which we discussed last semester in great detail. He was most famous as a halachist, but he has tremendous credentials as a Kabbalist as well. And I'm hoping towards the end of this lecture to try to describe how these two factors came together to create the unique personality that's found in the Shulchan Aruch itself. And as I mentioned, his claim to fame, his main claim to fame, is that he is the author of this code of Jewish life. His early years took him from Spain. His family fled from Spain into Portugal, where they were allowed to reign for several years, and then they were expelled once again. He went to Turkey, and he began a rather peripatetic existence, where he went from place to place. His primary teacher was his father, and later his uncle. So it was really very much a family affair, the way that he studied Torah. He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children. 3, unfortunately, predeceased him. Here's an interesting Israeli. This is a Yisha postage stamp. We have no idea if this picture, which is the iconic image of it actually looks like him, but that's sort of like the picture of the Rambam that you see over and over again. It's sort of everyone's agreed that must be what. He had quite close associations with many other rabbis of the period, and in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria of Tzfat, and we'll speak about their association in greater detail. He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Molcho, who is a fascinating character. Perhaps we'll spend more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps 2 semesters from now. Shlomo Molcho was also of Spanish origin. He was a converso, like Uriel da Costa that we spoke about weeks ago, decided to return him. But whereas Uriel da Costa was never completely comfortable with his conversion and not find an intellectual space, Sephardic communities of Amsterdam and elsewhere, Shlomo Molcho kind of like flipped out. He went completely, flipped out is the term that they use for the young people, when they go to seminary and they come back and they don't want to eat your food and things like that. So he really flipped out. Messianic pretensions, difficulty associated with any Jewish community because they thought he was all just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s because he couldn't find out who would do it. And, rather, that's really extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community as he insisted they should radicalize and they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of the Messianic clock. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state, and he was burned at the stake in 1532. This is actually a highly stylized signature. It gives you a sense of what he said, if that's how he puts his John Hancock in. Rabbi Caro, however, was really impressed with the purity of motivation and of Shlomo Molcho. Among the many positive things he said about him was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself would come to a similar end. So Caro wished to die a martyr's death like Shlomo Molcho. He did not receive that privilege. There's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends from the period of time he spent in Tzfat, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I'm going to discuss in a moment, the Beit Yosef. So he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some, highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Karo, among others. And Yosef Teitzak, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Mocho, was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, one of the most significant elements was the Abramson rule of history at work once again. Thank you so much. Sorry against it. Money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a parcel of land in northern Israel that would make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because, im ein kemach ein Torah, if there is no flour, there is no Torah. Suddenly, in Spot, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their studies. And he came into this with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority grew even greater. Yes, please. Yeah, we got money back earlier. And if I'm wrong, I'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this whole discussion out. But I'm pretty sure it was the Rothschilds. Maybe Montefiore, it's too early for Montefiore. Yeah, I think it is Rothschild. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the Beit Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sephardim in particular, he's more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn halacha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popularly known. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time, the Torah. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in their creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes. So it's much easier for a codifier to simply say, this is the halacha, please don't bother me anymore. And in later generations, when the author's personal status was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, then no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into of the Torah, that's from Asher, I'll show you in just a second, and he brought all of the relevant passages from the Talmud to support the decision of the Torah. In other words, he completely explained, he dug in an archaeological fashion, and he discovered what was the reasoning of the Torah for arguing a particular position. He then went on to do the same thing, by the way, for Maimonides in a commentary called the Kesef Mishnah. And by writing this commentary, the Beit Yosef, he demonstrated that absolute control over the meaning of the text as written by the author. It was the ultimate critical analysis of a halachic code, and it was a phenomenal act of scholarship. Undoubtedly provided him with tremendous appropriate regard. It took him 20 years to write it. It took him far less time to write that itself, which is much well known. And the main purpose was he provided a Talmudic background for his published work. Any questions about the Beit Yosef yet? Okay, so let's go to the actual process of codification. And I apologize, some of these slides were already presented in the Maimonides lecture. I hope you've totally forgotten them, so they won't miss you. So that's a bit for you. This is going to be a technology that anyone can use. You can just, with natural language, you can say, this is what I want. The Talmud is a very difficult document to work with in terms of practical halakha, practical law. The primary reason is because the information is scattered throughout 20 odd volumes of text, written without a single punctuation mark, and with very, very difficult arcane language that is simply, unless you have years of training, it's very difficult to learn even how to read a single page of the Talmud. And so, and the fact is that the halakhic discussions are not found in an organizational pattern that we would associate with Western thinking, meaning there are no, this chapter is going to deal entirely with marriage. This chapter is going to deal entirely with divorce. Marriage and divorce are scattered throughout the entire Talmud. And you can miss a really important passage unless you have learned the entire book. It's a very, very difficult book to work with that way. And so that's why there was so much emphasis on the person of the Talmid Chacham, the wise student, who was someone who had swum in the depths of the Torah, of the Talmud, and was able to remember that, oh yeah, way over in volume 17, there's a reference to this that I have to access. By the way, as a small parenthetical note, this is dramatically changing in our time because of the power of the personal computer and the internet. The things that used to make a person well regarded as a scholar was a prodigious memory and an ability to recall, oh yes, this happens over in volume 17. But nowadays, sitting at home on my computer in my pajamas, I can type in a keyword and I can find every single time it's mentioned in the entire corpus of Jewish literature, not only the Talmud. So it's changing the definition of what is scholarship in the Jewish world. At any rate, the material is organized in a way that's very difficult to access and naturally lends itself to codification. If you want to actually apply the Talmud as a way of life, you have to create a code which essentially organizes all of the halachot in an order. You can study it from beginning to end. The early codes developed from the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, the encounters of mitzvot. There's a passage in the Talmud that refers to the number of mitzvot in the entire Torah as being 613. It's a well-known idea that so many people had carried around with them, but no one really bothered actually trying to count them until you get to the high Middle Ages, when you have a few rabbis who begin to say, let's count them up. In particular, Moshe ben Yaakov of Kusi, who was a rabbi from France, who wrote a book called Sefer Mitzvot HaGadol, the big book of mitzvot, or Smag, Sefer Mitzvot HaGadol, in which he listed them all, just the commandments, just what we're supposed to do, not how we're supposed to do them. And he listed them in positive and in negative commandments, thou shalt and thou shalt not. So that was useful, and that spurred a sort of mini industry in codifying, because many people said, wait a second, I never count commandment number 148 as a commandment. That's just a custom. You don't have to worry about that. It's just a custom. And other people said, no, this is a real halakha. This is a law from Torah, from Moshe at Sinai. So there were competing monads. They were all arguing for slightly different variations of what were actually the mitzvot. Furthermore, there's a lot of material that's no longer relevant, or currently not relevant in our day, with the absence of the temple. A tremendous amount of halachot dealing with the maintenance of ritual purity, which we have only in small areas like in washing natilat yadayim or in visiting the mikvah, but it's really quite a bit more extensive in the Talmud. And all the laws of the sacrifices, the laws of the structure of the temple, and so on. So what do we do with these laws if we're no longer or at the not having a temple in existence? Still, they're part of the 613. Maimonides created the greatest code of the era in his Mishnah Torah, and I won't take too much time to speak about that because we did speak about it at an entire lecture a little while ago, in which he wrote a completely comprehensive code that covers the temple period, it covers the Messianic period, it covers all kinds of things like laws of opinions, how you should think, not how you should act. And his particular code fell under extremely harsh criticism for several reasons, one of which was he did not have the Kesef Mishnah at the time. He did not provide all of the sources, did not provide the back and forth of why he decided to take one position versus another. Okay, I've talked a lot. I should pause for a question. Yes, Joe.
Wasn't there a discrepancy between 613 and 614?
Maimonides or Fackenheim? I'm not familiar with that. I know that the Ramban took issue with some of them, and he wrote a commentary on his Sefer HaMitzvot. But I'm not familiar. I am familiar with this concept from a modern philosopher that I actually had the privilege to study with when I was at the University of Toronto, Emil Fackenheim, who argued very effectively, I think, in a literary way, but not quite as effective theologically, that there exists a 614th commandment. So nowadays, there is one more commandment, is, quote unquote, not to give Hitler any posthumous victories. In other words, he says there is a commanding voice of Auschwitz that corresponds to the commanding voice of Sinai. So it's not exactly, a fun kind of thought, but we can certainly appreciate it. He was a survivor himself. You can appreciate the motivation for that kind of thinking. That's a good question. Any other questions? Arguments? Okay, so let's go on then. Maimonidean controversy, as we discussed a few weeks ago, ended in tremendous tragedy as Maimonides' books were burned by Jews, and then shortly thereafter, the French government actually burned the Talmud as well. And his books remain somewhat controversial in some circles even to this day. Now, let's turn to the Tur, which is the upon which Rabbi Yosef Karo made his single contribution. The Tur is a code that departed from Maimonides' strategy altogether. Maimonides organized all of the law, 14 books, which he called the Chazakah, the strong Yud and Dalet 14. And as I mentioned, everything. It covered, before when we had the temple, laws of Messiah, and so on, and a lot of things that we simply don't deal with today. So it's quite a massive book to go through. The Tur, Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher in the 14th century went for a much more modest proposal. He said, let's just get right the things that we do today. And he decided to omit anything that did not deal with behavior. So there's no laws of opinions, no laws of beliefs, there's no laws of the temple, and so on. He named it after the 4 rows of the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, the Abbas Tulim, the 4 rows. And the 4 distinct sections proved to be the organizational framework that all future codes of Jewish law would adopt. And they are, the first section is Orach Chaim, or the way of life. And this section, which is typically widely studied in yeshiva today, deals primarily with what people do in the normal course of their day and in the holiday cycle. So it begins with, how you're supposed to wake up in the morning, how you're supposed to dress yourself in the morning, how long it should take you, Elisa, to get out of bed in the morning. It's right there, first halakha. We're going to have to spend some time talking about that one. So you're a teenager, So anyways, getting out of bed in the morning, things like that. Then the laws of prayer, the laws of saying blessings, and then the whole section on the laws of Shabbat. And basically, Orach Chaim is what the average Jew needs to know to live an observant lifestyle. That one section. It's been commented on many, many times, including 2 very famous commentaries that are widely used today. The Mishnah Brura by the Chafetz Chaim is a commentary on Orach Chaim, and the Aruch HaShulchan, not to be confused with the Shulchan Aruch, is also a 19th century commentary on it used today. The second section of the Tur. Oh, and by the way, if Orach Chaim is for regular Jews, learned Jews, but regularly learned Jews, the next level up is called Yoredea. Let's go down to the bottom here. This is like rabbinical level 1. If you want to be a rabbi, in most yeshivot, you must master this section, Yoredea, which deals primarily with ritual in the areas of keeping kosher and in the laws of sexuality. In other words, it's a little bit more complicated. You have to understand the whole issues of mixtures of milk and meat and the issue of what makes a cow kosher or not kosher and so on, and the laws of regular family life. And so typically in yeshivot, Yoredea is studied by students, and then they have an examination on it. If they pass that examination, then they receive the smicha with the title Yore, meaning can he teach? Yes, he can teach. Yore. That's assuming that he already knows Orach Chaim. You can't get to Yoredea without knowing Orach Chaim. Then the next two levels are reserved for much higher level of smicha. We have Even HaEzer, which deals with marriage and divorce law, and strange laws like levirate marriage, if a man dies childless, and the attachment of his widow to the brother-in-law, all those kinds of things. And finally, Choshen Mishpat, which deals with monetary law. The main reason why monetary law is considered the highest is because with ritual law, if you get a question, is this chicken kosher, you can always sort of back out and say, I consider it treif, not kosher. And then, you may have caused someone a financial loss in the case of the chicken, but, it's not the worst thing that could happen. If you make a decision in monetary law it's wrong, you'll be taking money out of one person's pocket and putting it into another, so you're an accessory to theft in that regard. So Choshen Mishpat is considered a much more onerous level of and the title of the person who has that level is called Yadin, which means can he judge?
Hello?
Yes, he can judge. Okay. So this is the way the tour organized all of Jewish law, and you'll notice that it is quite comprehensive, but it's also quite limited to the kind of things that we enjoy in this diaspora existence, not in a messianic future or anything like that. This system of numbering and organization is completely different from the Mishnah Torah, and in fact, the Mishnah Torah's numbering system was totally abandoned after the Torah wrote his commentary. The Beis Yosef is the commentary on the Torah explaining why he made all of these decisions the way he did. Okay, I should pause for questions. It's been about 30 minutes since I told a joke, so I think maybe I should think of a joke. Does anyone have a good joke? Joe, do you know, is it a joke that I can tell people? Oh, no, you don't joke. Okay, so I'm hoping that one will appear in my head shortly. Actually,
how are you, Brandon? Hope you're doing well.
Did I tell you the joke about the anti-alcohol in the Soviet Union? Not yet. Okay, good. So this is a good joke. I'll tell you this one. I think I did, but I'm glad you forgot it. So here's a joke. It's a joke I actually heard first in Ukrainian when I was studying there. It's much funnier in Ukrainian, but I'll try it in English anyways. That in the late 90s, as the late 80s, when the Soviet Union was collapsing, they had a serious problem with alcoholism.
Excellent to hear.
People were drinking a lot of vodka.
Thank you.
People were drinking whiskey, horilka, and they were even drinking homemade moonshine, which they called samahon, which means self-cooked. And it was very dangerous. It could be poisonous. You could go blind from it. It was terrible. So Gorbachev, and this is true, he started a massive anti-alcohol campaign. And he tried to promote, more. What's the word for anti-alcoholism? Abstinence. Sobriety. That's another word. Temperance. He wanted to promote temperance, and he went all over the country. And there were so many jokes about this period. So this joke goes like this: he gets on a plane, and he takes a whole bunch of journalists with him, and he goes to a construction factory in Siberia, and he wants to speak to average Russians. And he brings the right there into the factory floor, a conveyor belt, and he picks some Russian worker. He goes up and says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink and then go to work in the morning? And Ivan looks at him and says, well, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. So he says, Ivan, do you think a person could have 3 shots of horilka and go to work in the morning? He says, Mr. President, Yes, I think it's possible. He says to him, Ivan, do you think a person can have 10 shots of samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So I usually use that joke to tie up questions.
You mentioned spot, and when I think of spot and Kabbalah, I think of the Baal Shem Tov, and this idea of Or Chaim. I know the Baal Shem Tov wanted to spread Torah throughout the general people. Would this be a precursor, meaning the idea of organizing these thoughts in this type of way so that it would be more accessible to everyday Jews?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a very profound question. Jumping ahead, second, and it's so appropriate that you should mention the Baal Shem Tov, because, you know, the joke goes, it's a joke, it's a stereotype, but it still has a kernel of truth to it. The Chassid says, why do I need a sefer? I have a Rebbe. What do I need a book for? I have a rabbi to tell me what to do. And the Misnaged, you know, the Lithuanian Jews, they're known for their superior fashion sense and their good looks. They say, what do I need a Rebbe for? I have a sefer. What do I need a teacher for? Or I don't have to ask any human being. I'm just looking to apply it for myself. And that's like a cultural orientation between the two groups. When the tour, it's not so on the Beis Yosef, but when he wrote the Shulchan Aruch, if you think about it for a second, essentially he's disenfranchised higher rabbinical industry, because the mastery of halakha is no longer dependent, not to the same degree that it was in the Maimonides, but still quite so for his era, is no longer dependent on someone who's mastered the entire Talmud. You just have to have someone who has enough Hebrew skills to be able to navigate the section headings of the Shulchan Aruch, and at least theoretically, he can tell you, or she can tell you, what the halacha is. And this is a big shift in the democratization of Judaism that definitely is characteristic of the Baal Shem Tov. So there's a very unique parallel there. I have one more kind of point I don't want to forget, but I'll bring it up and talk about the Smicha controversy. Yes?
We are with the Shulchan Aruch. I like to have a few sentences to mention the
Rabbi, I'm going to head out.
All right, Pim, take care.
Thanks, baby. General.
You too.
Sure. So it's jumping ahead a little bit, but again, since the tour deals with these four large areas, and the Shulchan Aruch also uses these four large areas, the vast majority of a person's life does not have to deal with Choshen Mishpat, and hopefully you only have to deal with Eben HaEzer minimally, like getting married once, let's say, and that's it, and hopefully you don't have to return to it too often. But you will always need Or Chaim and Yoreh Deah. So certain amounts of Yoreh. So the a Hungarian rabbi named Ganz Fried in the mid-19th century wrote a one-volume version called the Kitzur Shal, the short one. Well, it was published in Hebrew in one. Now, if you buy the English translation, it comes in like 7, I think, and for a while there was an English translation in 3. It's not so short, but it's called the Short Shulchan Aruch, and basically it's an abbreviated version of Or Chaim with a little bit of Yoreh Deah. Like, for example, in Yoreh Deah, laws of honoring parents, Aliza, are found in Yoreh. So if you only read Or Chaim, you're going to totally miss that really crucial section. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Yes. Oh, another hard question. Yes, yes. The text of the tour is not the same as the text of the Shulchan Aruch, but he totally took over the numbering system, and like a layman's guess would be maybe 30% of his language. The tour, absolutely. The tour was written. Yosef Karo wrote the commentary on the tour. He wrote a commentary on the Rambam, and then he said, "That's it. I'm writing my own halacha." And he wrote the Shulchan Aruch at this point, which is what I'm going to talk about in 1 second. But it is descended from the tour. And if you really want to, oh no, it's a straight lineage. The tour, Beit Yosef, Shulchan Aruch, Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, Rura, Orachaim, Orach Shulchan, they're all in one straight line. Maimonides is in a different room. Everybody else is following in lockstep. The context of this, you should understand, it's a very wild time intellectually for Jews, especially in Tzfat. And one of the developments that's going on is the possibility of the renewal of smicha. Smicha is ordination in English. The term means to lean upon or to rely upon, and it comes from the original smicha when Moshe gave smicha to Yehoshua. Moses gave to Joshua, put his hands on his head, and he said, "Okay, you're the next leader of the Jewish people after I'm gone." This laying on of hands, to use the Christian term, was practiced for many, many generations, well into the Temple period, and that's how the rabbis were ordained for the Sanhedrin, the grand court of Jerusalem. However, after the exile from Jerusalem in the first century, Israel was lost. This chain of transmission of who was authorized